Futures back in negative territory this morning, coming off a fourth straight negative showing yesterday as we wrapped up the month of August to the downside. Just getting initial jobless claims numbers out here, 232,000 versus 248,000 expected on the weekly initial jobless claims number. Productivity for Q2 coming out below expectations there as well, 4.1% versus 4.5%. Worth a note, a couple of very key inflation-related numbers coming up this morning as well. 9:45, we'll get the S&P Global Manufacturing PMI final for August, and then at 10 a.m., ISM Manufacturing PMI final for August as well. So a couple of benchmarks to look forward to coming up in an hour or so. Overall market downside here, some Chinese concerns drifting back into the market, affecting the chip makers, affecting big tech. Yeah, more COVID-related lockdowns, if you can believe that, coming out of China overnight. We're also hearing about some chip-related issues. We'll talk about NVIDIA. We'll talk about AMD coming up here. Polestar out with some Q1 and first half numbers, not good for PSNY. We'll have a look at Snap as well, coming off a big day yesterday, trying to hold on to some of the gains that we saw from yesterday's big move higher. It is Thursday. Can you believe it? It's September 1st. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, we got another little push to the downside there off of some of those numbers that came out at 8:30. There's the NASDAQ, 0.7, about 0.5% for the Dow and the S&P. So not good. Red numbers top to bottom so far this morning. Crude oil off the lows, but still under pressure here, 1.35% for crude. Bitcoin and Ethereum back in negative territory as well. It is Thursday, and we have a very special guest host. There he is. Luca's in the building this morning, sitting in for Neil. We're happy to have Luca with us. Neil was actually giving me play-by-play updates, guys, as he was running through the airport this morning trying to get to his flight. So it wasn't actually that bad. He said it was about 2 hours or so through security, which I guess these days is pretty good.
I think so. I think that's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, whatever. I don't know. He'll be fine. I mean, they tell you to leave early, as you know, Luca. But welcome to the first show of the day. Luca, normally you're on the midday, but now you're here with me. So I apologize if I'm a little less, dramatic than Pratt, or a little more dramatic. But we're gonna make a good team today, and we're pretty excited. Unfortunately, we did have some repairs being done above us today. So the sticky note right now is blank because wasn't able to sit down and look at this for a bit, but now we're going to be here. I'm going to update it. There's so many ideas to flow through, man. I mean, we're both looking at NVIDIA right now. Some negative news coming through there. The market's actually just made another leg lower right here off of that number. So, you know, there's a lot to look at. There's the initial bump, and then there's the fade back down in. So we're going to wait to see, man. It was just a week ago that 12,000 didn't even seem like it was a possibility, and now you're right at 12,000 again, 12,175. NVIDIA down that 4.5% on that news from China, trying to ban the imports of the AI chip. So that's going to be pretty nasty for those guys. But hey, man, there's always lots to trade here, Luca, and I'm just happy to have you filling in for Neil. Big shoes to fill, but
oh yeah, it's
I think we'll be all right.
Big shoes to fill. What's going on, everyone? Hopefully everyone's having a great morning. Hopefully everybody had their coffee, nice and awake. Taking me a while to get back in the saddle here. Back from vacation, feeling good. And, one thing I noticed right away is Neil's screens are just pushed way back. Yeah. And I'm like, I gotta look into. I'm like, this guy's got great vision over here. So yeah, just kind of getting comfortable over here. Hopefully everything goes well. But yeah, looking at NVIDIA, approaching that 140 level to the downside, are we going to get there? I think so. I mean, kind of extra bearish, down 4.6%. So, kind of interesting day, interesting setup. We're finally getting that rejection off of the 4,000 level on the ES here. So, I kind of feel like, the range that's set in on the daily on this thing, now that we're at 4,000 for a bit, looking like we're going back down. We got a ways to go, right? Everybody's thinking maybe we get 3,900, 3,800. What comes next? I think we had some news too, where what was it? China or Taiwan shot down a drone, a Chinese drone. So Yeah, lots of headline risk. I'm surprised the market's only down 62 basis points right now to start the morning. But yeah, we'll see what happens. You know, Ian made a good point. He said, you know, it's good that we're not down 2% right now because we don't lose the edge, right?
There we go. We put all these glasses to celebrate Luca there because you're talking about these monitors being far back.
Oh, yeah.
I thought it's supposed to be the exact same setup as over there. I mean, I'm surprised you feel like they're a little bit further away from you.
Yeah, it feels like, unless I was just getting comfortable to my setup over there. Because when I'm trading, guys.
These desks are supposed to be like identical desks. And
really?
Did you switch your keyboard? You switched your keyboard?
Yeah.
So we had, there it is. What's up, guys? Yeah, so this is the desk. And the one thing I want to talk about it, because Luca was like, hey, is it okay if I switch keyboards? And we've actually done some videos on that, and that is that you want to be as comfortable as possible, you know, in your trading setup. So of course we were like, yeah, man, just bring over your keyboard. Even for me, when I was over there, you know, we might have not had a show at this desk because we had the water leaking down.
Yeah.
So I was over there and I was like, oh man, this is a completely different keyboard, and wasn't sure I could do that either. So switching the keyboard, getting comfortable, my man. Obviously, Luca's gonna be throwing some shares around here today, so this is gonna be a good day. I'm excited for it. We're gonna give Luca the spin here, and I think it's gonna be a fun time, Brendo.
All good as we head into a brand new month, guys. It is September, as we were saying. Let's get a little wrap up here, I guess, of August, because it wasn't good. As we said, 4 straight days to the downside to end off the month, heading into September. There we go. Heading into September, it was the biggest August percent drop for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ since 2015. So yeah, August not great right across the board. We come in this morning, as we said, with more Chinese concerns. There's this chip-related story with exports that's actually going to affect. AMD apparently has a very similar AI-based chip. NVIDIA, however, the one that is currently exporting these chips to China, and the company came out this morning and said they're going to have to put it off starting September 1st, 2023. So they'll get a full year of these exports to fulfill some orders that they've already received. But as of today, a year from now, it's all going to stop.
Yeah, look, I mean, I don't know. The whole semiconductors space was just in a whole bunch of trouble to begin with, and then all of a sudden you get this news out. I mean, we were just looking at the 20-minute chart before we came on the air, and it's like we were just at 190 up here on NVIDIA. Like that's 2 weeks ago. You know, now you trimmed off $50 off of that. Now you're down to 144 and change with negative catalyst. Like, I mean, how much more downside do we need in these names? I just think this is a huge push down. We are like. The stocks, like the semis, have kind of been leading this. They're almost like, and I heard Josh Brown talk about this yesterday, so I'm going to steal it from him. He was like, you know, the semis are the new transports, like meaning that they're going to lead the market. Like, you know, as semiconductors come down, as goes the market. I mean, you're down another 0.85% here today. You're kind of holding. So I'm looking at this 143.60 level here, and it's holding right now. I want to smash it short, I feel like. Like, I don't think these pre-market lows are going to hold. I know we were down here at 142. That looks like that held. But if you're going to test 142, it means you got to break 144 first, right? So I'm thinking about this. The problem is yesterday I got obviously dummied on Snapchat as we were going short, and we loved the short, and then the story came out and we wound up getting smoked early on that name, which was fine. We caught our revenge because we were able to catch the top, but still was down on the stock. So I don't know if I want to get into anything in the pre-market here in case a report comes out about this story, or an upgrade or downgrades, or just more talk about this, other programs and whatnot. But I think NVIDIA right into here, it's bubbling up. Like, it keeps coming up to this 145.50, hit it there again, faded back out. The NASDAQ did make a move down. You're well under the 50 period. Like I said, I think we're on the collision course with 12,000, so that means we need another 200 points off of the NASDAQ right here. The lows were 140, like Luke already mentioned there, back in those doldrums of July there, the summer bottoms. We're looking at that 140, so guess what? We're right here again. So, you know, whether or not that holds, I think it's worth a long to get down there. But, you know, a break below that, and we say see you later to NVIDIA. I'm going to only be going short these names today. I think there's better longs that we can find some better stories out there. Meta has a story. But here's AMD down to $82. And the funniest thing is like it was just, what even day is it today? It's Thursday. Was it Monday or Tuesday we were talking about right here, getting that 91 short? Well, that's now 10% ago. So now you're coming into here. Obviously, AMD not with the same news. It has a lot more to drop here, right? So AMD down 2.5%. This is not a great story, although it's NVIDIA's AI chips. Obviously, China holds such a huge basket here. Like what they can control as far as imports and exports. I don't like all those stories, and I really worry about this breaking 82 today as well. So AMD right back into the downside. Like I said, we were 98, Luca, back on the 26th, you know, and now you're down to $83 here on AMD and just getting hit. So, you know, we're getting some levels on the top side here, 83.50, but for me, I'm only looking short. Yesterday, AMD was pretty good. We shorted before getting blown out at the end of the day, which is unbelievable. This is what I mean about holding overnight. We can't do it, but these are all shorts, and now we're down here. So I'm gonna look at 83, possible top here of 84 for AMD.
Yeah, you know, speaking about the chips here, you know, it's kind of interesting because, you know, now that we're approaching the recent lows, you know, like AMD being around that 70, 75 area, like the first time around, the bounce was good. It looked good on the chart. Anybody kind of pulling up the daily, looking at it, everybody has the same levels. It's like you got kind of moving averages lining up with trend lines, and it kind of feels good. And the sell-off looks like it's kind of subsiding. You know, second time around, getting back down there with all this kind of negative news. I mean, I'm thinking, like, obviously from a day trade perspective, it's like, you know, like Sean said, it's like there's better names to long. Like, you don't want to probably take your shots on these long. Like, there's going to be really good short opportunities, I think, off the open, kind of see how it sets itself up. But yeah, for sure, AMD, NVIDIA coming towards that 140 level. You know, ways away from it right now, like four points away. But obviously, you know, the range of NVIDIA, like, we can easily get there. We could easily get there. And I just think that, you know, you have this kind of range in the pre-market that's set already. But not every morning do you see NVIDIA, like, 2 million shares traded already, right? So definitely interesting setup. I think, you know, maybe we get some whipsaw action off the open and kind of run up. But keep in mind, yesterday, I think yesterday, we have NVIDIA here. Yesterday, it was kind of holding that 150 before the news, and now we're down like 6 points lower, right? So, you know, not to say that we're going to get there. It's very, very far away, and obviously very negative news, like already down 4.5%. But, you know, this kind of gap, I wouldn't necessarily say this is a gap fade opportunity. I would say that any pop above 146 is an opportunity to look short if we get that pop above 146, 147, and then kind of start to head lower. You know, seen the setup before where, you know, overall market's down, everybody's thinking short, you know, off the open, things kind of whipsaw pop, given really good at short opportunities, and then kind of the fade for the rest of the day. So, you know, interesting that it did line up, and I was chatting with the guys, and I was like, you know, go figure. We have this news coming in right after rebalance, right? Yesterday we had MSCI rebalancing. Nothing too crazy, nothing special. I think a lot of people still on vacation. Maybe that's the reason. But, you know, right after rebalancing, you got to imagine lots of big money rebalancing. And now, you know, September 1st, the weather's colder. You know, the market is like, you got these kind of negative headlines rolling in. 'Tis the season. I mean, like I say to myself, you know, season being September, October to May, money season. So we shall see what happens. And yeah, much love in the chat. Thanks everybody. Hopefully everyone's doing well. You know, nice and relaxed. Back from vacation. Had a couple spros to start the day, so, you know, feeling good. And you know, hopefully things go well.
How many spros normally have been consumed by 8:43? Like, just did you up the game today, or?
For me, it's I started with one spro, like I assume everybody else does, right?
Right,
and then,
assuming that, yeah.
Yeah, and then I was like, you know what? Let me just have back-to-back spros. Let me have two spros to start the day. And ever since then, there's no looking back. But the thing is, you gotta be kind of cautious. You don't want to veer into.
Have you had an espresso from our machine here? What do you think about those?
It's not bad. It's not bad.
We'll have to get you. We'll have to get you one.
It's not bad. I mean, like, you know, like spros are. I love spros. I love all spros equally. Obviously, you know, got good
your favorite ones.
Yeah, you know, the morning spro is the best spro. Like that's got to be the best spro. And after dinner, after pasta, that's up there too. So, you
after dinner.
Yeah.
You know, Neil doesn't have caffeine after noon, like after 12 p.m.
Really? Oh no, I'll drink a Sprite at like 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
I'll go right to bed after.
Yeah,
too.
me too. I'm feeling that one. All right. Yeah, so lots of coffee talk, lots of stuff happening here, Brendan. I already have my order ready to rock and roll here, and I'm working on the sticky note. That AMD 84 level is what I really like from yesterday's bottom. So all in all, chips problem, NVIDIA problem, AMD short 84.
Definitely. Speaking of coffee, it would be a very good idea right now. Let's go to Bed Bath & Beyond here. There was two main movers yesterday, this time in the pre-market. If you remember, Bed Bath & Beyond, we were thinking was going to be the more exciting of the two between Snap and Bed Bath & Beyond. Turns out to be the opposite. So here's one of many negative notes this morning out on BBBY. Over in this corner, Snapchat as well. It's actually holding up pretty well considering the size of the move yesterday. But a number of analyst moves here as well for Snap this morning, guys.
I thought we were going to go back over to Bed Bath & Beyond quickly. Let's just do that real quick. I mean, Snapchat is in a problem spot there, but at the same time, that move yesterday was pretty dramatic. So we'll talk about that. But here's Bed Bath & Beyond. I just want to talk about it because yesterday Neil and I mentioned this, and I'll show you the trades. But that bottom at $8, was held yesterday. I mean, that's the dramatic bottom, but like 860 is right here as well on the 20 minutes. So I just wanted to go over that to show you guys that, although Bed Bath & Beyond, a lot of us feel like, hey, this is so far down, and it is, but we already know why it went up here. It's not going up here on fundamentals or anything like that. So when it drops back down, I feel like when this happens, we shouldn't be like, what? So it's come back in here into $8 and $9 where it's had support before. You can go all the way back in here to August where we supported it. It supported it just last week. And then obviously below that, we know it's a problem, 5, 6, 4, so on and so forth. So I don't think we need to go into it that much, but as long as you hold, like yesterday, right? Had the opportunity to make that move back in, right? We had that conference call with Bed Bath & Beyond. They talked about that $500 million offering, which was half of its value of the company. So we were short, came all the way back down, took some levels out, but look at that bottom. I have a bottom ticker of about 830 or something. That was my best fill, but I think if I look at that, it looks like it sort of got blown out at 8:15 there. And this is early in the morning, right? So not early in the morning, it's about now, yesterday, as this was tanking down. Notice no positions today. We were already in a bunch yesterday. But right down there, that $8 mark, and then it came back up and then just flirted around with 10 all afternoon. 10 to 950. Forget about all this action in the morning. It was pretty wild. But now today, let's see. If you want to go short this name, I'm surprised we didn't make a run at 10 again. So I think short up until 10 is going to be fine. And a long back in here, like 850. Like I feel like you want to play with 50 cents here. If you want to go long, try 850 against 8. And if you want to go short, try 950 against 10. I mean, I think that's pretty simple there for Bed Bath & Beyond. I don't know if you have been trading this anytime. You really weren't here, but Bed Bath & Beyond, is that normally a name, Luca, that you're looking at?
Definitely a name. I mean, I was interested. I'm sure everybody was interested. We had, that top and kind of rejection off 30. I was here for the first day. I'm like, okay, guys, I'm on vacation. I'm chilling. And the next week, it was a Tuesday, and I'm like, well, Bed Bath & Beyond is out. I got to come in. So I came in for that day, and it was obviously fireworks. It was crazy. Very, very narrow window of edge, I would say. When lots of algos get involved and it chops around, you play the range or you don't, right? But had the fall off, obviously, that everybody was thinking about. And I'm sure you guys read the meme. Somebody casually made like over $100 million on a nice small $26 million investment. I thought that was pretty cool. But now obviously back down. But one thing I want to point out about this that made me laugh is, when was it? It was a couple days ago. Yeah, a couple days ago, it was up. We're at $15. And literally, they're like, guys, we have a corporate update coming tomorrow, which was yesterday. And the stock's at $15, and I'm thinking to myself, corporate update, like what could they be coming up with? Like I just don't understand. And then here's the thing, right? This is what everybody saw off the open. It's like, and I'm just going to kind of drag my chart here. Like this was the open, right? So it's like it's making its way back up, and I'm like, man, this is going to be a really, really good short opportunity because you have like that kind of 15 to 17 area, and then you get into like all this previous resistance where everybody here is underwater, right? So I'm like corporate update. What could they be coming around the corner with? And then the next morning, bang, corporate update. They did an offering. They dumped on everyone. And I was like, oh, come on, man. That's so savage. So, this is the market that we're in. It's a savage world out there. And I feel bad for anybody who is long just because I'm thinking like the short is good. I'm like, what could they be coming around the corner with? It already had the run. When it does a run like this, when it does that crazy amounts of volume, and then when you have like the kind of death, not to say that for me personally, I don't like getting involved in the chop action, but I really like, and usually you see this on small caps, right? But I really like when it breaks above that range. So it takes a few days, right? Does nothing, breaks above the range, does a little bit more volume. Maybe there's some type of catalyst generating, some forward-looking catalyst that probably isn't going to be good anyways. Then you get the fade opportunity, right? So obviously, as day traders, we're day traders. We have to close positions at the end of the day. So you can't really swing it into the next day, which would be awesome. Obviously, grab some puts, whatever. And shout out to Brankles because I think he had puts like over here. And hopefully you guys did too because that was a banger. That was probably a 10x. That was awesome. But yeah, going back to the 15th, when it breaks above that range, does a bunch of volume and just falls off, and you have the setup like this. Like in my books, that's like an A+ setup, right? So if the volume's there, if the spread comes in, if there's lots of liquidity, you could size up on it. It's like it doesn't really get any better than that. So that to me was a really, really good opportunity. But Sean making a good point that it's kind of interesting that it's holding this level, right? Before the run, like just looking back here, it's like before like the crazy run up, like this was like a $6 stock. This was like $5-6. Then you had the kind of gap up, and this is where like everything started, in my opinion, right? Like on the kind of gap up, and then the hold of the gap, right? So this area, like the first couple bounces happened at like 850 to 880 area, right? Then you had the run up, then it came back down, and it really didn't break that 850 area. So, probably will take a lot to get below that 850 just because, it already had so much negative news. Got to imagine that big names are probably short the name, right? So it's like as we get into these areas, you got people who are covering, you got people who are saying, oh, this is potentially support, let me buy here. So I want to say that it's going to take quite a bit of selling to really push this through 8, right? And then to add the icing on the cake, it's like obviously algos are involved, algos always involved, but the more volume that these names do, the more games you're going to get, right? So it's like as it goes down, like people get trapped, then you get the violent short pops. So kind of feels like that 8 to 850 area support, and yeah, that $10 level, psychological level, back below, couldn't break above it yesterday, couldn't even get to 1001 and back below, right? So got to imagine that $10 level is interesting. Speaking of $10 level, I want to quickly pull up Snapchat. This name from yesterday, obviously everybody was trading it, everybody was looking at it. Extra interesting because it was off the morning. Funny story for you guys. I look over at Ian and he's like, oh man, like this is a no-brainer. I'm shorting this. And I was like, oh man, that does feel like a pretty good idea. And I don't know, to anybody that was watching the tape like right off the morning when that news dropped, it's like this came out of nowhere. So this thing was literally like 920, 930, and the spread was like 40 cents. And I was like, wait, am I seeing this correct? And you had that crazy run up all the way to like 1160 area. And guys, it did not break 1160. So 1160 is the high. Got there, couldn't break. Had the VWAP bounce, got back to 1160 exactly, and then rejected and stayed below like for the rest of the day, just kind of chop around. So looking at Snap again today, obviously there's going to be way less volume. Way less interest in general, kind of going to be a slower trade. But I think it gets really, really interesting if we get back to like that 1150 area. I don't know if we do. I don't think that we do, if I had to guess off the top of my head. But that 1150 to 1160 area, kind of interesting. We didn't break 1160. And I'm not really sure, I'm not convinced that we're going to have the steam to get all the way to 12. And if I quickly pull up the daily here just to kind of show you guys like what I'm looking at. Okay, let me just pull up this one here quickly. It's like here's the daily on Snap, right? It's like you got the kind of moving average that it's riding. Doesn't look like it can get above. Did a lot of volume, and it's in this range right here, right? So even if we get to 12, it kind of feels like bounce, 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 bounce. Now back through, right? So it's like maybe we get 1 rejection, 2 rejections, and we just kind of go sideways, right? I'm not a huge believer in the company. I really don't know why this would, burst through 12, 13, 14. So for me, it's definitely on watch if we get up to that 1150 area.
Luca, you have anything to say?
I could keep going. I'll keep going.
No, that was
all
great,
day,
man. No, that was great. I agree with you wholeheartedly. I'm actually just writing the sticky notes, so I appreciate all that talk. But same levels, man. I was looking at that 1150. Me and Neil got lucky yesterday not to get stopped out on that Snapchat move yesterday. So I'm here with Luca today, and it's going to be a good one. This is my disaster yesterday. So people saying that we lost, the fastest 2K ever lost yesterday in someone's account, and I just, take that for granted because that was me, man. I mean, we were short early. We loved all the talk, man. We were short at 10.13 short. Came in, it's $8. We're like, yeah, buddy. And then there's that 11.50 short that held yesterday. So that's what we're going to do. We wound up getting out at 10.95. Our best out 10.75. I'm looking at a 10.50 break to the downside right now. So that should be something exciting for myself. But good talk there on Twitter. On Snapchat, I just saw a thing coming out. Twitter testing, Brendan, the edit button. So does that mean we should buy some Twitter? What do you think?
No, definitely not. Let's go to upgrades and downgrades. There was actually a couple of notes on Twitter from analysts this morning as well. Here we go. A number of interesting names on here. Five Below was moving around. I saw up 3.5 right now. They reported better than expected earnings. So FIVE worth a look. Pure Storage on this morning as well, also pretty active. Bausch, that's been crazy the past couple of days going into their report, worth mentioning. Nutanix down there. Seagate to the downside. Bed Bath & Beyond again to the downside in this OKTA.
Oh my God. So Daryl, Brendan said no, so time to short Twitter. Yeah, I don't know if that was a recommendation there. It was just let's not buy any Twitter for now. I don't know if the short's going to be in. We can talk quickly about, keep those upgrades and downgrades up there for a second. Okta not great earnings yesterday. Sorry, I was looking at the Twitter chart. But yeah, okay. Well, I mean, we talked about MongoDB and a couple of those other names there, but Okta, the big software company that did fail there. So their report was actually fine, but they were down 4 or 5%. Okay, just because we mentioned Twitter there, obviously nothing happened, not obvious, but nothing happening here in the pre-market, whatever that edit button is. I mean, Twitter's not going to move on news like that right now. I mean, we already know the story behind Twitter. It's been a big move to the downside as Elon keeps questioning the bots and the lawyers are getting ready to rock and roll and whistleblowers and everything like that. It seemed like not too long ago that Twitter was possibly going to get, a little bit of a revised bid from Elon, or I don't think that $54, I'm not sure that's ever going to get taken into consideration. But it seems like we have a top here around, I mean, this was for weeks here that we had 44, 45 bouncing its head off of that. So right now you're back into some of these support levels of Twitter. So 39, I think if we break down through 39, that could be a problem. We've held there the last couple of days, including some of these wicks. I mean, that's 39.28. And then you're going to go all the way back to July, where you see that 38.30 bottom. But again, with limited volume on a name like Twitter, I just really don't see a trade in it today. It's down here. We're already below 39. I mean, you could take this as the short. But again, I'd rather be where there's some kind of catalyst. And right now, that I just dropped that edit button thing because it came across the newswire. I would like to see an edit button. Like, it's surprising that you can put up Facebook posts, and I think you can edit Instagram posts. Like, if you put it out and you make a mistake, you get rid of it, you edit it, change it up. Instead of Twitter, you just got to delete it and then redo it, right? So I feel like that's strange that that's not there already. I don't know, Luke. Are you a big user of Twitter?
I am not, but I was just actually thinking if we could have an edit button on some of the orders that I threw out yesterday, that would be incredible.
Yeah,
because
or
then
take
I just
back or something?
Yeah, like a take back. Like, it's like, I was reading a post online and somebody was like, hi, I bought stocks and I don't like what's going on, so I would like to return the stocks. Is there a way I can do that? And I was like, oh man, that would be incredible because I will return some of my portfolio and just revisit it a little bit later. But yeah, obviously everybody makes mistakes, and you know what I say, mistakes make the trader great. So going back to Twitter and the edit button, you kind of post something, you want to edit it. It kind of makes no sense that you can edit it, right? So it's probably something that makes sense to have, but yeah, like that's not a reason for me to buy the stock for sure.
All right, Brendo.
All right, let's get into a few other things here. We'll have a look at what European markets are doing so far this morning. More red, unfortunately, right across the board here for the European landscape. 1.4 for England currently, Germany 1%, France 1%, you get the picture. Sweden there 1.5% to the downside. First day all week, we've seen the entire board here solidly red on the day to kick off the month of September. Here we go, social sentiment for you this morning. Very mixed board, not really following the market overall. There is a little bit of positivity. There was a note on Mullen that just came out. They're teaming up with a water company. Apparently they can capture the exhaust from their cars and create water, actual drinkable water from their cars. So that just came out from Mullen. AVCT positive on the day. There's NVIDIA. Yeah, not good for NVIDIA, but chip makers in general. Both of these, APE actually a little more active than AMC here in the pre-market, along with BBBY back to the downside.
All right, I actually, that Mullen story is kind of cool because we've talked about Mullen before and just the ability for it to pop, right? And it's just like, sometimes you want to get into these names that can get on that social sentiment board. I mean, I know a lot of you traders are already here for that. We have the HKD kid beside me over here. So there is, possibility for some of these names to continue to run. I mean, these bottoms of 60 and 62 cents, like I look at it and I say to myself, like if you are trading a name like Mullen or AVCT or Drug or, I mean, they're all over the place. Like, I mean, HKD is a little different situation, but some of these names that do have the ability to pop, and APE, AMC, Bed Bath & Beyond, they're all the same, right? Like you're in it for that pop. You're not in it because you believe in Mullen or, I mean, any of us shopped at Bed Bath & Beyond lately. I mean, let's really think that there might not be a turnaround story there. You're playing it for what it is. And I just look at Mullen and I say, we've been down here before. I'm going to pull up the daily in a minute. But like, you take the long, and this is not me saying like this is not investment advice to hold for a long period of time. But if you can stomach 15% of a hit here, that 60 bottom is right there. So even if you took right now shares at 68 cents and you gave yourself a 10-cent stop breaking through 60, give yourself 58, something like that, I feel like there's more upside than 10 cents here. And once it gets going, what if this technology is the real? Then the next thing you know, maybe they do become, maybe not a buyout candidate or anything like that, but maybe they become interesting for a partnership, for a technology, for a patent, something like that. And I mean, this is why I wanted to call up the chart for you guys on Mullen. You do have that opportunity to break through. You could break this 50 period or at least test it. And if you did that, that's $1. And then when you break through $1, then you have $1.50 coming through. And even, I mean, forget about all of this, right? I mean, we've share restructuring, things like that, offerings, all this kind of stuff sends stocks wielding to the downside. There's no doubt about that. But even when we were tanking from $6 down to 40, what is it? What was this bottom here? 50 cents. So like, this is where it stopped. I mean, I just wonder about the risk to reward on a name like Mullen here. If it can get going, it's already 3 million shares. This name could be worth a shot here today. If you get back into this 65 area, give yourself a stop of 60 cents, put on the appropriate amount of shares, and worth a try here today on Mullen, I feel like.
I'm going to take the flip side approach to that one, actually. I'm looking at Mullen, and what I see is you got some resistance going into 80, but there's obviously room on both sides. And, that makes sense to me, playing off that 60 bottom. But what I really like on this is if we can get to like 80, 90 cents, like this thing has not broken $1. It has not been above $1 since like mid-July, right? Then we broke back through. And let me quickly pull up the daily on this one just to give flip side, perspective. And here's the beauty of the market, and this is why I'm a trader, because everybody has their own opinions, and you put your money where your mouth is, and you kind of see what happens, right? It's really, that's why I think it's one of the best jobs. But look at these bounces, right? Like just kind of flip side perspective. It's like you got the bounce off of like 80-cent area, right? Then we were above for all this time. Then we came back below, and then you had that bounce, right? 80 was just holding up, right? Then we finally get the breakdown. So, at this point, volume coming in just a little bit, moving up a little bit higher. You got the moving average at like 75 cents, give or take. Like if we get to that 80 area, like my perspective is like you're going to get some resistance at like 80 going into 90. And that $1 level, which is like very far away. Like if we do get to $1 today, like imagine the look of that candle, right? Like we're like this, that would be like huge relative to, that would be like a candle like this day, right? So it'll take quite a bit of volume to actually get there. So kind of from my perspective is, yeah, if we do get to like that 80-cent area, could be potentially good for a fade, right? Could be good if volume doesn't come in. So, you know, kind of flip side perspective there, that 80-cent area. And then if we like, you know, if we get through that, I just imagine it like a lot of chop. And then if we get to $1, which would be kind of crazy, you know, then obviously reevaluate. But loving that 80-cent area. Looks like clean resistance there. But yeah, definitely opportunities on both sides. And, you know, always a good day when Mullen's in play, in my opinion. And people talking, somebody mentioned before HKD in the chat, which reminded me, I want to bring this up quickly. I think this is another Chinese IPO, if I'm not mistaken. ATXG from yesterday. This thing, and this is the daily. So yeah, this was an IPO from yesterday. And I don't think it hit 2,000. That's incorrect. But I just want to show this very quickly.
ATXG?
ATXG.
It did.
It hit 2,000?
In the aftermarket. Actually, I think, Luca, you know what, to be honest with you, man?
Yeah, okay.
I thought it might have hit like 20. You know what I just typed?
Oh my goodness.
Look what I just typed in the chart. Luca. The symbol
Luca,
I just
yeah,
typed in was Luca. Like, what is going on? ATXG. No, go ahead and talk about it. Let me find out because I'm pretty sure
okay, so
in
this
the
thing,
aftermarket it did, yeah.
Okay, so just to show my chart here, this thing, we were literally, I was with the guys yesterday. We're at Aroma drinking espresso. We walk back into the office, and right away, Greg is like, oh my goodness. And he just takes off his glasses. And I was like, okay, something's happening because
Wait a second, Greg took off his glasses?
Yeah, he took off and he stands up and he goes, what is happening? And I was like, I have to get back to the desk because Greg doesn't ever say things like that. So I get back to my desk and I'm trying to like, what's happening? What's moving? And here it is, ATXG. This thing just like halting to the upside. And I think at the time it was at like, this was the halt. It was at 400. And I was like, this thing's at 400. It was showing a 900 open. And I'm like, oh my goodness, like what is going on here? Go figure, Chinese IPO. And yeah, here we have it in the aftermarket. I guess this is real. This thing touched 2,000. The high was 2,000. That's insane. So, you know, this is, and again, every time I talk about these particular names, I always want to say, this is not investment advice. Do not listen. Like, I'm not buying or selling this thing. This is pure entertainment every single time. But that's wild, man. Like, look at this. Like, this thing from 100 all the way to 2,000, like, tick 2,000. Like, come on, that's crazy. So, you know, today, it's at like 660. I don't know what's going to happen next. There's only like 3,000 shares traded. This thing is like not really in play. It's not something that I would put my money into. You know, the HKD situation, obviously, as a refresher to anybody that kind of new to the party, it was a different scenario. Like potentially you had some like back-end broker issues where people were short, naked shorts, couldn't cover. But keep in mind, the high was 2,500. That was the high. And you know, yesterday this thing hit 2,000, and I said to myself, and I was joking around with everyone, I was like, I will short this thing at 2,499.99. Like that's where I short this thing, risk 2 cents, and you know, see what happens. I mean, you probably got some slippage on that type of order, but yeah, you know, just kind of entertaining. So this thing's on my watch list. I'm not trading it today. You know, something that I'm actually looking at is something like Tesla. You know, breaking down through that 280, that 274. You know, I came back in. This thing obviously split when I wasn't here. And, you know, interesting because I'm like, okay, I got to pull this up and I got to see the liquidity. I got to see the spread. Is it going to be interesting? Is it going to be easier to trade? I have no idea. But that 270 level, that 270 breakdown area, I want to say, is kind of interesting because, you know, that'll be a recent low. 280 was like 840 pre-split. So 840 kind of being a level, you know, now broke down below that. So, you know, if the overall market wants to continue to go lower, I think these names are going to follow. I don't know, like there's not really like a catalyst per se to go with Tesla. Like obviously you have like the kind of chip catalyst coming in, just dragging down the overall market. But yeah, you know, that 270 level looking interesting. You know, maybe we get a breakdown. And if we do, like it's something that potentially could trend. So I'm going to keep my eye on that one. You know, see if it has some volume and some follow through there.
All right, let's get into everything else you need to know this morning as we head towards the open here under 20 minutes ago. Before we get to Tuesday, what am I talking about? It's Thursday, it's September 1st. That's the link to the watch list, guys. A ton of good stuff on there this morning. Make sure you grab that every single day. We send it out before we come on at 8:30. It was just over 30,000 we sent to this morning. So if you haven't joined that list, make sure you do that. Use the QR code. You can grab the link as well. Enter your email address. We send it right to your inbox every single morning. Absolutely free for you. Let's go to chips to kick things off. So the initial report was suggesting that NVIDIA specifically, but AMD, as I was mentioning, has one as well. NVIDIA was going to have to halt exports of this specific AI chip that they make to China starting immediately. The company then came out and said, no, not necessarily immediately, but they will be allowed until September 1st, 2023 to continue exports of this and fulfill the orders of this A100 and H100 AI chips. AMD, as I said, has something similar. So not only NVIDIA to the downside here, but a lot of the chip makers today.
Yeah, I'm just writing the sticky note right now, and so be patient. It's literally just a couple seconds, and it'll be out. But AMD is my number one idea for the sticky note today, and it's just because the level is here. I mean, we'll talk about NVIDIA, obviously, but I just want to go over the idea because Brendan was just talking there a little bit about, the weakness in the chips and it bringing down the whole sector, and that's exactly what it's doing. Not only that, it's bringing down the NASDAQ. The semis, the SMH, the SOX has definitely been leading this market, I feel like, and they're only 10% away from their bottoms, right? So not AMD, but NVIDIA was. Now you're almost at that 140 level, and I think that's the level that we're going to both be talking about soon. But there's 84 here on AMD. Yesterday, unfortunately, my trades have disappeared, but we had some of this. We had the short. It blew up there at the end of the day. There was rebalancing, and then it came back in. We actually shorted the NASDAQ at the end of the day. You guys remember that? And I mean, and how good that would be if we were able to hold that. Now that would be more than, that'd be like 3 or 4%. We were short the TQQs yesterday, so we'd be in the money like probably close to 10% or something off that level yesterday. But right here, 83 bucks. That's been a high. I want to let AMD make a move to the upside and then short the strength if it tries to get back into this 84 level. So resistance up here at 84. And I'm not going to, I mean, we can look at a 20-minute chart. It's not really going to do that much for AMD. The move is to the downside. We've seen that. And I'm just looking at yesterday's yesterday's bottoms of 83.80 and giving this back to 84. If you want to give it a little more room past that, you can. But I like to say it's not going to break yesterday's high because I don't think, or yesterday's bottom there, I don't think AMD is going to go green today. And I mean, in order for that to happen, we got to get above 85. So maybe that's your ultimate level there for a short would be 85. I'm going to start this thing around 84. Probably get out if it takes down 84 because if you're wrong on a name like AMD, it's going to be a problem, right? And I mean, this is the daily chart. You're below the 50 period right now on AMD. Not good. You're going to be well below the 200 period. And then up here, $100. I mean, let's wait until it gets back over there. I'm not going long any of these chip names until we're above the 50 period, which just happens to be $90. So until we get above 90 on AMD, I wonder about testing some of these bottoms. So I think a short today, you got to look at this 80 level. I mean, we could test 80. It's not that far away right now. So I'm going to wait for the open, which isn't too far from now. But AMD definitely being brought down by Luca, the big dog here, NVIDIA. So NVIDIA is well off. As you saw, AMD's still, $12 away from that 70 bottom right here, or was it? Yeah, it was 70. Right now, NVIDIA's at the bottom. So if you're going to play some weakness there, it's funny. Greg was talking about do not short the weakness. He saw a sticky note there. I would say on this note, I would short the weakness. I mean, this looks like it wants to break through 140. This is the 20-minute. So if you get back up to 150 today, I mean, come on, that's yesterday's bottom. I don't think that's going to get tested, but maybe a top of 146 here on NVIDIA might be something to look at on a pop. But for me, I have the trade for me is going to be, and there's 146. The trade for me is going to be on AMD. Let's just stick with that. What are your thoughts?
Going back to that 150 level, I mean, if we get there, I think it's a gift. I think we don't get there. If we get there, it's like, why are we there? Like, what happened to bring us back to 150? Obviously, anything's possible. Market moves around, jumps around. But just kind of looking here, just based on the looks of it, it's like, how are we really going to get to that 150? And all these people are underwater with the kind of negative news there. That would be incredible. That would be an unlimited size for me if we get there short. But yeah, I think good things happen, but you got to kind of roll with what happens. If we get any pops over pre-market high, like we could easily pop above, I think, pre-market high, like 146, 147 area, do some volume, do some whipsaw, and then kind of fade, right? And I like to really line up my ideas with like overall market. And obviously, like this is a NASDAQ name, but just looking at the ES, having those levels like 39, for me, like just kind of general area of like 39.50 to 39.65. I think that 39.80 was like the bounce area. And now that we're below, maybe we pop off the morning, maybe we try to get back to this high and get into this area. But unless we actually get back above, I want to say 39.65, 39.80, then we maybe get the 4,000 test. But we're down kind of, you got the negative headlines coming in. We got that low here that seems to be holding for the time being. We could easily, get a little pop off the open, test these areas over here. And then if we reject and we start to go lower and we break the lows today, we set up for a potential free fall Friday, I think, right? You had the big sell-offs yesterday or last week. For me, Thursdays going into the close are the days that, you could see the sell-offs. You got the negative news with NVIDIA. That could definitely drag down the market. I think we could easily get to that 140 area. It doesn't seem too unreasonable just looking at this. And you got to imagine if we sell off right off the open like this, like I've seen days where NVIDIA just kind of falls off, right? Like this could go 141 and then 140, maybe you get the bounce around that area, around the low. SSR triggering, I want to say 135, around there, 136 maybe. Far away, but, not unreasonable to think that it can, it can't get there. So, definitely interesting. I really actually love that 84 area on AMD that you mentioned. It looks clean and it kind of looks like it's like you got the setup on NVIDIA at 150. Is it going to get there? Probably not. Like that's the big dog dragging down the market. Like that's where the news coming from. It's like the AI chips that are kind of the negative catalyst there. But with AMD, it's obviously down as well, and it's a little closer, right? It seems more reasonable that we can get to that 84, 84.50 area, and then for me, playing off like the 85, right? So 85 being up here, and if we get like a pop like 84, for me, it's a short into that level as well. I really like that idea. For a potential fade, for a potential all-day fade back to the lows, right? Back to like 81, giving you a nice like $3, what is that, like $2 to $3 winner there. Risk $1, like not too bad, right? 3 to 1. So I do like that idea.
All right, let's go to Snapchat here. Back in positive territory already. It was briefly negative to start the morning. We had a number of analysts talking positively this morning. There was one to the downside as well, but here we go, 0.28 for Snap. So there's that on the board this morning as well. There's also this big tech downside. A little bit, depending on what you're looking at. But yeah, it's worth a note here. China reinstating a few COVID lockdowns once again. Multiple cities here being mentioned as far as manufacturing concerns. I mean, we've been through this story so many times, guys, but it did hurt some of the tech names going back to the earlier part of this year.
Yeah, look, and again, thanks to Luca, man. This guy's crushing it. The sticky note is now out. I put the link up there. You can throw that in the chat. Thanks, Bears vs. Bulls. I just put it out as well. I don't have any Chinese names on here today. I'm just going with the big caps, AMD, Snapchat, Google, and Netflix. So those are some names that we'll talk about. I always want to go back to NIO because the more and more that I look at this name, it's like, it's pretty strong. Like, I'm really surprised at how strong this name could be, in weaker environments. I mean, yesterday we were talking about, sort of the destruction in some of these markets and some of these names, including Tesla. We were shorting Tesla yesterday. But I mean, this name, it finds bottoms and then it goes, right? The only thing is it's pretty violent off the open. Yesterday we had, or no, was it yesterday? No, it was the day before. We had a crazy bottom move that ripped it right back up. But look what happened off the open yesterday. $20 up to $20.50, then right back into those lows of $19.50, back to 20, and then retest this bottom. Look, this $19.30 bottom also playing back here, and then going to play again today, right? So I think it's probably let's let NEO settle down. But I like that bottom there of 1930. And I mean, I don't want to be short the market and then, you know, have to go back and look at NEO and say, I'm long NEO, but this market's tanking and I'm losing on my shorts, but, you know, or losing on my long NEO, but making on my shorts. Look at, this is the 1930. So yesterday it holds. There it is, the hold. There's the hold, right? The day before that, 1950. Then it was a top when we were down below here. This 1920 was resistance, right? So what turns from resistance goes into support. So down here at 19 bucks, I think NIO could probably be bought. So that's something that I'm going to be looking at if and when the market does make a move down and I'm struggling to look for something to go long on. I have Google is a long idea that I have, and maybe I can talk about that now because we're kind of running a little bit out of time here. Alibaba, again, up to 105, back down to 93 bucks. And again, I just want to talk about some of these bases, like down here at 92, right? I mean, you've been trading around here before, and I feel like it needs to have some sort of quantifiable move downside, and I'm not really getting that with the news right now. They're going to get audited, and when they do, I feel like it'll be a positive result on the audit. I mean, why are they auditing? Because you're questioning, you know, what's underneath the hood. And I think some of these Chinese companies are real, right? I mean, Pinduoduo's coming to the States. Alibaba has real revenues. I mean, their Singles Day makes Amazon Prime look foolish. So let's go to see this. I know Brendan talked about some COVID lockdowns and things like that. Really, that's the next needle to drop, is when China announces, and you know, kind of like this is a ever developing news story here, as COVID becomes more and more of an issue again, maybe monkeypox, who knows. That's kind of the wheel that will send BABA and some of these Chinese names back down to the downside. But just because we're talking about big tech right now, I know we're talking about China, but I just want to go to the biggest tech of them all, and that's going to be Google. Look, I have one long idea today, and yesterday, I don't know, was it yesterday or the day before? But Google definitely did not, that's the daily chart. That won't work out for us. Google did not like the story of the long. But, you know, it was 108.80 we were playing off of. That got cracked. But we also went back down to 108, right? And that 108 was holding. We were holding that 108.80 right there, right? So I'm thinking now, let's see if that level holds again. But in a down market, and we're going to try to be as patient as we can, let's try to look at Google here on a little bit of a broader time. Let's go to a 3-minute chart here. There's this bottom that I'm talking about, that 108. So the actual bottom was 107.80. I noted that on the sticky note. And I just feel like, hey, is this a turnaround day? Probably not. But if Google can come back into this 108, I really like that level for a long. And I feel like you're only $1 away. The market tanks here early. I'm already sitting on that 108 level, so hopefully it can come in. My out is about as simple as it can be. We take down this 108, we test that 107.80, then your boy is gone, because I'm not going to sit there. I've had this experience before where it's kind of like revenge trading, but it's like I just keep believing in it, looking for more levels, and it didn't work out before, trying to defend that 109 area. So let's let this drop back down into 108. I like it. Look at the daily chart here. I don't know if you're investing in anything, Luca, there, or if you're just investing in espresso machines or what, but you know, I feel like as a longer term, and you're a younger kid, so not kid, but younger than I like Google for an investment side of things here. That bottom of 104, I mean, we're down almost 15% in about a week and a half. So I feel like if there is a market turnaround, this 108 needs to get bought, and I'm here for that. So, you know, that's what we're looking at on that Google level. But Brendo, let's speed this thing up and keep going.
Just on a note on Gatorade. Gatorade adding caffeine to its lineup with energy drink Fast Twitch. That's a terrible name. Fast Twitch on an energy drink. Interesting note on Disney. Disney not really doing much, but worth a note here. The Wall Street Journal reporting this morning on Disney. They're considering an Amazon Prime-like membership that would give them discounts to their amusement parks, discounts to cruise lines, discounts to any of their retail side of things as well. So no word on pricing, but Disney Prime, guys, a buy or pass?
Amazon Prime-like membership, but what? I just wonder. Well, I mean, I'm all over Disney, so I'm in for that. But I don't really know where it goes from there. What I don't know what they would offer. And I apologize. Me and Luca were here talking about the NASDAQ and some of these little plays there, and then that fast twitch for Gatorade. That seems interesting. I know that Tim Hortons here, they now have Red Bull in their coffee. Did you know that? You can.
Really?
Yeah.
I did not know
It's
that.
called, I forget, I'd have to look it up, but there's like a new energy coffee Red Bull drink from Tim Hortons now. So no surprise that's happening. That's Red Bull, though. I know that's like next level kind of caffeine there. But you know, I'd be all over Disney. I mean, I think Disney has the product. I think they have the brand name. They have the streaming service. But what exactly, maybe I got to ask Brendan quickly there, what would be the difference between like them going to that Amazon style as opposed to like the Disney Plus? Are they going to be selling and shipping products or something like that? I kind of missed that.
Yeah, I think it's going to combine all of it. So the retail side, the amusement park side, like you'll have discounts and access to basically any and everything Disney, I guess.
Okay, well, I mean, I like that even better. Everybody right now likes a subscription model, right? And I think that Wall Street likes that. It's recurring revenues, and I think that's why a lot of these companies are doing that, right? I mean, Apple now has, I mean, my family's part of it. I think it's $30 a month, and you basically get everything as part of the Apple suite, including 2 terabytes of storage, and you can share it amongst your family. Spotify, obviously we talked about, are you a Spotify guy?
I'm a Spotify guy, yeah.
So
and
that recurring revenue is fantastic as well. So I think it's going to be a good move for Disney. I actually just had up here quickly. We'll look at Disney in a minute because we got to go soon. But there's that TQQ short. We talked about revenge trading. Remember when I got stopped out of AMD and I was like, nah, man, we got to short this market? That was 28.40. Bang, 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 bang. We planted those purple flowers, like they like to say there, Luca, yesterday on that one. That was a great trade into the close. But Disney's back down. I think you just wait for a retest. I think it's a good story for Disney. It's pretty choppy here in a 20-minute chart, bouncing around 113 to 112, not really getting off the schneid, as they say there. But Disney, again, look at this fall. Just recently was up to 125, back down to 112. I think you got to let it test the 50 period down here. They're not immune to any of this. As travel gets going again, you know, there's the bump up. So we know travel's hot, but now the summer's over. So you got to think about, hey, kids going back to school. Who's Disney's #1 target audience? The youth. So they're back. I feel like the theme park business probably takes a hit here. Streaming going well. I don't think it's going great. They actually talked about losing money on their streaming side of things. So I'm not in love with Disney at these levels. I think you can retest 100 and be comfortable with that. Unbelievable that we were at 90. I mean, we went 90 to 125 in a straight line. People will buy Disney, man. ESPN, ABC. There's a lot of property here. Hulu. There's a lot of property for Disney. The cruises, the hotels. You been to Disneyland?
I have not been, no.
Sorry about that.
I
mean, you know, everyone goes in their childhood. I have yet to take my kids, and I'm debating doing that. So I don't know. We'll see if that goes. Do you have any desire to go there? I guess maybe you take the little ones at some point.
Yeah, you know, if I have kids one day, then yeah, for sure.
When you're Italian, when you have kids,
yeah,
come
yeah,
on, man.
you know,
I mean,
exactly.
You'll be like disowned, right?
I think my mom might be watching this, so when I have kids, you know, like obviously.
Exactly. So you get in the good books,
you know, get them, or just leave it to them, and it'll be like a nice grandparents trip, and you know, get some time off for myself.
Without going, did you want to talk about Okta? I didn't even realize it. I saw the Okta number yesterday. Go over to Lucas's screen. Lucas. That's Lucas. This is Luca. Go over to Luca's screen quickly. I didn't realize Okta was down 23%. I saw yesterday off that report and was like, okay, it's down 4 or 5% on the software company, but wow, down 69%, I guess, or sorry, down to $69, down 24%. Is that a name you're looking at, or why did you have that
Somebody in the chat was like, wow, Okta.
Yes,
and I was like,
wow.
okay, every time I see somebody say wow, I'm like, I got to pull this up. I got to check it out. And yeah, you know, down 25%. The only thing from a trading perspective for me is like, okay, if this thing's going to now open SSR, it's going to be a little bit of a tougher short. But yeah, this thing is falling off. And just to quickly show the daily here, like this is the daily, right? Like the previous lows were around that 76, 75 area. You know, now we're at 65. And this thing is just selling off, right? So, you know, I don't even really know where potentially support could be there. You know, we're going way back there. So, you know, I think this thing feels really weak. You know, if there's an opportunity, you know, if we get any pops on this name, maybe a good short opportunity. But again, SSR off the open, so it'll be a little bit of a more challenging short, I think.
All right, Brendo at the big screen. Let's go.
1 minute, guys. Tony is on standby for the bell ringing today. Remember this level on Bed Bath & Beyond, which is going to be 850, 875. Huge support potentially coming into play here once again. If we get back into yesterday's range, 950, 980, and 10. 980 up to 10 was a real sticking point throughout the midday and late in the afternoon for Bed Bath & Beyond, gapping down, 5% already for BBBY.
All right, bad move there for BBBY, already down a little bit there, so that's not going to be great news. AMD, the trade that we were looking for, we were hoping it'd be more near 83, so we could get a pop to 84 and short that. But NEPA, we're going to go 83 short now, so we're going to try to see if it can pump up to 83. This is the name that I'm going to have my eyes on here off the open, is going to be this. And then I'm already sitting here, so there's not much I can do about it. Well, I could cancel it, but Google right now coming through. I'm actually going to lower the shares a little bit here on Google, and every time I do that, it means it can be a winner, because when I get filled and then it rips up, I'll be like, why did I lower my shares? But Google getting a little sick here into the open, down to that 8. I'm going to try to respect that 107.80. I am bidding 108.15 right now on this name, so that's a level that I'm looking at, and if it takes that down, then we are out of here. With only 10 seconds, let's hit the countdown. Get ready, Luca. The lights are about to shine bright on you, my friend. Here comes 5, 4. Let's go, Tony. 3, 2, and 1. Let's hit that. The market is now open. So here we go. Looking at that Google fill. We don't have it yet, but it's dancing around this 108.30. We're at 108.15. Let's watch to see if that one comes in.
Yeah, looking at NVIDIA here, so this actually fell off here through that 143. Now we're at the lows here. So not exactly something I want to chase. I want to let this kind of play itself out very quickly. But, if we do get down, I think this actually broke, I want to say, it did not break 141.50. So, I'm going to try that short through if we do get through there. But, obviously, we might get some whipsaw action, so let's see what happens there. Just get that order out very quickly. Having my AMD orders out there as well. So maybe we pop off the open, see if we get wicked into that as well.
Yeah, I'm looking at this 82.80 right now for a short. So here comes AMD right up to our level. You're gonna have to watch NVIDIA, because NVIDIA is taking down that 144 right now as well. So here comes. Oh, don't tell me you stopped at our level and didn't get a short there. All right, 82.80 was the level. We got as high there as 82.77. So. One of those days again. We just missed that short, as NVIDIA coming back down as well. So there goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA also made that move to 144 and then stopped a little bit. So let's see. Oh, that sucks, man. We were almost at that level for NVIDIA, for AMD. So I just say whatever and then get into that revenge mode and punch the short right there. So now we're short at 40. I cannot believe we missed that, Luca, by 4 cents there. And we would already be celebrating, but it's a nice move down here for AMD. Let's take out a piece. Why not? In the 20s. There it is. Yes, sir. We'll ring it. We'll jump it off already there. There goes Brendan. Get Spros, Brendo. Get Spros. Here goes AMD to the downside, man. Here we go. It's Crack City. Let's go. We're throwing some of this around already. Luca, good luck so far, man. You can sit in that desk a little longer.
Oh, yeah. I'm chilling. I'm excited, and hopefully these things continue to go in our favor. AMD just couldn't get through that 83 level
our positions are working. They are.
So, okay. Hopefully everything's good there. I'm gonna snap short here. It kind of just makes sense to me. I saw that it was at that 11 area before, and I was like, okay, this kind of looks good. Now we're back down here, so I think this has room to go to the downside. Target being maybe around that 1060, 1050 area. Let's see what happens here. If we get back to that 11 area, I'll reevaluate on this one and then kind of see if we want to get to that 1150 area. So definitely on watch there.
All right, I might cancel this Google. Google's back up. Okay, so I was like, oh my God, this market's coming in. But look at Google. Google's fighting. And again, we're at 108.15. It touches 23, so that would have been a little bit of a better winner. But look at that. There's the register ring right there, man. Let's just dab it up here for this trade, because there goes AMD. We should be $1 in the money. We missed it by 4 cents. We just took some out at 82.07, but it's still kind of dancing around. But look at the NASDAQ there, taking out pre-market lows right now. We are short. I mean, it's not the very pre-market, but just those levels that we were just talking about, taking it down on its march back down to 12,000 here. There goes AMD back down to the downside. So we took an 82 out. So, so far so good. Short 82.40. Nothing else really coming in. You mentioned you had Snapchat short. I like that trade, although that's coming back up to $11. One more name to look at here, Netflix. This was a name that we didn't get to, but it's on the sticky note. Breaking back down below. And now that I see this, I think I got to put this trade in right now. Do I have it? No, I do not. So I'm going to get this on a breakthrough of 219, we got to go short here because there's not much air below here. So that's what I wanted to look at here. The NASDAQ's coming back in. Netflix touches 220, bounces early. So I'm kind of glad I didn't get that initial break in, but let's see if it touches it again, and I dare it to hold. We'll see if it can hold that. I like the Netflix on that short side of things here. You know, competition on the streaming side. Netflix trying to do that ad support. I don't know if that's going to work out. It's tested 220 before and stopped at 219, but it's just with momentum here in the market today, I wonder about this Netflix breaking that 220 and not coming back. So that's what we're looking at as AMD hits fresh lows, and we're on that.
Yeah, guys, you know, it's we're getting that like pop off the morning and then potential fade action there. So, you know, definitely interesting. I'm watching Tesla. Tesla kind of ripped up higher here. The same with everything else. People saying, whoa, BBBY, what's happening here? That was a pretty violent pop to the upside as well. But again, kind of far away from 10, didn't even get close to that 10 area. Looking, just reevaluating my snap. Maybe we're actually going to get, oh yeah, we're over 11 here. So now maybe reevaluate, get to that 1050. Let's see how 11 holds. You know, if it rejects 11 here or maybe goes for a high and then rejects, maybe it's good. If we go higher, I'll get out of that one for a small loser. And quickly bringing back, wow, OKTA. Okay, this thing is just like, this thing is dead. Like, this is 65 already. Holy, just 69. This is kind of like, personally, you know, again, SSR, like, I don't really want to short into the bottom on this one. But, you know, like, how low can this go, I guess, is the question everybody's asking themselves.
All right, HPCO, again, another one of these names. If you want, I know Brendan's just away from his desk here, but this on the watch list. So shout out to Brendan. We had this on here earlier, man. Hempico. So recent low float, only 1.6 million shares here. Higher on apparent no news. Yeah, how about even higher than that? We're halted right now on HPCO. So we'll have to see where it goes. Opened up and then just went to the north side there. So $7. I mean, we can see here. I just want to look at this. Yeah, so 9:30, yeah, so there's the halt. Yeah, so just halts upside at 865. So we'll have to wait to see where this thing opens, but there's HPCO. Again, look at this, man. Up here, I don't really know, like, some of these names just get that move down and now starting to run up a 1.6 million share float. We will watch HPCO as that's going to open up at some point. Netflix actually goes the other way. So NFLX, back to the upside here, up to this two. I didn't think we'd get up here. So this market is trying to make a move back up. Maybe Netflix wants to be strong today. It's only down 0.13. So we could be wrong. I mean, that 220 was an awesome level, but not for the short. It was an awesome long. So, you know, that's something to look at there for Netflix as that's starting to go back up to the upside. Make sure you guys, please, hit the like button, man. I mean, this is Luca's first day here with us, so let's hit the like button. You know, send those likes to the moon. Like Snapchat right now. Did you get out at 11, or are you waiting for that top? I'm waiting for 11:43 is where my order's sitting.
Yeah, so Snapchat, and this is the thing, guys, hit that like button because first day off the open, lots of action happening. This is terrible. I'm like, oh, Snap's going to break down, and then we kind of go higher. I'm like, wait a second, like, is Snap like really moving against me here? So I just got out of this. I'm going to reevaluate. I really want to play that 1150 area if we get there, kind of clear-headed. So, you know, this is the benefit of, I'm like, you know, let me lower my size just to kind of start. So, you know, not too much damage there, nothing to really worry about. But yeah, definitely watching that NVIDIA area. Like, look at these wicks. Like this wick, and you got VWAP here too, right? These kind of wicks couldn't really get above 143.50, and now it looks like we are heading back down. Tried the short, missed the fill on that, unfortunately. But I kind of still like that breakdown. If we get towards that like 141.50 breakdown area, I just don't want to see it happen like right now because, you know, obviously first 30 minutes, you got to scalp. Things are going to whipsaw all the time. So, you know, like, we'll see what happens here. If this gets back to like that area here, I think it's a tight risk for me. 143.50, 144. Oh,
Luca,
look at this.
We just had a Spro delivery here, man. We just had a Spro delivery. No, the double shot. Here we go.
Yeah.
All right, salute.
Beautiful, beautiful. You never cheers with Spro.
Okay.
That's the thing. But you say, you know, salute.
Expert over here.
Thank you so much, Brendan.
Thank you,
wow,
Brendan.
that's incredible.
Okay. I might have a new cha-ching, and now we're jacked up, baby. No, that's just a coffee. So, yeah, nice job there. Thanks for slipping in the Baileys there. That's much appreciated, Brendan. Oh, I'm not allowed to say that on the air. But okay, there we go. New position alert. Thanks, Brendan, for that. That was a little. Those are actually quite hot, which is nice. That's what I'm feeling.
This is great. This
I
is
didn't
amazing.
know you didn't Chintao there.
I almost could forget I'm trading right now. I just close my eyes. Pretend I'm on a beach right now.
No. This is the big show, my friend. You can do that with Prad because it seems like he's always on a beach. But right here, man, we're going to deliver for our audience one more time here. AMD down now. Yeah, buddy. You want to talk about a fail? Let's stamp that one. We talked about where we wanted 84, baby. But we said, hey, we'll take 83. And we really missed $1 in the money by this point because we were sitting, I mean, I told you the trade. We missed we were at 82.80. It went to 82.76. And I thought I was going to get them. Got frustrated, pushed down, boom, to the downside. There goes AMD. A great way to start off the month right there with that short. Let's see about Netflix. I'm now short Netflix. I want to short this thing up to that 224.50 level. This may be a new habit of mine to get one of these early on the show there. But there it is right now. Oh, and there's Snapchat. Initiated the short off that 11.50 area. Big move up. We're sitting here. There's the short. We have 11.60 in our sights from yesterday. Let's see if Snapchat can retrace a little bit down as well. Brendo.
Already halt number 2 for Hempaco, HPCO, 1.3 million shares on the float on this one, guys. 91% already back to the upside, halted once again. Snap also just popped up on volume there, testing that high from yesterday.
Yeah, buddy, let's ring the Reggie again for Snapchat, man. This is going to be a good day, I feel like. Watch out, Luca. The sausage can is in the building. You can get rid of that one. There it is right there. Nice little move back down to 11.35 goes Snapchat. Good trade on that. We'll see. We took out 20% there for 7 cents. I mean, just like Brendan said, this has been alerted. This is on a huge run here, Snapchat. So we saw yesterday, man, I don't want to get buried in this like I did yesterday. There's the 1 minute chart for Snapchat. There's that level that I'm concerned with and nothing else. That's 11.60. So we're risking 20 cents. We're trying to make 20 cents. So let's see if that can come back into 11. We'll put a bid around 11.20. That'll be my next bid area there, and we'll see about getting something out. So actually, I have a bid at 11.30 for 10%, but 11.20 is where I'm thinking. But we have to respect, and I got to put out the stop order to get out of this trade if we do take out that high of 11.60. But so far, so good on that one. We've averaged in to our Netflix. Look, is this market going to do this again? Like push us out as we test highs and then tank the rest of the day. You know, this is what it's like, that kangaroo market. We did talk about that HPCO when Brendo was getting the SPRO, but he's got something else. What's up?
Microsoft, guys, not really doing much here, but this note just came out. The Activision deal has been referred to whatever in-depth probe means, but don't think it's any good. So Microsoft, as I said, not really doing anything, but Activision getting an in-depth probe.
Yeah, I mean, probes are never great, and when they're in depth, they're even worse. But yeah, so I don't know. Was that all right for you, Luca? I didn't get much of a reaction there. But yeah, that was all right. So anyways, we just got probed up a little bit on Netflix. So we will slap ourselves on that. I tried the short there, and we wind up losing, what was it, about $1? I mean, our average, I don't know what my average was because it just happened so fast. We got lit, and then out. So as a damage side of things, not huge damage on our net today, but not a great move back upside there for Netflix. Look at this market. Really, I mean, I was not expecting this. There go. Netflix has hold my beer to the upside, to be honest with you. AMD coming all the way back as well. Those longs, I mean, now I'm really going to get upset because missing, I didn't even know Google was up to 110. Missing that 108, like I missed that by, we're at 108.15. That went to 108.24, so missed opportunity. Wow, Google got, like every day I'm long this name into these dips until the day that it does this. So yeah, a little frustration there, as guess what else is happening right now? Snapchat trying to take out those levels. For me, this is a reload right here. I punched that short. There we go. So we're going to reload that into 11.60 right now. We could go one for three now. AMD wins. Snapchat looks like it wants to lose for us here, and Netflix was the loser. But there it is. Nice little reload. I don't know if we sent that thing down or what, but let's see. Yes, sir. Okay, we'll do that again. That was temporarily a good idea because some of the ideas could be there for now and then gone later. So there it is. A nice little short on Snapchat. Let's just keep on respecting that 11.60 area, and until it violates that, we'll get out, take some profit. But yeah, Snapchat a funny one here as that continues to march higher on, you know, what is old news at this point. But Brendan did say there was some analyst action on this, so we'll watch out to see where Snapchat goes from here. But I'm pretty comfortable with this short now.
Yeah, you know, these, taking along on Google here, this thing, and I was going to say, this thing is just kind of flying off the open. So, you know, if we get that kind of next leg up, great. If we don't, you know, kind of maybe stop out. If we come back through this and reevaluate there. You know, Snap now at the 1160 area, so extra interesting. Didn't break, 1155 being the high right now. I wouldn't be surprised if we break to the upside, but definitely for me a level of interest. You know, definitely an interesting level where, you know, potentially over under, kind of break that level, come back through. So, you know, if we do get above, I'll stop myself out there. And, you know, but if we do come back through, you know, definitely we'll look short on that again. I think there's lots of room on this one. You know, you kind of got that level there. It just really does feel good. So we'll see what happens. Going back to Google, you know, if this gets back above 110, like I want to say 110 kind of like, you know, maybe significant level, maybe psychological level. But remember, Google up 1.3% today, right? So it's like everything else down, Google up, Google strong, you know, kind of one of the names to be in the portfolio. You know, for me, trade if we do get back below here, reevaluate because I don't want to kind of hold this from here all the way down. So, you know, if we get back down, maybe reevaluate the long there. But, yeah, we'll see what happens with that one. And still watching NVIDIA, which I think just broke the lows, actually.
It did,
yeah, let's have a look here. NVIDIA now back below the lows. You know, let's see if this is going to hold and really sell off now. You know, we kind of got that morning pop. Didn't break above VWAP. And, you know, now maybe we get the follow through to the downside. So let's see if this thing wants to get towards 140.
All right, yeah, big time movement. Snapchat to the downside. Look at this, man. Ring the register here as the carnival's open. What's up, Maggie? All right, so there it is. AMD, let's go. Give me that 50, man. Give me that because we were right here. I'm at 52, so that bottom was 50 here. Am I going to get Googled again and miss this by a penny? It literally I just saw 53s. This is so stupid. But okay, we are re-engaging in this short if it goes back above 82 for now. So I'm not done with you yet, AMD. But you know what might be done is Snapchat, man. The market's pulling back down, and Snapchat is going up right now. So this name's frustrating for sure. Don't even want to focus on this anymore. I have my outs. I have my ins. We've already talked about that. So let's just hope that we can somehow get like as if the bottom's 47. I put my bid at 52 and it stops there. That's unbelievable on that name. HPCO, the Brendan name there, HAPA something. Nice. And again, we talked about this earlier. Like this is why you want the watch list. This is on the watch list as a possible hold candidate. And I mean, if you were long anywhere when you received the watch list, 730, 750, something like that, you just could have got out at 10. You could have got out at 1050. So that just off the watch list, this is up 40% just off the watch list. So good job on that. And hopefully you guys can continue to subscribe. Watchlist.tradertv.live for that one. What is Joshua Kim holding 141.13 like crazy? Oh, NVIDIA, yeah. I mean, we can look at that, but again, for everybody, I don't mean to be, there it is. Yes, thank you. For you, Luca, mamma mia, it's a pizza pie type of day. As here we go to the downside for AMD. Cracking. AMD, a big one, $1 in the money. We just need Snapchat to crack and follow along. And then we had a big day on our hands.
Yeah, you know, so here I am short. Late to the party on the NVIDIA short, but good call out. That 141.13 area was holding. So now I'm short. Breakdown of 141. I think we're getting the 140 test. I mean, we didn't come all this way to not get the 140 test. You know the rules. So I'm holding for that and then kind of reevaluate there. I'm wondering if we get size there. We're getting quite a bit of people bidding here, but, you know, really just feels like the selling pressure is coming in. So, you know, yeah, you know what, maybe like start to cover some here. I'll cover on the way down just kind of sporadically, just random prices, and see if we can keep this winner going.
All right, I'm going to try to short Okta here. You talked about that earlier. Okay, we are short Okta. That didn't take very long. I was going to, and again, this is a violent name. I've never traded it before, so I just got to look at these levels. 65. You take out 65, we're gone. So share sizing is going to be important for Okta as NVIDIA down to 140. Watch out. That 140 level is key for NVIDIA. I'm going to have to deal with this Okta, and I can't believe that in this market that comes back down to the downside, I have to pick Snapchat, which is just going upside right now. I think we get stopped out on that, Luca, if you're still in that, so watch out for that. Okta is coming back upside right now, but again, short into strength of that name. I'm going to put an offer here on OKTA. You know, not great report, down 30%. You cannot short this unless you sit on the offer, so I had to take a bad fill there when we broke back down just because I wanted to get some shares, but I'm going to give this back up to 65. We break 65, then that's going to be a problem for us on Okta, but NVIDIA is looking at that 140 level. Look at AMD, man. That's the dream trade that I have it on, but I don't have enough shares. Like, it sucks. That's $65 right there for Okta is what I'm looking at. We're short up and to it. Let's see if we can get a winner here if the market tanks even further.
Okay, so like ring the register on that one because that's awesome. We got size here at 140 on NVIDIA. Wouldn't be surprised if it gets taken out in the next couple seconds or whatever. But you know, gotta imagine that people who are short probably want to cover in front of that 140. So you maybe get the whipsaw action, still holding a piece, covered on the way down. That was a nice winner. We probably get the break right now. I mean, there's so much selling here. Like, I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe I get my order out in time here and take more short through 140 and kind of see where that one goes.
All right, 63.20. Do we call for Brendo there? No?
Just quickly, guys, on the Microsoft story from earlier, it's the UK watchdog, antitrust watchdog, that's doing that deep probe into Activision. Earnings name from this morning. We saw it on the upgrade and downgrade board as well. 5 below, up on a decent move here this morning. I'll show you the chart in a sec, but that's coming off earnings. Just took out that aftermarket high up 5.8%.
You're hearing everyone clap, clap, clap.
Wow! Oh my God!
Good,
so
you
guys,
got it. Good.
I
This is
got
what
it.
I'm
I got
talking
it. I was
about.
like,
This is
guys,
what I'm
take it
talking
back.
about.
I'm taking it short through 140 and size up on that one. Like, that was solid. But here's the problem. I'm like, okay, cover half, 50%. I cover everything. I'm flat the name. I think my out was like 139.42-ish. So, you know, not a bad out. But I mean, there's room to go. And this is a name that, like, and this is the thing that I got to work on. I got to work on holding the core because, like, this is probably going to 138 at some point. Like, is it really going to rip back through 141? Like, now? Like, probably not. Like, there's so much selling on this name. So, you know, that was a solid trade. That was sick. Way to start the day, and I'm going to kind of wash it down with the rest of this pro here.
I love it. I love the emotion. Look at the emotion this kid's bringing over here. Congratulations, Luca, man. This is what we're all about right now, man. This is what the viewers want, and you're bringing the heat. So thank you so much for that today. But, you know, can't be a party without a hot dog party. I mean, that's what it feels like around here, right? All of us here. But there it is, man. AMD $1.50 now in the money. So, you know, us Italians, I guess we're a little emotional when it comes to these things. But bang right there, and we'll go a little Turkish belly dance for my friend Fahad as well, because adios, ciao, AMD, back down to the downside right now. The number one name on the delayed sticky note today is short AMD. We gave you let's go Snapchat now, join the party. It's warm out here. Snapchat down to 1130 now, my man. What a move to the downside here for Snapchat. This is just, I mean, look, let's set a record for likes. Like, how many people are watching? You got to like this show right now. The trade idea is 9,000 people watching, 1.5K likes. Hit the like button ASAP, baby. Okay, Snapchat, we are bidding. Yeah, we're bidding 30s there on Snapchat, and we take that. This is an oversized position for me, so pretty happy with that. Sorry you got out of your NVIDIA, but look at AMD continuing to the downside. Look, the only thing that I could give some recommendations to you is just like, you do want to hold on to 10 or 20% if you can. I know you know that, but 100%. That's one thing that's helped me.
No, I'm literally over here. I'm like, and guys, keep in mind, like, I'm usually like on the midday show. Things are slower. I'm like, hey, Prad, like, let me just manage this order very quickly, and it's like kind of slow. This is fast. Like, things come at you fast. I was like, yeah, guys, you know, I'm like missing orders. I was like, oh, this, oh, that, oh, this, oh, that. And then I look, and I literally take it short, cover, holding some, short again. And I'm like, oh, let me cover half. And yeah, no, that was like whatever. I mean, it's not the end of the world just because it's like whatever. Like, you know, like, you can't be greedy. Like, take the money, pay yourself, obviously. But, you know, keep good habits, right? Keep good habits. Like, the trade is, it's like, it's so weak. And I called this too, and I'm so upset that I missed this top short here because that was the money fill. That like 143 area, you could have had a 50-cent risk. And I mean, like, this thing is probably, like, 138 seems reasonable. We're now below the lows, right? We're below the lows on the daily. You know, like, where's SSR going to trigger? Don't quote me, probably around 136 area. You know, maybe you get a bounce around there. But again, NVIDIA is a trendy name, right? It's like you got the sideways action. Now you get the fall off. The question is, where's the bottom? The bottom was not where I got out, and I knew that. But, you know, NVIDIA is not a name that you can just jump back in. Like, I don't want to jump back in and then kind of ruin everything and smoke myself. Speaking of Snapchat, look at this, okay? So I got smoked. This was small size because I'm like...
We got to go to Brendan quickly.
Yep, sure.
Brendan, what's up?
Chinese auto deliveries, guys. There was so much in the pre-market this morning. We never got to these, but worth a note here. Li Auto just popped up on volume to the downside. They said they delivered 4,571 vehicles in August. Xpeng over here, 9,578. So heads up on Li Auto. There's a big wick up there to 2,850. Right back down, though.
Luca, it's time to get Chris into, my man. People want this for you, and here it comes. Spin it. Money. There it is. This man, the money man. Spro machine, money machine. He's in the building. It's Luca, and it's been a fantastic show, so I thank you so much for filling in the man, the myth, the legend himself, Mr. Neil Roberts. He'll get to Dallas safely. Let us know when you have arrived, because that is the most important thing. Hit the like button if you have not yet. Some of these calls today, man, AMD downside, that was the big one. We unfortunately got a little bit slapped around here in Netflix. Was not expecting that to go to the high side, so that's our loser for today. A nice little upside move on Netflix. We got out of the way, which was a problem. We went long, and we wound up taking like 30 or 40 cents just on a mistake on the long. Not a mistake, just had too many shares. So yeah, over cover would be the word there on that one. But Snapchat coming back in, and let's go for some more names, man. Yeah, exactly. People missing you, man. Okay, I want to look at Tesla one more time because that was a name to possibly look at. But again, it's just dancing here. It's not. I wanted to look at this thing if we got near 270. Obviously, our mind is very, very much focused on where I think it should be, man. AMD downside, it just touched 80.60 off that move. So I'm pretty happy with our trading so far here today. As it goes, man, always looking for new names. This Okta, I do have another short coming around 64.70, so if that can come into play, good. But maybe this name has been blown out a little bit too much. So our out is 65. I'm just going to try to keep that as, what? How did that go to 64.80? I'm at 64.70. Okay, so the problem is when you're looking at stocks like this that have bigger spreads, the stock could go there, but it doesn't mean you're necessarily getting filled. So there could have been a D print there at 64.80, but I should be more short on this name, and I'm not. So a little bit upset about that trade there on Okta. Down goes AMD, and again, the volume on Okta, you can see it here, is 9 million shares. Someone just asked almost 10 million right there. So let's go on some of these names, man. I don't know if there's any low float names going crazy right now. We talked about that HPCO. We have that ATXG as well. HPCO is kind of slowed down a little bit, maybe down here to 760, 750. Look, my mind is right here. So Snapchat is bouncing around this 1124 area. We'll just take another out. I'm going to sit at 1121. We're almost out of half of this trade right now. So, good hold for me. Net is rocketing to the upside, so I like it. I like it a lot. What up, B?
Here is one of those low float names, GigaCloud. Remember GCT, just popping up on volume here, almost 40%. Just took out $20 there, guys, on heavy volume.
All right, $20. GCT, yeah, that one was one of those other runners there, not like HKD there. I have the HKD kid beside me. Oh, you know what? Look at NEO right here. NEO, okay, so I talked about this early. Look at the dump this thing had off the open, right? We weren't sitting here to trade this. I said there was strength at 19. No, there is not strength at 19, but this is a dramatic move down 6%. I wonder, Brendan, if there's any news here on NEO. We can go over to PDD, and it's probably just the whole Chinese spot. We did lead. It's on our sticky note, the Chinese ADRs today, but this is a really good move down here for NIO. So you're bouncing off this level. What's that, 1850? I'm thinking that we test a long here in NIO. This is down a little too much. Let's push long, but I want to hear back from Brendan quickly.
Mentioning those Chinese EV deliveries, NEO among those who did report there. So 10,677 units in August for NEO versus 10,052 in July. So it was actually up a little bit, but NEO also out with monthly deliveries.
It doesn't seem like it's that bad. You've convinced me. We're long now. So we just pushed the long there in NEO, and it's not, had nothing, I mean, great, thanks to Brandon for the news. I mean, that's obviously, it seemed like a good idea there, but on the delivery wasn't that bad. I was only doing it because we had that wick off bottom possibly there. It touched 1866. The only thing is the volume's not there for that to be like a true expansion, like, blowout bottom, but we'll see if that can work its way out. We do take a long there on NIO. We should probably be long a few more shares now. That was just a tester spot, but look at this starting to go back up. So long at 71, it goes right up to 80. Probably worth taking a little bit out here on that 80 level. 81, instantly in the money, a dime piece.
Yeah, guys, Snap working out. Covered some here at VWAP. Just kind of feels like the right thing to do just because I feel like maybe we get some sideways action, some channeling. And remember, this doesn't really make sense. Maybe, I'm just kind of thinking out loud here, but we had the run yesterday on the news, then we had the VWAP kind of sideways action, then the bounce back up. So obviously you're not going to get that same velocity as yesterday because, less volume, less action, day 2 news. But, had the run up, take the short, cover some, hold the rest. I think we could get to 11. Right, so I'm going to hold the rest for 11, basically 20 cents in the money, and still using that 1160 area. Like if we get above 1160 now, I'm out. I'm out of that trade if we get back there. But if we don't, I'm just going to hold the rest, hold the piece, and let it ride. See, funny because Snapchat being a slow mover, now, not off the open obviously, but being a slow mover, I'm okay, cover some, don't cover it all, let the rest ride. I think I hope everybody in the back crushed that Nvidia trade because that was absolutely solid. But this is the move that you got to be cautious on names like this. It's there's so much selling driving it down. We're in new levels. There's a lot of selling pressure. But once that selling subsides, you're gonna get these violent pops to the upside. So just keep in mind, and I was talking to Steph about this too yesterday. Keep in mind, don't cover the trade unless there's a reason to cover the trade. I obviously, I'm a scalper at heart. You see Sean scalps all the time. I'm okay, cover, get back in, more size, okay, cover, just get back in, cover. But in general, you want to the trend is your friend, right? The trend is going down, the short is good, maybe we get back down, but, keep in mind that time factor too, right? As we approach 10:30, things will go sideways and kind of balance themselves out. Things will find bottoms. They will not go down forever. Then maybe you get that kind of bounce back to the upside. Then we get back down to the lows, break the lows, and then go lower, right? So, definitely interesting, definitely back on my radar. And this just just touched 140, 140.05, and then the rejection. So actually just missed that. But for anybody if you got the reload there, that's pretty clean. It's anybody who missed the short or anybody who's long, you got to imagine these people are scared, bad news, they want to get out of this name. People want to short this name. Where's a good spot? That 140 kind of interesting level to play off of. And, just based on the fact that we didn't get above VWAP this morning, I really think VWAP short is a 10 out of 10 if we get there. I don't think we will, but if we do get there, just want to quickly bring up my Google trade, which didn't work for me. I lost on this trade. But going back to the ideology, it's I was going for the second leg up. We didn't get that second leg up. So I'm let me just get out here because if we break VWAP and if I'm trading other things that are moving quickly like Nvidia, I don't want this to get all the way back down here and then kind of reevaluate. So in general, it just feels you want to be long a name. Maybe Google's the name to be long. But obviously find your spots. That kind of low there is very interesting, right? So if we do get back down into this range, 108.60, then it gets interesting for a long.
All right, just quickly before we go, GCT halted right there. And I just want to go over one more thing. You talked about a possible breakout to the long side. I do think that could happen on NVIDIA. Watch out for 141. I don't think it's happening anytime soon. We did get that reload there on Okta, so we did get that 64.70 print. So as this starts to fall back down, that's starting to get in the but we'll wait to see if we can get a 64 print on that one down to the downside. AMD is in the, not going to spin it again, but it's at the low as well. So watching out for some reversals here, but NEO did pull back. We did get out of 40% of our NEO trade at the high side. So, oh man, what a fun day again here today. Make sure you hit the like button. And if not for Luca, then for the man at the big screen, as let's just go over some review. What is this called again? This is Happening Now, I think, with Brendan over there.
Hey guys, at 10 o'clock, brought to you by Chart Prime. TradingView customers, listen up. Chart Prime has a wide range of great indicators that automatically detect patterns on charts, support and resistance. Check them out, QR code on screen right now. We just got that ISM manufacturing PMI number as well. 52.8 versus 51.8, so a lot higher than expected. A bit of a down move there for the overall market on that. That's the way the board looks right now. S&P 0.75, the Dow 0.5 to the downside. Here's the Russell. Look at the 2000 again, 1.4% to the downside. The NASDAQ 1% and 1.14. So tech shares leading as far as weakness is concerned. We were wondering what was going to happen here with some of these big names. Apple did spike up to 158, where we ended the day yesterday, right back down on pretty heavy volume, back into the red on this manufacturing number. PayPal as well was on the watch list this morning. There was a positive note in the pre-market coming off what happened yesterday on PayPal. We failed at going green there, but straight back down. Day lows right now, again, guys, that ISM number a lot higher than expected.
We were just use the S word there because right now this is not us flushing down. Our net is going the other way, but you could see the market is flushing, and then you had that Nvidia trade, and I said it off the top of my outside there just when we were going with Brendan. I was like, man, Luca's concern was possibly that some of his profitability, because he's on the show, he wouldn't be able to focus, and he hammered that trade. So congratulations, Luca, man. That was a big trade through 140. They don't happen all the time, and that was a good one, man. You hit that. Obviously, it's down to 138.50 right now. That's a lot lower than we thought it could possibly go. So just be very, very careful on that one. Okta, I was bidding 64 flat there. My out's going to be 65. I mean, as this market tanks, Okta's going up. We tried to short a weak name in the market today, and I just been building into it. We don't have a lot of shares. Obviously every time we lose it hurts, but at the same time, this was a new name. I wanted to test it. I was thinking that this could go, a little bit lower. Obviously, I'm short, but here comes 65, and unfortunately, that one's my bad there. I mean, I thought it would go, it didn't. So that's Okta. Looks like I'll get taken out on the high side of that one. Short interest. Here we go. So it just takes out 65. I'm giving it a little bit of room through 65 just to see if it is kind of like a false break, but it doesn't look like that. It's not pulling back in now. My eyes are on it, so my hands up here. What I have is a program trade in, so it's a stop order. If it hits a certain level, it's going to come out, and trust me when I tell you that level's pretty soon. So darn it, we will flush ourselves down the toilet on that idea. Kind of just picked it out of the blue there. We should really just stick with our sticky note, because if we did, man, then yeah, Google, we missed that by literally 5 pennies. There was it 8 pennies down there at 15. Yeah, it went to 12, so missed it by 22. Missed it by 7, and then it ripped up to 110. I think Google can be bought here. It's just, do I really want to start buying something when my key level down here is 108? So yeah, watch out. But ER pulled back in here for Google. It just made that bottom at 108.65. So I am looking at something here for GOGGL.
Yeah, guys, just to kind of cover quickly NVIDIA, I throw these numbers out there. I'm just like, 138, it kind of feels right, And where's the low on this? 138.09. So, kind of big trade was really good, but, butchered, kind of held. I'm not saying go long here. I don't think I'm going long here. I'm just kind of looking. I guess if we get any more pops, at this point, this is a nice extended move. Hopefully you had the short. Hopefully you had the breakdown of 141.50. Maybe you had the 143 short up there. At this point now getting down to that 138, you got to pay yourself, right? As a day trader, you got to pay yourself. Got to take profits. Just kind of scanning the rest of my names. Somebody mentioning Tesla. I was talking about Tesla in the morning, that 270 level. And my expectations, and it's good to come into the day not per se with a bias, but come into the day with, this is what I want to see, and if it does it, great, I'm going to hit it. But if it doesn't do it, then I might have to just let it go and see what happens next, right? And with Tesla, it had that really violent pop off the morning and kind of 275 rejection area, right? That kind of over under, getting that little parabola action going. Now as we come back towards the lows, maybe you get that profit taking. I don't love the short. If this fell right off the morning, I would have loved the short. Now that we kind of popped off 275, coming back down to this area, gotta imagine that maybe you get some potential bounce. But what would be really nice is if this kind of comes lower, makes the low, goes a little bit sideways, and then sets up later in the day for a 270 breakdown, especially if the overall market's gonna continue. I mean, look at this, right? ES, and again, Tesla, NASDAQ name, but ES now breaking down through those lows, right? So, it is September 1st. But, unless the market shows you that all this crazy liquidity coming in and things are going to trend 30 points every other day, expect it to be August 32nd, right? So still summertime until proven otherwise. I don't want to chase things. I don't want to be too kind of cheeky with it unless it's an in-play name. So just kind of looking towards Tesla, speaking towards Tesla, is down 1%, definitely room to move. And if you look at the daily, but I really want to see a little bit of sideways action and then the breakdown, and then if that sets itself up, maybe could be really good. Still holding on to that Snapchat, now finally actually breaking down. I think it kind of feels like we could get to 1080, but maybe that's a little bit too greedy. So maybe get some cover. I'll see if it gets to 11, I'll kind of reevaluate, and then if it wants to bounce from there, then I'll just kind of cover 11.05. But if we actually break down, then I kind of feel like that 1080 is not unrealistic just because that's where we bounced. Maybe, you kind of get that sideways action, then the continued fall off.
We got to go to Brendan.
We got to go to Brendan. So, yeah.
Brendan.
Just quickly, guys, on that ISM number at 10 o'clock, it was the weakest growth in over 2 years. So going back to the beginning of the pandemic for that ISM number. So market downside, this also happening right now. The US dollar testing a 20-year high, which is never a good thing for stocks as well.
But it's a good thing when you're holding that. Money, because, never a good thing for stocks. I mean, that's the show. But, you definitely want to have some U.S. cash in said portfolio. And the best thing about it is, man, that killer trade that you made on NVIDIA, guess what denomination you're getting paid in?
Oh, yeah.
USD, and that's why, baby, right there. So, and it only matters if you're in the U.S. It's not, obviously it's going to be irrelevant, and it does hurt the import-export game. Obviously, being in Canada, being across the pond, anywhere else, people are saying it's like the best time to travel in Europe right now. Oh, by the way, I was at the TFC game. You ever go to those games, man?
Yeah, a lot of my
there, the Italian.
Yeah, it seems everybody's coming in. All the Italians are coming in.
We come to save the day.
Yeah, like a lot of my friends got tickets too, so they always bring me all the time. Always a good time.
Bro, it's wild. In that supporter section, I mean, it's not wild compared to some European soccer, but like as far as a Toronto experience for a sporting event, and I've been to like every single sporting event pretty much in Toronto, and honestly, nothing really beats the TFC game in that supporter section. I mean, I'm happy to say that, and I want to thank my friend that took me. I mean, that was an absolutely fantastic time. There's some videos up on my Twitter account as well for that. Okay, so just quickly here about Okta. We were able to get something out at 50 or 40. What was that? 46, something like that. But we're still in this, man. We got out of 15%. It was looking like it was going to take that 65 level, which it did. It didn't take us out. It was close, but we're holding on to that one. We've got 3 positions on as AMD. So I don't know what your opinion is. I mean, I heard you just talking about not, trying to be patient and everything like that. I'm wondering if we have reached a little bit of a bottom here. AMD bouncing off. I mean, it's going to look disgusting on a 20-minute chart because it's only downside. Every single day on our sticky note has had AMD short, like every day. So, I mean, maybe I should just be buying some puts and stuff like that when I'm looking at this. But you're bouncing off 80 here. So it's not really bouncing. It's down to 80. This is a level to look at. I'm debating getting out at 80 flat here on this trade and then rethinking about it. But hey, just like Prad said though, man, we're painting quite a pretty picture. Look at our short here and we're still in, but we don't have very many shares. Just hopefully this can come back down into this 80. I mean, we're right here at 80 now. So, I mean, I don't want to get out. There's really no reason to do that. All of our trend lines are pointing to the downside. So let's hold on to that. And by the way, we are now reloaded up, down, downside now on NIO as that comes in. Let's see if we can have the diamond hands. But there's the reload as Snapchat's back down to days low as well. So all is well. I mean, not days low, but down to 11.19 on Snapchat. We're defending right now. This is defense. So we just talked about the TFC. They lost, by the way. But let's try to defend right now. They gave up a goal in the 89th minute. But down here, breaking back down below 1850 is our out, and that's that. So let's see if we can defend 1850. If not, we're out of this play here on NI to the O.
I want to say that, you got to be really patient with the snap short. I'm in this. I'm going to be patient. I'm expecting it to go sideways for a little bit if it wants to break down. Going back to that AMD idea. So, somebody mentioned, long NVIDIA off this level. See, my theory is this. If I'm going to long one of these names, I'm probably going to long AMD. It's down less. It's down 5% relative to 8%. It's a name that you can probably control risk a little bit better, and you have that 80 level to play off of. You're going to probably get sized. You're going to probably get some bounce action if we get there. I almost want to see this break 80. For a long, I'm not shorting here just because we've already moved so low. Yeah, you could maybe scalp this into the 80 level. But again, it's I don't like the odds on that bet, right? But if we get to 80, I almost want to see this break 80. And if we stay above, for me, this is an arbitrary number, but if we stay above that 79.80 level, if we break 80 and then stay above that 79.80, do a bunch of volume, and then kind of come back up, I really, really love the bounce play, especially based on the time. We're now at 10:10. Approaching that 10:30 time, if we start to break trend and move to the upside, it gives good risk to return on that bounce play. So yeah, watching that for a bounce play will be extra interesting. But obviously, continuing to watch NVIDIA as well. You want both of them to kind of move together. Last thing I want to see is NVIDIA just continuing to make lows. Then the bounce on AMD is obviously not going to be as good. And again, make sure you know exactly where that SSR level is on NVIDIA because if we continue to sell off, for me, that's the bounce level. Because again, we go SSR, people can't slam the short anymore. We've already moved so much. Profit taking comes in. You got the people playing the bounce. If that all lines up with a sort of AMD bottom, I kind of like that. I like that ideology. So, you know, I have no idea where Sean is thinking about covering if he's still in that short there. But, you know, like you got to imagine he is short and he's a day trader. He's got to cover somewhere. So wherever he covers is kind of like my theory of like, this is probably where everyone's covering. So this is where the bounce play is good.
No. Brendo, what up?
More earnings, guys. Just working my way through the list here. Here's Campbell's Soup. We talked about it at the end of the day yesterday. Decent report for them, but downside this morning as they pointed to higher costs to come still. So down 5.8. Trying to get back to day lows currently here for Campbell's Soup.
Oh, in the pre-market or just the first 5 minutes of the market?
Yeah, in the market. Yeah,
in the market. Yeah. We were just talking about waiting, being patient, waiting for the first couple minutes, and I like that right there. My wife wants to know, should they get the all-day pass at the X? But the problem is my brother-in-law is in town, and we're seeing him tonight, so the X just opens now. I told her to do it. It's $50 for the all-day ride pass. I don't know. Not bad. To just make sure those rides are secure. I mean, I haven't heard anything about that.
Yeah,
but
you gotta be careful,
okay, so by the way, watch out, Luca, because it's a bang coming through right now. So there it is right there for Okta. Yeah, buddy, we're in the money and we're making that cash now on OKTA. There it is. The market is absolutely collapsing here. By the way, that Neo wasn't very long. In, out, big position. Hit. So there it is. It does break through that 1850. I just don't want to fight that anymore. Pinduoduo is one of those names, again, that's kind of leading the charge here, feels like, for these shorts. Again, that 72 has held for Pinduoduo. Now back down into the downside. Come on, Okta, you can do this name. There goes Snapchat as well. I think like this is worthy of a cover, again, as you're down here into 18. So we just missed that 18 bid, but there it is. We got it again. So Snapchat, like I said, back down to day lows. And don't at me. I know the day low is down here, but just in this move to the downside, we took out a lot of our position here at 1125. So hit the like, man. I feel like we've gotten some grenades dropped on you today. Hopefully you're able to make a lot of money with us because, I mean, look, you just talked about covering AMD or covering one of these on a possible bounce back. I'm kind of with you. So I'm saying good look on that. But I mean, NVIDIA is still falling. Like AMD is at the bottom of the day. I mean, it's 10 cents away from its bottom. And look what NVIDIA is doing. Like, it's just a frustrating experience here today for me because we saw this short at 140. You hammered it. Like it's at 137.80 right now and really not stopping either. Like I'm looking at this 140. It's where the 50 period is. And I'm like, that's the reversal. But we're still $2 away from 140 right now. We're not even like anywhere near. And look at this. We'll say,
oh my God.
Because there goes AMD to the downside. And we always say that when it's a throw to Brendan. What's up?
Watch Amazon here, guys. Trying to get back to day lows. There's more cost-cutting notes coming through here. Here we go. It's Protocol announcing or reporting this anyways. More cost-cutting for Amazon trying to get back to day lows.
Come on, cost cut something on Okta. Let's get this name down a little bit right now. We're bidding here in the 60s, but again, it's gotta swipe down to fill you because so many prints are happening on the inside here. And what I mean by that are these D prints that are just like going off. And it's like, unless you, how do I get filled on the bid? Anyways, I mean, hopefully I'm gonna get filled on the bid in 1 second here as it comes down. Oh, did I just get that fill? Yes, I did. Okay, good. So actually we were just I didn't want to give the order, but we were at 64. So there's a fill there at 64. So good out again on Okta as this name just starting to dip down again, right? So we're just back to where we started our short, but a nice average price there gives us 64.70, 64.70. So now we're on our last reloaded spot there for Okta. So yeah, good thing, by the way, my friend, that we did not cover AMD because here it comes screaming back down to 80.
So guys, I got the bounce play on AMD, long 80.06, and we're bouncing, and I don't expect this bounce to actually be that good. So I'm thinking get myself out. If we can just like wick up a little bit higher, get myself out of this trade, get a little 25-cent win, right? Why not take that 25-cent win? Now that I think about it, is this actually going to get to where I want it to get? Let me just like scale out of this because maybe it's probably the right thing to do. I mean, this is nothing crazy, right? This is literally what a bounce play is. It's like you come into the 80 level, you got to imagine that's where bids are. You got size there. It already came down so far. You got to imagine people taking profits there. It's like this is just a quick bounce. Like I'm not saying this is going to bounce back to 81. This is not my strategy. But even back to the moving average, like just kind of like a mean reversion. You're playing off the level, very tight risk. But then we go back down. It's like you don't want to be holding that anymore, right? So take some off, take the win, holding the last little piece. But I think it's done. I think I should just get out of this. And I do want to flip short if we do break through 80. But again, that's 79.80 still with that same ideology. Like maybe we break, go down, reevaluate. So we'll see what happens here in the next few minutes.
All right, our net is at today's high right now, you know what? Like I don't see a reason to get out of AMD right now. So we talked about SMH, the stocks and everything like that. I mean, look at that. Look at AMD pulling down, man. I mean, if you're going to take a trade, and we had Sean, another viewer, throw by yesterday and rang the bell, and he just basically tried to. He was talking to me after, and he's like, how in the world do you even create these sticky notes and some of these levels, right? I mean, right there, short, we were waiting for 1050 to break on Snapchat. That didn't happen. So we relook here at 1150. Some of it's easy, man. That's yesterday's high. AMD 84 was yesterday's bottom. And so yesterday's bottom should not get broken on negative news. So that's what we're looking at. And then that Google 108 level, I got to go over there. Netflix 220. I'm going to look back, and if that thing could be sub 220 right now. But let's go over and have a quick look and see where it is. It's close, man. It's at 2. I didn't even look at this, but it's at 221. So another look right there on AMD. Okta, you try to bounce a little bit, I see. Let's get another piece out here, maybe on Okta, in case that move is real. Okay, you might have just witnessed the bottom there in AMD. So I'm gonna try to get out now. If I can get out something in the 30s, we'll take it. I do like a little bit of a break back through AMD now, but I think we got to break through 81 first before we really get that confirmation. But I'm going to put a bid back down in here around 30 something to get this AMD. I feel like there could be some strength. This seems like too far of a move down. Brendan highlighted it again that some of this, there we go. We are now out. So let's just go bang. Let's go that round trip right now on AMD. We just take that out, and now we don't feel so bad. So let's wait to see if 81 breaks here on AMD to get back up to the upside. I want to push that long. And before we throw to Brendan, I just want to check back on NVIDIA because, yeah, I mean, some wick bottoms there. This looks a little sicker than AM. I mean, they both kind of look the same, but maybe that was a bad cover now. I thought AMD and NVIDIA were both ripping a little bit. Doesn't appear to be doing that. All right. Wow, the day goes on, man. It's 10:20 already, so let's go over small cap recap, a name we talked about early but haven't looked at it since. It's HPCO with Brendo.
Hey guys, yeah, overall pretty quiet morning for small caps. So we're a couple to have a look at. Here is Hempaco. I just like the name. It's 1.3 million shares on the float on this, by the way, if you didn't know. Going back to earlier in the week is when we got this one debuting on the NASDAQ here. 750 right out of the gate ends up being support at the open. And this thing was all buying right away. So it halted twice to the upside. And on the second halt, gave you that halt resume type washout. So if you've seen that in the past, it's simply stock resumes, you get instant selling, and then when the buyers come back in, it runs right up through that halt price again for quick dollar, but ends up being a great fade. We didn't have locates on this, sadly, but ends up being a great fade as well. But also gave you $1 on the long side if you caught that halt resume. Bed Bath & Beyond, I was talking about these levels up here, 950, 980, and then 10. Only got one filled at pre-market highs there. So quick short on the downside for BBBY as well, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, just want to quickly talk about this AMD. Got out of the second portion of my bounce there because I was thinking, okay, now we're going to break 80, so I want to short this. I don't want to be long this. I don't want to have any kind of distractions. The bounce was good for another 20 cents. So, I can't get them all. Gotta stick to kind of what you want to do. And if you're flip-flopping back and forth, things are going to happen to you. But it kind of feels like, yeah, we are bottoming out there. NVIDIA now down 9%, looking like it wants to test that 137. But, like this, if we kind of get that dip, that rip, now that sideways action, keep in mind the time. Keep in mind the time of the day. Because, as we approach 1030, these are the reversal points in my mind. That now we're 1030, we had the sell-off, we go a little bit sideways. This is now the zone that we did not break. And maybe we get that kind of like dip low, looking like it's going to break, and then quickly reclaim and then pop to the upside. So this is what I'm watching. I don't know how high this can go, but if it can hold above that 80-50 area and we go back down, then maybe that 80 is going to get tested. But for the time being, I'm not really thinking to take a long here per se, but yeah, that 80 level interesting, definitely on radar for both short and long opportunities.
Yo, Luca, you better slow down, man. It sounds like you're trying to take my job over here, this guy.
No.
But yeah, I mean, welcome Luca to the show, man. But you could do that by hitting the like button, man. Like, tell YouTube you're enjoying the show today. Hit that like button, please, and thank you on that. I mean, it looks like we can, you know, I don't know. I mean, let's hit something that we haven't hit again in a while. Let's do that money bag one that's running out there. Let's do this one, the wheelbarrow. Because it's been a wheelbarrow today for, you like that one?
I like that one,
It's been a wheelbarrow today for Snapchat. Unfortunately, Netflix, we stopped out of that one. Our Okta is working, but still only at 70 cents in the money on that one. It's fine. But our Neo, I mean, I had too many shares, and quite frankly, I put on a position there on Neo, and I really liked that 850 bottom. Unfortunately, I had too many shares. It went down to 840, and yeah, not respected enough by me there. So should have held on to that, and then we'd really be jumping right now. But whatever. All right, here comes AMD. I sort of thought you had the long there on AMD, the way you were talking. You did.
I did. Yeah, I had the long. And then I was like, oh, but the short's going to be better. So I covered the long getting ready for the short. Yeah. And now the long is still good. But, you know, it is what it is. But not to cut you off, but I want to quickly talk about ATXG. Because I'm like, you know, I organized my watch list by volume. It's kind of very simple, the simple ideology. And I was like ATXG. I was like 225. I'm like, 225? I was like, wasn't this at 600? And then I look, this thing is halted, guys. Look at this. This thing is halted. This was crazy. This was a down halt at 486, and the thing opened at like 320, and now it halted again at 225, and it's showing a 190 open. So, guys, the low is 13? Okay, yeah, wild. Yesterday, it's showing the low of like $13, $14. The opening price was $350. Yesterday. So we're below that. We're going back out. I mean, this, like, I don't know what this company is. I have no idea. If it's a Chinese, Chinese IPO, like we've seen this before, like 190, it's crazy. Like this could go back to 10, right? So, but again, I'm not trading this. There's no volume. There's only 15,000 shares traded on this name. So it's like pure entertainment, but I just wanted to bring that up. Like look at this. Like it's now showing 190.01 open. Like that is absolutely wild. Just wanted to talk about that quickly. And yeah, thanks for the shout out, whoever was calling the 270 area-ish on Tesla. I actually brought it up and I was like, are we gonna like really break down below that? But look at that reversal off the 270 area. And here's the thing, right? It's like if we didn't fall off the open and breach the level, then it's like we already went up here. Is it gonna, like, it's not really in play per se. We're gonna get that chop round. So for me, this is actually perfect, because I would love for this to just go sideways like I mentioned and then break later. It becomes a better trade. If it broke there, it's like enticing. I want to take the short, and then I lose on it. And I'll be like, oh, damn, I should have just listened to myself. So not to say that I would have went long there. I didn't go long, but I was watching it. But yeah, thanks for the shout out there.
All right, just quickly here, 108. I'm just looking at Google. We'll talk about that long when we get back. What's up, Brendo? Brendan, what's up?
There we go. Polestar on the watch list this morning, guys. Just had a volume alert there at 7. Heavy selling this morning. PSNY off some first half numbers that weren't so good.
Yeah, I saw that Polestar. That was, again, another name in our watch list, so thanks for that. Make sure you sign up, watches.tradertv.live. Big shout out to Luca today. Hit that like button, man. We only got a half hour more, and then it goes to Sharif and Trader Prad over there. Prad getting locked and loaded here. It's not a red shirt, but it's, what color do you think that is there?
I'm kind of blind, but to me that is like a maroon.
Orangey, reddish? What is that?
It's like a burgundy.
It's a
I don't know. I have trouble with colors.
There he is. What's up? Yeah, we can. Yeah. Anyways, that's what that is right there. But okay, yeah. So you have trouble with colors? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Cool little talk there. All right. So Okta, we got nervous there, so we took a piece out at 64.13, right here, right where it is right now. Hopefully it falls back down. We're down for that as well if that comes through. I am bidding AMD now at this low side, like basically right here. If it comes back in, I do want to push the long though. If we test that 50 period, I wonder if the short is now finished, back up to the upside for AMD. This name was not going to go green today, but it can make back half. I mean, if we punch the long at 80.80 and we can get it out at 81.20, something like that, that's worth the risk for me right there as Okta coming back in. That's going to be a good trade. I did want to look at a new name. I talked about this earlier today. Remember I was like, we want to go long Meta? I sort of threw that in there quickly, and unfortunately, was just too caught up with looking at other stuff, man. But look at this barcode down here. This is a great opportunity if you see a name that you like long. It's going to have to fade back in. I'm not taking it here. I think the market's just made a nice little move back up to the upside. So, unlike some mistakes that I've made in the past, pushing long when key levels are hit because I think the stock's going up. I mean, that's what you're supposed to do. But in this market, let's make sure that we respect that we're still down 1% here and these stocks could still fade back in. So for me, I'm going to put a long on here on Meta if we come back to 164 flat. And then the other name was going to be Google there. We had this written at 108. Look, I missed it by 7 cents right there. So I missed that bottom right off the open. That sucks. But we did kind of retest it back there at 108.50. So I'm here to take this long off the 50 period. So back down to 108.90. I'm going to take this long here in Google as well. So I like the Google long. I like the Meta long. But it's got to come in a little bit more for me because we're short Snapchat. We're short Okta, which is working again, breaking back through 64. So some of these names continue to work for us. Roblox down 4% today. Some of these names that make no money. UiPath is down. Roblox off that 40, man. It's a New York name. See, now I'm going to channel my inner Neil because he always I put the wrong extension in, and we all do it, I'm sure. Isn't that the most frustrating thing? I've put in so many support tickets, man, to say, forget about the exchange because, there's not a Meta on New York.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? It doesn't, but I know the reason why. It's because we have literally 60 markets worldwide. So it's just in case of that overlap. Okay, AMD is getting real close, man. We are punching that long if it does come through. So unfortunately, we are going to take that long. Not unfortunately. Now it's down here to 75. Maybe we got to adjust. What's up, Brendan?
One we were looking at right at the end of the day yesterday, C3 AI, we were talking about on the earnings front. Yeah, weak forecast, worse than expected results. This thing got crushed, 18.5 to 14.5, trying to bounce, though, back to 15 now for AI.
The long might not be good. Don't abort anything yet, my friend. I just went long AMD right here. Like I said, maybe I'm long at the wrong spot.
Guys, I got the other saying that I say, if abort the short, the long can't be wrong. And I feel the case with AMD here. Look at these covers, man. These covers are bad. Okay, so I'm getting this. Let me just drag this up for everybody to see here. We're traders, and we have good trades, and we make money. But then we have trades like this, where I'm like, okay, the bounce play. Okay, take the money. Okay, I got paid. I made the money. I'm like, get ready for the short. And now and I even said, I'm like, what, is this going to go back up to view up? Yeah, here we are now approaching towards that 81 area. So, you're not going to win them all. You just got to kind of move on, be patient, don't tilt trade because it just leads to worse things that happen. And just kind of continue to do the right thing, and good things will continue to happen. I'm still holding that snap. I want to quickly talk about Meta, the daily on Meta, because I find this interesting, and I was talking with Ian about this the other day. Look at the way this is bouncing off of 155 area. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And we were here maybe a few days ago, and this is the daily, the rest of it's not loading. Obviously, lots of data there. But, that 155 area, the way that it's bouncing off that area, super interesting. And I told Ian, I was like, Ian, do you think this time, I was like, imagine you tried to short it every single time and you lost every time. And you're like, okay, now this time I'm going to go long and then it finally goes through. But no, it is holding that level. It is respecting that level. You got to imagine that if we actually get below that level, finally, then the short is good, right? So we're far away from that. It's not something to consider today. But it's something that I found interesting that I wanted to cover very quickly from a daily perspective, because it's when you get stuff that bounces so many times off of this key level, that is a huge level. That is huge, right? So you can play the long in front of that. You can play the short below it. Obviously, again, from a day trading perspective today, it's off the table. But, who knows what happens if the market really, really wants to sell off, if Meta really sells off. Kind of approaching that October, I want to say that bearish month. If we get there, that's for me A++. So definitely keeping that on my radar. It's always going to stay on my watch list, and the closer that it gets, the more that I prioritize, obviously, to the top of the list. But yeah, something to talk about there. Just wanted to cover it very, very quickly. And let me quickly bring up NVIDIA just to see where this seems like it's curling up now, but kind of slowed down. And here's the thing, right? This is the meat of the move is here. Now you get chop action, right? So keep in mind time of day, understand where we are, and manage orders accordingly.
Yeah, so right now we are in a good spot here. I feel like we have the reload in AMD. Let's see if it can hold these bottoms. I think there's a very, very good chance that it does, but I am still getting out. I mean, we do have a little bit of an upsized position. We averaged into it there. We took a 61, and then, I mean, it's not much of an average, and then down to 57 again, so giving us an average price of 60. That's all. So we're long at 60. Our outs have just been 69, 70s, things like that, just scalping it out. Look, I only took out 10%. Like, I want to see this thing go. We're at the 50 period. This is the problem is, again, you know, I'm in this maybe a little bit too early here for AMD, but, you know, let's just see what happens. I'm waiting to see if we break back down below this 40. So, again, like I'm in this name, I'm in at 60. I'm trying to get 20 pennies here, so, you know, I got to try to hold for it. I'll be wrong and get out. I mean, if we lose 20 pennies, we'll lose 20 pennies right now. But look at Okta. You want to talk about a trade right now? Luca, this Okta is now at its day low. We're $1.80 in the money now on Okta as that continues to go lower. Snapchat, ding. We used to have a little Snapchat thing, like where we used to do that. I have no idea where some of these have gone, but so far, awesome right there. As we'll take a bid. Look at that, Phil. What just happened to Snapchat? It fell out of bed right there real quick, man. Kick it out for eating crumbs, leaving crumbs on the sheet there. Snapchat back down to the downside. We are getting tested on our AMD, though, as this market comes back in. But let's go over to Brendan now for our, is it the Crypto Watch? It is. It's our Crypto Watch.
Hey guys, yeah, not a lot of headlines to talk about for cryptocurrencies so far this morning. However, we are to the downside once again with this move in the US dollar back higher. A lot of people were talking about maybe some positivity coming back in at the start of the new month, but still trying to find some support here. Sub 20,000. They had this great chart in this little note this morning on Bitcoin that I put on this screen, and you can see if your chart looks like this, might want to reconsider that chart, but a lot of different technical levels coming through for Bitcoin at this point. Here we go. The Binance big board for cryptos this morning. You can see BTC down 1.62% for Ethereum back to the downside. I mean, a lot of red top to bottom. ADA, XRP back in negative territory as well. Solana, Dogecoin as well, even Polkadot at the bottom. All under pressure here. It is Solana that's leading about 5% to the downside. But overall, the chop continues. Sub 20K, guys, for BTC.
All right, we're just debating. I just told Luke how much of an idiot I am going long down here on AMD. It seems like that is the case. So, yeah, I'm just canceling some of these offers because it looks like it is going to take out this 40 level right now. We did it just as Brendan went, man. It ripped back up into, there we go, we're out. But it ripped back up into 57 and 58. So again, as this market, look, I mean, it's a great day it's a great day for trading, man. Snapchat's 50 cents in the money. Okta's $1.73. You saw that AMD move to the downside that we had. Netflix, mistake. Neo, mistake. But I think they're all fine now, actually. But not, I mean, maybe not Netflix. But there's the NASDAQ. It's below the 50 period. So that's just, I just wanted to mention that again because, you know, as long as the NASDAQ keeps doing this kind of a move, man, not much is going to work out for us if you're trying to go long. It's got to stay above. Like, it's a nice little rally back. We bounced off 12.1. I feel like we're going to see 12 anyways. So whether or not that happens today, I don't think so, because that's going to be quite a dramatic move down. But let's see if we can retake some of those bottoms and at least test them. And then that's where the better long for AMD will be, man. I still think that we could hold 80. I mean, most of the time you do get a little bit of a reversal back up. Maybe that was it, right back up. Like, why am I not respecting my own 50 period? Like, that's the crazy part. I got long too early, should not have. That 50 period held, so we should have been a little bit more sort of diligent on that, and we weren't. So definitely my bad on that, but AMD coming in now, and it's, you know, it's looking like it wants to take some of these lows out. So watch out again. I do want to get longer down here at about 810 or so, and then give it down, or 8010, and then give it through 80. So that's going to be that play, but there is a new trade alert on, and that's going to be Google. So this one, again, I want it back down here to 108. It's a starter position. If there's anything that's going to fall back through, we're here to try to trade Google through 108. So 108, 107.80 are the levels here for Google. I'll be averaging into this long as well.
I'm just quickly looking at Snap, and I know Sean just spoke about this, but it's like somebody is like, oh, Snap, and I look over, I'm like, I'm 50 cents in the money on this. Like, where is this right now? And it's at 11. And, you know, I'm thinking, I said to myself, like, we're probably going to get that quick 11 bounce maybe. But like, let's see how this works out, because I kind of feel like if we do break 11, like maybe we go sideways for a bit, then we break 11. And if we do break 11, we're probably eventually going to test that 1080 area, right? So it feels like a very similar setup to yesterday, where it kind of topped out at that 1160 area, fade back to VWAP, cover some, be responsible. Then you get the secondary fade down. I don't really want to cover like the rest of my position just because my target is 1080. But I figure if we do break that 11 right now, we could easily see like a quick flush down, and then that's where I reevaluate. Like if we break 11 and then pop back through 11, like I'm out of the trade, it'll probably be like an 1101, 1102 cover. But if we break down and flush to like 1090, like my cover will be 1090. So I'm willing to let it ride. And again, if this gets back up to like 1120, then I just cover and I make less on it. I make 15 cents less. It is what it is. Like, you're not always going to get that, but I want to work on holding this because, I got that top pick. We're probably not coming back here. I covered here, made the money, expecting it to go a little bit sideways, then the break of 11. So as that breaks 11, that's where I'm going to watch. And to quickly pull up AMD as well. AMD now approaching that 80 area. But again, 1030, 1040. Let's see what action we get here. Maybe we get some follow through, maybe we don't. The overall market had that bounce and now kind of like a little bit choppy, a little bit sideways. So, not really too excited for it, but we'll see if we get that breakdown.
All right, I'm pretty excited, man. So Google's not exciting me very much, but I do see people in the chat. They're starting to build their meta trade. This is the level that we liked for meta. So yeah, I'm here with you. Let's build it, man. I mean, 164 right now. We went long. That's not. Oh, we're long at 163.98. Yeah. So that's that. Meta right now has this bottom of 163.30. So. I think a break of that, and we got to rethink of our position. This market is pushing lower. I'm kind of glad that we got out of some of these trades. There's AMD, so AMD long, Meta just longer right now. This could turn out to be an absolutely disastrous move, but there it is. We have a big position as AMD falls right into $80. We're going to see if that can hold. I don't know if it can, but yeah, some of these averaged in prices right now getting pretty spicy on the downside. So let's see if it holds. But now we're in this, so here we go, man. AMD trying to test those bottoms. Meta just tanked pretty good, down through 163. So, wow, this market is getting accelerated now to the downside. And once again, I'm long on these bottoms, trying to see if we can hold. That Meta bottom is 160. I mean, a 163 break there. Oh, damn it, there goes AMD. So we'll give a little bit back. Was that just a flush out bottom there? What just happened? I'm going to try that one more time. We might have just got wicked out on that, but I'm going to try it again here. If it breaks back lower, then we're out again. But right there, maybe a wick bottom on AMD. We got back in on that. I don't know. That was a decent amount of volume on that sell. Maybe we do come back up to the upside here, but we're kind of holding on, hodling right now for dear life because this market seems to only want to go one way right now.
Yeah, Snapchat back here at 11:01. So I'm waiting to see, like, this is probably going to break right now. Okay, so we got the break, and now the question becomes, are we going to flush down to the 1090 area? Am I going to get the cover? Or is this going to be one of those, like, okay, now everybody's covering here, so we quickly reclaim. And there it is. I think we reclaim. I still think, like, patience is good here, but, I'm going to respect my rules and cover this at the 11 area. My plan was, like, maybe hold for the, and again, this is the thing, right? Like, looking at my chart here, I'm looking, did we break and quickly flush and I get the fill? Or did we come back and reclaim? We broke, not as much volume that I wanted to see. Now we're back above. So I'm like, you know what? I'll take it. It's an extra 10 cents, 5 cents, like not a big deal, especially when 50 cents in the money. So here's the thing. Now that I'm flat for the day, I go, okay, we got 20 minutes left here before we pass it on to Prad. And it's a good day. It's a good day, and I'm flat. And like all the traders at the office know that I love just the quick trades in and out. That was a nice hold for me on Snap. Very, very nice. That AMD trade was actually like weird. It was weird. I took the short below 80. We had the size there, and I'm like, okay, this is going to be good. This is similar to the Nvidia trade, but again, not a new level to the downside. So it's something that, like, yes, takes size, but like understand that, like, it's not a new level. Maybe you're not going to get that much selling. Understand time of day. So for me, I take the short through. We had the volume. We flush. And then we quickly reclaim, and I'm like, I'm not holding this against me just for the type of trader that I am, because now, like, we're gonna run back up, and like, even if we're in this area, like, I would be covering here, because now I feel like I'm gambling. I feel like I don't know if this is gonna go even higher. Maybe now we bounce. I'm not holding that size against me, this far against me. So that was a loser. That was unfortunate. And Sean, you actually saw that in real time. Shout out to Sean for doing that in real time. But yeah, 80
That's tough to do, to reverse that like that.
It's tough, man. It's tough. And, that's why I say every time, and I'm like, man, mad respect, Sean, Neil, and Prad for every single day showing up, showing trades. It's crazy. It's difficult to do. First day doing it off the open. I appreciate the love in the chat. But guys, this is it's challenging to do, think in real time and explain and provide the entertainment value. So hopefully you guys are enjoying the show. Hit the like button. I'm having a great time. I'm enjoying myself. Hopefully you guys are as well. And now I'm just watching that 80 level. Are we going to kind of whipsaw around? And again, I said that 79.80 initially. So I would love for this to kind of break down again, go down around that area, hold, and then get the violent whip back to the upside. So we see if we get that action. I don't know if in the next 15 minutes, but maybe we get that kind of setting up going into European close time.
Yeah, I'm trying to set a record here, so let's try to do this again, man. The like count right now at the like count right now. Go Packers, go. Maybe I should have said that. Maybe I won't get the like count going on that one. 2.4. Let's see if we can get to 3,000, man. Over 7,500 people watching. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. All your comments, man, greatly appreciated. I mean, if not, don't do it for me. I mean, we got Luca right here. So hit the like button for Luca right now. I think he's to be doing a fantastic job. And honestly, man, thanks for, the talk and talking about some of my trades, because it is tough to do this. And I respect everybody. I'm really impressed with the way Sharif, Luca, Pratt, all these guys, Ian stepped up, Brankos when he's on, Greg when he's on, Spencer, all these guys stepping up and sitting in these chairs. It's not super easy to do, but it is a lot of fun. So I'm glad that at least we can provide some entertainment and some trade ideas, man, to you. I got out of some of that AMD as it ripped back up. So like I said, we've got pushed back out, pushed back in, some outs there in the 20s, but here it comes, man. We're cracking back down lower one more time here in this market. So watch out for some of these bottoms. It's sector watch time. There ain't much green on there. I just noticed right now oil even down today as well. So let's go over to sector watch with Brendo.
Yeah, among the leaders, in fact, are energy stocks over here getting crushed right now. 2.5% through to about 4.5% for all of them. Not a single green name in the energy sector right now. Materials, far corner there as well, under pretty significant pressure. This is the real estate group. Consumer staples getting some selling coming in as well. KR notably strong, 2% to the upside for Kroger. This is the industrial sector. There are pockets of green here. Industrials and also in the pharmaceuticals group. J&J up 2% on the day. Travel names weak once again today. All the hotels, casinos, cruise lines, 2.5% to 4% to the downside. It's all about tech. DXC, the only one there, 3% in positive territory. Hardware equipment makers, semiconductors. NVIDIA's down 8% on that China note this morning. Financials getting crushed here as well. All the banks, every single one of them, downside. One of those days. We were wondering which way it was going to go, but 1.1 right now for the S&P, guys. Back to you.
Ooh, Nelly. Yeah, I was just talking about Okta to Luca over here. I mean, Okta is down now, $2 down at its low of the day. It just bounced off 62. Let's see if it takes that out. Unfortunately, AMD took it again. It's fine. It's not that bad. Oh, there's some size there. That's got eaten out alive right there pretty easily. Yeah, oh no, here it goes again, making more. I cannot believe we cracked 80, to be honest with you. That easily, both times, but I guess it's not super easy. It's kind of resisting it a little bit, but I don't want to, you mentioned, Brendan just mentioned there, NVIDIA not really catching any love on a bounce as well. So some of these names just continue to get beat up to the downside there. Do we ever give credence to the VIX or VIX VIXY? Yeah, UVXY is something that we look at. We do have to look at the VIX. I know that's getting elevated right now. We don't actually have that tool on our platform. So thanks for the super chat, but that's kind of why we do ignore it. There's not much I can really show you other than UVXY or something. But yeah, it gets to historical lows and you buy the VIX. Again, it's just a measure against, I know that's not your question, but just against the fear index of the market. So as the VIX increases, that means that, people are getting more nervous. It's an option-based play. But thanks for bringing that up. And yes, I do look at the VIX, and I will talk about it a little bit more.
Watching that AMD 79.80 area. So there was some size there at 79.98-ish. And I was like, hey, let me take the long in front of that just for a quick bounce. Got eaten, didn't get the stop out in time, so that was kind of nasty there. But, still holding that 79.80 area. like I'm wondering if this is like good for a bounce. Again, this is now making a new low, right? So you got to be very cautious with these kind of trades if you're looking long, because it's like it is making a new low. The overall market is selling off, making a new low. But again, it's like if this is not like if you don't receive the selling pressure, if there is not enough selling to now bring this down 79.50, 79 area, it's like this potential bottom, and then you get the whipsaw back through 80. Break of 80.20, and then again, you're off to the races. You have the trend in, easily could test 80.60 again. So I'm watching that 79.80 like I mentioned before, and waiting and saying to myself, like, are we gonna, what's gonna happen? Are we gonna go below, come back above, and then I'm gonna react to it, right? So we'll see what happens next here, but yeah, definitely interesting how it's holding for the time being.
All right. Man, it just sucks because like I've been so bearish this whole time, and like here I am fighting longs again. Like it's kind of ridiculous, to be honest with you. What? Okay, we just got Google again, man. It's pumping down here. So let's just be very, very careful with this Google trade. I mean, it's testing this level again. We've lost money trying to go long on, trying to go long on this name before, but there it is. We do have the fill now, and we have a decent amount of shares. So let's see if it can hold out. That last fill is just right there at 108.15. So yeah, I wouldn't mind getting something out if we did rip back up to the upside a little bit. But Google right now down near that 107.80 that we talked about. So this might break and break our hearts for sure if Google can break back down below, because I thought we had a chance to hold here. You see, it's kind of just drifting down on very light volume. That's like not a great sign. Look at the NASDAQ here. I mean, it is just puking. So to sit here and stand in front of these falling swords at this point honestly seems ridiculous. Like, I don't know if any of these levels are going to hold or not, and I feel like I don't know what people's opinions are, but like there's that 107.80. 107.50 this morning. That I guess was in the pre-market, so there is lower lows coming. I was trying to respect that 107.80 level. I don't see that low that happened in the pre-market, but anyways, that's what we're looking at, and it's just off right here. Just so you don't think I'm going insane, it was down there 107.80. These are really the key levels, but we're right there right now. That's why we averaged in 108.20, 108.15. It looks like it wants to test, and it's not going to be a nice little ride here if we continue to go down. Same thing on Meta. Meta just cracked lower, so we got out of that as well as it's taking down the lows. So, oh man, there is absolutely like no love in this market right now. So coming back down through 108 right now goes Google. I throw my hands up because like none of these levels are doing anything. The short is just what you have to be, and it's crazy because like why am I defending this 80 level? All you have to do is short pops, Nvidia, AMD, pretty much in everything, and that's sort of been the case for a while, except for when you do short the pops and then they just continue to go, right? So
yeah, sometimes it'd be like
that's the life of a trader.
Yeah, life as a trader, like you win some, you lose some. Looking back at the snap trade, another good thing is to like analyze the trades that you took, right? And say like, what did I do well there? What did I do poorly on? Snapchat was looking for the breakdown, didn't get it, so I covered. And again, look at this. Now it is just going sideways, right? So even if it pops and then eventually gets there, it's like that wasn't the plan. The plan was to do exactly what I did. I'm happy that I did it, and now seeing it kind of run back up, makes me a little more happy because I'm just like, oh, nice. That was absolutely awesome. But yeah, guys, AMD looking like it wants to try to get back above the 80. I'm trying to scalp this and build the long, but I don't want to hold it too much again because it's like, we are in a down market. It is down 6%. You need to be careful with the longs because at any moment the bottom just continues to fall out, continues to flush lower, and you're not good, right? So I'm okay with getting chopped up here because I'm not planning to hold this 50 cents against me. We did break that 79.80 area, but we only touched 79.77. So, it's probably going to spend a little bit more time here. But, if it does reverse, if the market does bounce back, then we're solid to the upside.
No, Tony.
Tony the man.
Coming through with the coffee. Wow, Tony. You just got me something from the machine, man. And a donut. I'm giving that back to Tony. I mean, that was too nice of him to throw that down. Tony coming through. I didn't want to get up to get a coffee. You don't have your earpiece in, and we're throwing back and forth here. So I mentioned to Tony, thank you, man. You didn't have to get it from Timmy's, but I do appreciate that. Thanks so much, Tony, on that one. Wow, who is this guy, man? This guy's the best.
What a guy.
What a guy. He's making a lot of money, that Tony guy. But shout out to him, man. Love that kid. Miss Tony, but I'm glad to have Luca back on. Are we at that record yet before we throw over to Brendo? Let me just double check here what's going on. Yo, what's up? Sharif is in the building as well. Prad messaged that we should go to a soccer game. I was at TFC yesterday. That is wild. I was there. there. It was a great game, but sad ending. Okay, Google, yes, sir. It is defending time. Unfortunately, Meta, I really want to, like, throw up? I don't know. Meta takes down the bottom. I get out because I had way more shares than Google, but there goes Meta back up to the upside. So we'll go bang for anyone that was able to hold that. Me, Nepa, not able to hold that, but we are holding Google as that makes a move back up to the upside. So far so good on one, not on the others. Let's go over to Brendo as we do our money talks, my favorite. We talked about the US dollar. I'm sure he's going to lead with it. Let's go.
Hey guys, yeah, monster move underway right now for the US dollar. This is 24-year highs right now for the dollar index. We're at 109.78, up a full percent coming off that manufacturing number this morning. That was, if you missed it, a lot higher than expected. So a lot of negativity on this board so far today, including the euro's back below parity there, 1.2% to the downside. We're at 75.8 for the CAD right now versus the dollar. I'm going to Europe next week, by the way. It's going to be expensive. British pound, 0.9 to the downside, 115.18. Japanese yen, Swiss franc, also 0.8, 0.73. 24-year highs right now, dollar versus the yen. Unbelievable move. Australia, New Zealand also under significant pressure, as we said, cryptos as well. But yeah, what a move. Back to recent highs, to say the least, guys, for the US dollar.
So I'm talking to Tony right here on the chat. I mentioned one milk to him, but there's definitely sugar in here, and I think that he's saying my bad. Tony, it's fine, completely fine for sure. All right, so Google went back up to 30. We took out some pressure as it came back up to the upside right there. So as that goes, man, there it is right there, 108.30. I did want to look to see. I said I'd mention how much we're at. We're at 2.6K. I think that's pretty good. Would love to get to 3K before the show ends here. So before we throw it over to those guys, and then they'll get the number up to 4K on the midday show. So let's get to 3 right now. There we go, 2.7, Luca. They like you a lot.
Yeah, thanks, much love. And guys, people talking about Tesla as well, breaking that 270 area. Tesla 270 break was actually clean, and I think I heard guys in the back saying, oh, Tesla, let's go. And I was like, I'm glad somebody had it. I did not have it. But again, this is the action you want. You want the bounce. You want the sideways kind of action. Then when it comes back through, it's a little better. You got the volume increase for anybody looking at it. Flush down just below that 269 area. Keep in mind that, like Tesla it's split now. It's split. So again, Tesla is not going to, move $3-4 in like one go the way that it used to. It might move $1, it might move $1.50 on these breaks. So just, keep your expectations managed on that one. And, me and Brankles were actually talking about this the other day, kind of laughing with each other. It's like, I'm still taking the size on Tesla the same way that I was taking when it was like a $900 stock. I'm like, now that it's split, I should be taking 3 times the size. So if I'm taking 100 shares, I should be taking 300. If I'm taking 1,000 shares, I should be taking 3,000 shares, because it did split. So you got to factor in like the kind of relativity of the move and the risk there. So, make sure you are managing that as well. But kind of interesting. I wonder if it cannot get back above that 270 area. If it cannot, then you're going to get that follow through for the rest of the day probably.
I'm waiting here. I'm just trying to relieve a little bit of pressure because I want to be here for the long, but at the same time, I do have too many shares here on Google, and the trend is your friend, and the trend is down right now. We were just at 108.20 there to get out of some, and unfortunately, we missed that print. I mean, we were there, but unless you sort of cross down, it can be pretty hard to get out of some of this. So, oh man, the market is now trying to retest bottoms. We tried to get going there. I'm gonna have to reevaluate because, like, really, everything on here is a short except for this Google long at 108. So we'll sit in this. We'll see if it can hold that 107.80 bottom. But other than that, man, we should have just stayed short everything today, and that would have been the right play. So on that one. But yeah, tomorrow you're back.
I'm back. Yeah, I'm back tomorrow.
And it'll be a new day. And with new day comes new earnings. So let's go over to the big board and see what is reporting.
Yeah, we're getting to the end of the big ones. Anyways, guys, a few on the board for coming up after the close tonight and before the open tomorrow.
Oh, Not much. Okay. Broadcom, I mean, obviously Lululemon, I mean, Nike. I told people that anyone that shorts Lululemon has a problem because they are one of the greatest companies of all time for obvious reasons. But, I don't know, man. Like, my mind is going to stay short, man. We haven't turned this bear around to a bull in weeks. I feel that's probably not true, but about a week probably. But I'm going to try to stay short, not average into a lot of these trades here, and just keep focused, because today we had the bangers, but then gave them up, man. And I mean, gave them up, tried to think that there was some strength in this market, and there just simply put is not strength. So yeah, the market continues to get hit here today, and unfortunately some of these longs aren't going to print, but we'll wait for tomorrow. I think Broadcom's a good test of that. And we saw Okta. We saw the Okta short come in. I'm $2 in the money on that one, banking on that, but at the same time, still a slippery slope, Okta was. So we'll look to find bad stocks tomorrow that we can short into the ground. We got Okta, we got Snapchat today, we had AMD and NVIDIA.
Yeah, absolutely crazy day. NVIDIA now SSR. Like, I think SSR was like around 136 area. So now we are SSR and NVIDIA, down more than 10% from yesterday's close. So, you cannot hit the bids if you are initiating a short there. And, this thing is just free falling. And look at this, man. Like, look at this. That was a keystroke error covering everything. It is what it is. I probably would have covered here anyways. But I mean, like, come on. Like, this is just down, down, down. I don't know where the bottom on this is. But, you got to imagine that, like, now being SSR, maybe the selling pressure subsides. You get the first move down, you get the second move down, maybe get some sideways action. AMD finally actually breaking through that 79.80 area. So, now back below. But we see this before, right? We see the kind of the hold of the level, the breakdown, the selling stops, the bids step in, and then we rip back up. So I'm still watching that for the upside. This was like a little kind of short-lived bounce there. Maybe we get another one, but again, keep in mind the trend is your friend. NVIDIA is selling off. Like, you don't want to be long a name when their counterpart is just kind of ripping to the downside.
Amazing. I said that to my wife. What exactly here? I'm going to open this in a new tab. I got to figure out what my kids are eating here. And this is a Canadian classic. So, let's shout this out. Anybody in Canada knows what these are. Here's my kids. Yo, what you looking at, man? What's this guy looking at up here? This guy, lucky I'm not here. But anyways, beaver tails. Wow. So they're at the X, they're killing it. This is my daughter's new thing because my son stole the thumbs up. So she does the 3, the Jose Calderon, the 3 like that. But breakfast, my wife goes breakfast of champions right here. So they're crushing this. Looks like a little Nutella. You can get whatever flavor, they're just pastries. But there they are at the X. Love you guys so much. And I mean, that's the reason why I do it. That's not the reason why I go long these names. That's because I'm liking of pain. And right here, it's a beautiful day. If this ever loads up, come on, download. We're trying to download it. There it is. Let me open this picture up. This is lovely Toronto, Ontario, Canada. There is, and that's where we're located, there is the CN Tower, and this is the Canadian National Exhibition. Great day outside. For any of you that are going there, have a great time. It's fantastic there. And yeah, it's only $11 to get in there after 5 o'clock for a walking pass, and then you eat the ketchup. Are you a ketchup ice cream guy or a mustard ice cream guy, Luca?
Well, I mean,
there's only really one answer, but I'll let you answer yours. What you think?
Can I pass?
Exactly. Yes. Oh my God, you got it. That's the right answer. It's a hard pass.
Yeah, hard pass for me.
It's that's where I know you don't have kids, but that's where you let them do the trying of the ice cream, and maybe you grab the one little lick there. Brendan, what's your opinion on the ice cream?
The mustard and ketchup? Yeah, no, not happening. While I have you, quickly, guys, Newegg starting to move, one that can go. Rumors of an Intel partnership coming through on NEGG.
All right, NEGG. I'm going to do one more check here on this before we throw over. Unfortunately, Luca, we only have 2.8K, but that doesn't mean anything. That's a great number. We'd like to get that to 3, 2.8 right now. I'm happy with it, man. I don't know what the record is. I kind of made that up. I'm not sure what the record is, but I don't think we've ever seen 3,000, so 2.8K might be just that. So thank you guys once again, man. Hit the like button for our man over here. We're back at 2 p.m. So don't have too many spros. you know?
Yeah,
Have a couple, you know, get ready to rock and roll because we got to come back with the excitement, with the energy. I think we've done a fantastic job. All those trades, congratulations on smashing that NVIDIA. That was a big one, man. And then let's just hope that some of these longs can come in, which it doesn't really look like it as the market's at its bottoms. But yeah, so for Luca, Sean, we're ready to rock and roll. But so are those guys. Let's throw it back over to Sharif and Prad for the Midday Madness. We'll see you in the afternoon.
What's up, guys?
Yes, sir. Let's get the ball rolling. You know what time it is. It is Thursday, September 1st. Brand new month, brand new opportunities. And we're here to cover all of them. It's Market Movers Midday Mayhem Show with my boy Sharif. I'm your boy Trader Prad. Markets are, what direction do you expect? I'm here with my red shirt, so obviously it's bleeding, right? There's no chance for this market to not go green because I'm here with the red shirt. So we're going to be looking for some short opportunities. I'm going to start off with, once again, the same story that I've been having with 2-3 days in a row now, which is getting stopped out on the futures because I'm too eager to wanting the short. I'm way too eager to wanting the short. I got stopped out over here, then I added on the break of the lower day, added more, took some profits, then I got stopped out again, missed out on the real move that was right back at the VWAP 50 period, 100 period EMA on the 5-minute chart. Missed out on that, so I said, you know what, that's fine since we missed out on it. We're going to go capitalize on the QQQs instead. So we added over here. We took some profits. We added back over here with our real size, took some profits, took some out over here, and now we're done with the trade on QQQ. We're still holding some of our other positions. For example, let me actually go cover some of my UVXY. That way, you guys will start seeing my position board updating. What? Never mind. Position board didn't update. Maybe we'll have to message Luca real quick. And see if he'll update in a second. But yeah, market's still heading to the downside. NASDAQ market down 1.9%, still creating new lows. S&P 500 down 1.3%, and at the low of day, most likely will also create a new low as QQQ keeps on pushing to the downside. And UVXY, which we're a part of, is now 23 cents in the money, and it's a new high day.
Guys, we just sat down. We just sat down and we're already in the money well on this big boy trade, HPCO. We saw that bull flag, that pennant, whatever you want to call it, and we took that 1020 break. We covered a little bit right at that 1045, and then we took profit, not covered, right at that 1103, 1104 area. So we're out of this trade. Right away, we just sat down. We saw this one moving. It was on our radar from the morning, so we definitely put it up on the side view monitor here to keep tabs on it. And right when I sat down, I saw that bull flag forming. I'm like, yep, this looks like the area where I want to go long. I took the first 1-minute candle to make a new high. Off that 1027 level, I took it at 1032 or 33 or whatever it is, and it just rocketed up, guys. It rocketed up. It's holding 11 now. Trading at that 11:15, 11 level, right? And so, yeah, we're just so excited. We sat down, we're already in the money. So, yeah, we're a little bit excited here, guys. I'm sorry about that. But, yeah, we're going to continue to watch this because it is the second leading gapper on the day, up 118%, 43% since the open. Only second to Pixie, guys. Pixie's been a halt fest. Hard to even get in on that. It's up. It's only done 426,000 shares, up 184% of the day. It just opened up 215% of the day. Let's put up Pixie on the second screen here. Obviously, we're not going to get into it because it's such a dangerous play. But here is Pixie. Come on, load. And there it is. Look at this. One concoction of halt fest. 1, 2, 3. This is a long halt. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And we're going to go into the 11th halt on Pixie. So, yeah, you know, liquidity is sparse there, and it's obviously quite risky, but a lot of profit to be made on that. Also, another good trade for us, we'll recap our trades for earlier. We had that 140 break on NVIDIA, which ended up being quite profitable. In hindsight, I wish I would have held more, obviously, since it is now testing that 135 level. I believe it's, 134.60s. So broke 135, and it's currently SSR. We also had a really good trade on Okta. We took that short right off the bell. It was an earnings loser from yesterday. So the continuation from the effects of poor earnings and poor guidance on Okta continues into today. And so Yeah, been definitely a rock solid day. Happy about that. Traded some buyouts, Brad, which I typically don't do, but it's a whole new month, and I got a whole new game plan.
Yeah, buddy, that's awesome to hear. Hopefully everything works out and more profits keep on rolling into your account. I just punched into a new position, XPEV. I was first short on the break of $17. We went down to $16.19 and instantly started covering some for a 10-cent profit. But then I when in doubt, zoom out. So I pulled up my long-term chart, pulled up to see where XPEV is on the dailies ever since conception on the New York market, and what I saw was we're at all-time lows on XPEV. So with the break of $17 over here, going to $16.91. Took that all-time low marker and then jumping back above 17, I instantly closed my short. Now I'm flipping to a long for a possible move back to the north side. Maybe we get 20 cents or more out of this trade by only risking 10 cents to the downside. So let's see if there's a long over here that is possible for us. And the QQQ and the S&P 500 have also started moving to the north side a little bit on the 5-minute chart that I'm seeing, the latest 5-minute candle. Pushing to the north side, so maybe we can take advantage of XPEV over here, pushing up also along with it. And here's my UVXY trade that I was talking about earlier. UVXY tried to take the break out of the opening of the day. Didn't really work out, but didn't chicken out of the trade because I believed in the market weakness, so I didn't punch out. I actually started loading up more and harder and heavier on the way down to VWAP. And obviously, if the market didn't go down, I would have had a pretty bad day on UVXY itself. Eventually, everything worked out for me. Started taking profits on the upside, 1090 being my best exit around there. Now pulling back a little bit as the market is pushing back to the north side. So QQQ, SPY, your futures and whatever you're using to track the market, you'll be watching it, going against you if you're short. And if you're long and catching dips of some sort from bottoms, you're obviously loving this move that the market is providing us with.
Yeah, what's going on with XPEV? Do you know why it's been declining lately? It's been at recent lows. It keeps making newer lows.
I wish I could answer that question. Honestly, I'm just playing it day by day.
Just kind of bizarre. Ever since they missed earnings, and I think they had bad production numbers about how many vehicles they were going to be able to produce. It's kind of been. That's the daily chart, right?
The bottom one, yeah.
Absolutely brutal.
From
Look
36 to 16, but right back to all-time lows.
Very clear trend to the downside on XPEV. Yeah, I want to look more into that. But yeah, it's one of the ones that I've been following for a couple of years. XPEV, Lee, NEO. Wow, just as we say that, guys, HPCO just retraced to even below our entry point. I think it's gonna halt. It's very close. Is that a fake halt? It's really close here, guys. We'll see if it halts. It's holding that 10 level, just bounced above it. Bottom wicked at 979, I want to say now, above 10, 11. So very volatile on this one. I saw a little bit of support in this area here, but I'm definitely not going to take it long, especially with the violence with which it came down. So going to keep an eye on that. Another one that I wanted to talk about today was GCT. I was quite close to taking it long on this one, but the spreads were just absolutely wild. You'll recall we traded GCT early last week, and it was a big winner for us on the show. We gave you a couple of good entries and exits on that one. It's currently trading below VWAP, VWAP being at the $20 and I want to say 30-cent level, give or take a penny or so. So we'll get more interested in this if it can hold above VWAP and those trend lines or those exponential moving averages start to point up and maybe even cross each other like the some of the mechanical trading systems use. So GCT definitely on our radar. It's up 33% on the day. It opened up the day around $15. It made top wick here at almost 23, almost reached 23. GCT definitely on our watch for the small cap gappers today. But what else is popping off here? Yeah, Nerve not really doing much today, kind of within that $10, 30-cent range to 1140. Give or take a few pennies. So it's within that dollar range. Well, we'll have Nerve on the side here, but my main watches for today, guys, are watching, see if we can retrace a little bit of the decline that we had on NVIDIA, maybe move back in and around some support areas here at the 137 level. We'll continue to watch that. And yeah, Okta continuing to make new lows. Let's pull up the Okta chart for people to have a look here. Okay, TA on the NASDAQ. Let's zoom out a little bit so that we can get a better picture. Look at this, guys. I mean, this is the 930 bell right here where the volume kicks in. and it had already been making pre-market lows, lower highs, and that bell kicked in right at 9:30, and it hasn't looked back. Couple of retracements up here where it popped back up, but you could have shorted any of those pops and been in the money. And now, you know, we tested the bottoms here. I want to say 61.60, 61.7. What's the low on Octa? 61.61. Oh, interesting number. So yeah, keep an eye on Octa. There's more potential room for that. Or if the market bounces, we may see a bounce to the high side. Brad, what you got into a long in Walmart, eh?
Yeah, I'm punching a long into Walmart because it keeps popping up on the scanners. It's been relatively strong today. The market's been weak and the Walmart's been absolutely opposite direction, up 1.4%. And this is actually something I've noticed a lot back in the day too. The Walmart usually goes in the other direction of whatever the market does. I don't really know the reason as to why, if I remember correctly. But you know, I remember people saying that it could be a way to fight inflation because as people are prices of things are going up, but Walmart generally likes to keep prices low, and people will go to these wholesalers such as Costco and Walmart and so on. But that idea didn't really play out when inflation numbers were coming out.
No.
So maybe now that the inflation numbers are out, the world knows the info and they know how to deal with it. Previously, Walmart was expressing their fear of inventory, and then their next earnings report, they came out and they said, hey, we actually handled this really well.
Yeah.
And we're surprised at ourselves. So I think all of those things combined, now Walmart is getting ready to go back to its glory ranges to the north side after being at $120 and so on. So obviously with the market moving back up north here, Walmart taking out that range that it created earlier on in the day near 134.25. I just now punched in long near 134.33. Yeah, 134.35. So we're going to give it that risk of 10, 20 cents to the downside and see if Walmart can give us that reward of much more than our risk. That way our risk to reward is paying us off. XPEV did pop up by 10 cents and I took some profits already, but now back to flat is XPEV. Not sure if it really wants to elevate itself past the all-time lows, or will it find support at all-time lows. But you know, we have our trade set up already. I'm just gonna throw my stop out real quick. That way I don't have to keep on coming back to this position every 10 seconds and so on. Let me just throw my stop out. How much size do I have? And we're done. Now we don't have to look at it anymore. If we do get stopped out, we get stopped out. If we don't, then the profits are obviously gonna roll into the bank.
Yeah, I remember the stock father going back to about a year ago. He used to come on the show. He actually was the one that got me to
after your thing. Look at that.
Sure. Yeah. Well, he's the one that actually got me into. I got into Costco, Walmart, and Albertsons because he recommended it. That was his inflation play, right?
Yeah.
And that's like when around the time Powell came out and said we're going to have to start raising rates. That was the November, October-ish area. So I held those for a little bit of time. Made a couple of bucks on Walmart.
Nice.
Walmart was much slower to move than Costco. Costco I got in at 442 and sold in the mid 500s. So that was shout out to the stock father if he's watching. He's responsible for those gains. But another one we're talking about, guys, we just mentioned it before I sent it back to Prad. Nerve. It has the nerve to make these moves. Yeah, it's above VWAP, which makes me like it. It broke above that 11 level. We're testing high days. Top wick here is at 1160, and we've literally double topped off the same level, meaning that there is some buying coming in and around that level, selling, coming in and around that level. So we're looking for that break of the 1160 perhaps to go long. You'll have to be quick on this one. You have to be quick on the trigger because it could retrace as quickly as it pops up. Be careful with this one, guys. It's extended. We're going into 2 weeks now, and we'll talk a little bit about that. But right now, we'll send it up to, no, we're not sending it up. We're sending it back to Brad.
Yeah, it's just looking at Beyond Meats right now. Brendo called it out in our work chat. Beyond Meats with the big volume spike coming in. Apparently another rumor. How many rumors are Beyond Meats going to come up with? Right? Last time they had a McDonald's rumor, I believe, and that was a no-go. Next time they had another rumor, that was a no-go. This time it's a Pizza Hut rumor. So Beyond Meats coming in with another rumor, trying to elevate themselves a little bit off of that catalyst. Up a little bit, though, not too much. Still down 2.5%, 3% on the day for Beyond Meat, pushing back to the 100 period EMA. I was just saying to myself, I was like, okay, so if it's a rumor, we've seen them lie about these things before. Maybe it's a good short entry, but you have to pay for shorts on on Beyond, I'm 100% sure. Let me just test that real quick. And don't test it this way. This method of testing is illegal, but don't test it this way ever, right? But punching right now, yeah, so it says shares available in the pool are less than the order you're throwing out for, meaning we don't have available shorts on Beyond, and I'm not going to chase the stock right now by asking for shorts and so on. But if your platform has shorts, I think anywhere around these pre-market ranges for a short fill, if it does pop back up there, should be good. I cannot see Pizza Hut Beyond Me being a thing. I cannot see Beyond Me being a thing in general. I also can't see P-Time being a thing. I can keep on going about these doo-doo companies forever.
Yeah, we know how you feel about the exercise bike with the iPad, right? Like, so yeah, guys, Pixie's halted again. In case you're interested, it's just continuing to do its thing. I think it's halted to the downside this time. Let's see where we're at with Pixie. No, it's an upside halt again. The one before that was a downside halt. So I think this is like the 12th halt on Pixie, and we're not getting much in the way of volume. Still 568,000 on that. We're looking for nerve to break that 1160 level. We're gonna go long if it breaks 1160. Let's put in that order now. 11, we'll put 61, and we'll give it more room because it will fly. We'll give it to 1166 because that's a lucky number. And there we go. We've got that order in, so monitor nerve on our side screen. And yeah, there we go, making a pushback through that 1150. HPCO retracing back, coming close to VWAP. VWAP's a little bit below that 940 level, around 930 or so. So it might be an interesting dip buy around the 930 level. Maybe give it to 920 or 9, depending on you know, how much risk you want to attach to this one. But just recall, it is quite violent, and it is up quite extended, 88% of the day. Let's have a look at that 5-minute chart to see where we are on the 5-minute chart. It might be a new interesting entry here to if it was to break this 10, I want to say 10-10 level, 10-11 level, be the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. That's another possible entry with your stop at, you know, that, let's say the bottom of this wick here, that 940, so about 60 cents of risk or so. So, you know, size in accordingly with that. Let's see what else is moving. I've got the wrong screen up here. You know what was interesting to me is, what was that called? Polestar. Polestar's down.
PSNY?
Yeah, it's down 10% on the day, like a bit more than the other ones.
What more do you expect, bro? It doesn't even make a car. I haven't seen a single car from them in my life.
Lucid only down 3, Rivian only down 5, but Polestar down 10%. I wonder if there's a catalyst. I'll have to look into that, guys.
Yeah, I'm just straight DJ Khaled with these trades today. By that I mean another one, baby. Here's a SPY short on board. We just punched in. SPY was at 392, instantly 30 cents in the money. Spin it, man. Where are these emojis at? Lucas, stop slacking. Give me my emojis. Now. And I just got flipped off, so that's amazing. But you know, we want to spend some of these emojis too. We want to be DJ Khaled. We want to be having some fun on the market, be entertaining for our viewers too. So let's go, baby. The shorts are back in play. I think I'm just gonna. I know I said I'm gonna hold my XPEP trade with my stop out because it's at all-time lows and so on. But with the market coming off, and I'm bear today. I'm a bear Prad. You know it. So I'm gonna take my profits and I'm exit stage left right away. Let's send it to Brendo for Sector Watch.
We'll talk about social sentiment, but you know it's close. It's still a heat map. Very red, obviously. If you joined us in the pre-market this morning, you saw a very red board with the overall market move. It remains the same. Not much change. The SPY, AMC, AVCT, APE, not EE, among the leaders to the downside as far as sentiment is concerned. Bed Bath & Beyond here, Mullen with its own news today, and NVIDIA, obviously, among the leaders to the downside. A lot of comments coming through on NVIDIA and this China headline. If you missed it this morning, basically the U.S. government came out and said that NVIDIA is not going to be able to ship their AI chips to China next year, September next year. That's GCT, huge mover right now. Tesla on this board as well. But 2 or 3 days in a row here, guys, mostly negative on the sentiment side. Back over to you.
Yeah, I was just making a joke with Sharif over here, like, yo, why didn't you text me that you were wearing a little bit of a lavender color, man? I would have matched up with you. We could have made Fahad jealous over there, but didn't work out that way. Maybe tomorrow we can color coordinate a little bit. But right now, the only thing I want to color coordinate is my blotter with the market, and by that I mean I want a board full of reds on my thing. So let me actually punch out a Walmart here, even though it says long UVXC, that's basically short. Baby. So we are short all across the board once again. Dash, one of my best stocks on the board today, $1 in the money on Dash. Here we go. There's the trade. Took the 58 short, held it a little bit against me, but man, do we love trades like these. Even ZM, Zoom. I mentioned this trade to you yesterday. I told you Zoom 79 was a 52-week low. We did not break 79 yesterday. So what am I going to do today? I'm going to write it down on my sticky note. I'm going to come into the trading day. I'm going to watch for those 79 break to happen. Thankfully, I'm not stupid. I'm smarter than the market thinks I am. So I waited for this opening drive to finish off. It shook out people at 79, and then it went higher. And then I punched in afterwards, where after it shakes people out. If you guys are following me on Twitter, you'll see my morning routine that I tweeted out. And in that morning routine, the last point is literally said. The last point says, where's the last point? Right here. Let the morning drive shake people out. Punch and pray. So I punched, I prayed. The Lord is answering my prayers. He's real. He's up there, and he's giving me gifts today. Let's go.
Love it. Love it. Yeah, if you guys can see Prad's blotter, it's mostly red, which means short position.
UVXC long is red.
Guys, we entered that nerve trade. We took that 1160 break, like we said. We scalped out a first piece here at 1174, and we got almost top wick at 1183. So we got a few pennies on there, and then we that was 2/3 of the trade. Then the last third was a break even because it did break below. Like I said, nerve is going to be super volatile. You got to be quick on the keys to take the profits on this one, especially since it's so extended and it's been on everybody's radar now for the better part of a week and a half. So yeah, very volatile, profitable on it. Wanted to hold into that 12, didn't get the opportunity. Went against my entry point, so I flattened out right break even. Profitable trade for me, happy with that one. Looking back at HPCO, it's bounced a little bit above that that VWAP at the 935 area, 930 area now, pushing back through 10. A little bit the volume is declining, guys, and we talked about this before. You can draw trend lines on the volume, the bars as well, not just on the price action. So have a look here. This is basically where the volume is going. So unless it breaks above and starts making more voluminous trading, you're not gonna really see spikes upward, but above the current price. Especially we need to break 10. Voluminous?
Oh yeah, okay, volume. I heard luminous. I was
no,
like, isn't
voluminous.
that
Yeah,
luminous.
Luminous means shining or it's light or whatever, right? Yeah.
The only reason I know that too is because of a Harry Potter spell.
You're a joker. Prad's getting his high-end English words from Harry Potter. That's
Listen, I learned English from rap music and movies.
That's awesome.
Legit,
I love it.
Legit. From rap music and movies.
Yeah, and this is not just a trading show, guys. This is a comedy show as well. No. That's awesome. So keeping an eye on HPCO, let's see what GCT is up to. I have that on my side screen here. Can't seem to find it. No, it's below VWAP. Definitely not interested in that. Octa continuing to make newer lows. 61.50 now is the low of day. 61.67 is currently what it's trading at. So yeah, I see lower lows and lower highs on that one. Continuing to pull back. It's we talked about that one. It's an earnings loser. So keep your eye on that if you're looking for it.
Yeah, market's pulling back, but didn't really pull back too much. The SPY hit VWAP and pulled back. QQQ at lower days at the moment. Someone in our work chat just sent out an Amazon picture, so I just decided let's look at Amazon as it took out the lower day. Amazon being the basket of the top 5. Is Amazon in the top 5 or top? I know it's in the top 10 of SPY and NASDAQ, but is it in the top 5?
In terms of market cap?
Of NASDAQ. I don't think so,
we can
actually.
put it in. We can
because
find
it's Amazon, Microsoft, NVIDIA, Google. I don't think
You're talking
Amazon,
about weighted, the weighted amount. Yeah, okay.
But it's still in the top 10. I don't think it's in the top 5. But either way, you know, being in the top 10, it bears some weight on the overall market. Amazon breaking that low a day. Let's go check out what our other big tech giants are doing, such as Google and all the other giants. Here's Google, also at the low a day, heading towards pre-market lows, and AAPL. I'm going to be so upset for not taking any profits on Apple. I'm going to be so upset for not taking any profits on Apple. It's number 3, eh? Okay, I thought NVIDIA would be higher than Amazon, but naturally Amazon's a bigger company. It's got to go up there. So it's Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Tesla. I think Google's got to be, you can't see it? There we go. So it's Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Tesla, Alphabet. I think Alphabet needs to be a higher weight. So NASDAQ, whenever they do a rebalance, or if they do a rebalance, they got to figure this out. Bring Tesla down a little bit. Bring the Alphabets up a little bit. Let me rebalance for you. Let me be a portfolio manager here. They got to add the Alphabets together too. Oh, you're right. If you do add if you do add the 2 alphabets together, it does end up number 3. That's a good point. Look, man, this is why Sean's here. He's educating us. He's entertaining us. He's training us. Man of many skills. So hats off to you, my guy. Thank you for on-time info as always.
And I like him a lot better now because he's a full-fledged soccer fan now.
Full-fledged soccer fan?
Yeah, full-fledged soccer
fan. I saw him at the game yesterday on Instagram or Twitter, and I was like, yo, bro, where's my ticket at? And then I was like, okay, we got to go with Sharif because this guy's a big soccer fan.
Oh, my God.
But Sharif goes, you were making fun of soccer. So you know what, Sharif? I'm not even coming anymore.
Here's what I told Prad. I told Prad, you're not allowed to come. You're not a real soccer fan. You made fun of me when I started talking about Arsenal on the show. And that's perfect segue. Guys, Arsenal's 5-0. Top of the Prem. We won again yesterday, and we won with conviction. So I just want to shout out all my Gunners in the chat. Type it in. Come on, you Gunners, COYG. Let's light it up. Let's show Tottenham that we're the real North London team, because I know there's Tottenham fans in the chat, because I see them saying, come on, you Spurs. And, you know, I got to ignore it because we got to be civilized up here. I'm looking for HPCO, the break of 10, maybe that 10.05, 10.10 level for another long. Kind of consolidating sideways a little bit right above VWAP. Makes me still interested in it. It's still strong. You know, it wicked top wick here at 1150, right at 1150 actually. So looking for another long on HPCO. GCT starting to make its way back to that VWAP level around 2030, 2028 or so. Looking for that to reclaim VWAP. We might initiate new long depending on how the price action looks at the time. The chat's lighting up here with people's favorite teams. Man U, baby, come on. I don't know what B is, COYB, come on you, whatever. Newcastle, we got, oh God, Tottenham fans. Liverpool pulled a trick out of their hat yesterday. They scored in the 98th minute to win 2-1. And they were home to Newcastle, which they shouldn't.
Isn't it just 80 minutes though, the game?
Huh?
Or is it 90 minutes?
90 minutes. See, this is why you're not allowed to come to the game,
90
man.
minutes. 90 minutes. Look, I might not know every single rule.
I'm playing, man.
But trust me, you will not have more fun than anyone besides me.
Yeah, Prad's a good time, I can tell you that.
I'll get absolutely drunk, you know, chocolate wasted, and just get into fights. So I need your back for that.
You're not gonna get into fights. You're a good dude, man.
I'm looking at MongoDB over here. Earlier on in the day, I actually wanted to take this 250 breakout short, but the stock is already down 20-some-odd%. So I was like, you know, does this stock really even have much room left in it? And then I saw the 250 break by only like, you know, a quick 50 cents, and then it popped right back up. So I said, nope, I don't want to be involved in it. Looks like that was a little bit of a bad call, because now pulling back up to MongoDB, that 250 short did end up giving you more than 50 cents, pulling all the way down to $244. MDB, I believe, is the earnings play. These guys are having fun with the stock over there. Not sure what stock, but I would love to figure out which one that is. But the MDB is the one I'm looking at currently. A couple other stocks popping up on the scanners over here. Let's go check out to the long side instead. They're not really moving though. Yeah, I'm not gonna pull up any long stocks. Nothing's moving long.
Yeah, you're not. He's short biased today, guys. Let's move back to GCT. Show you just reclaim VWAP here. I'm gonna be weary on this one because the spreads are like minimum 10 cents. Now they're 18. So a lot of potential slippage on this one, even if it's going in the direction that you posited. I mean, unless it really starts reclaiming that 22 level and starts, above this double top here, triple top actually, sorry. I'm gonna be weary of it just because you can get chopped up on this one, and I'm definitely gonna size accordingly. I'm not gonna go too heavy, even though it's a $20 stock. It's a bit of a risky one. Right now, there you go, almost a 20-cent spread right now on GCT, but I like the fact that it's above VWAP, and it's definitely going to be on my radar. Moving back, so let's see what big tech is up to right now. I know the market's continuing to make its downward move, even though that we bounced off that 39.03 level, so we didn't get quite down to 3,900, but if you had a buy order, right, a couple of points above that 3,900, you could have scalped at least, almost 20 points. We made top wick there at that peak at 39.23. So an interesting move there on the futures. Let's see. All big tech is below VWAP, guys. Everything is trending down. They're all making newer lows, higher lows, or lower highs, excuse me. So yeah. Doesn't look good for any longs here, but if you want to initiate shorts, this might be the time, especially going into that weak time of the day where volume drops off. Volume dropping off can equal stocks going down, but can't equal stocks going up, Brad.
Yeah, I'm just punching out of all my trades right now because I think the market might be bottoming out for the day. 12K not too far out for the NASDAQ from where we are right now. Only 50 points out from where we are trading on NASDAQ. So it is possible for the market to go back down for sure. But I want to make sure that I'm taking my profits on my trade. So AMD, $2 per share exit. I'm out of this stock completely. We also closed our Zoom trade. I believe this was $1 or more in the profit. Could be giving more, but that's fine. Dash was another $1 or more in the profit too. And yeah, we're just taking profits everywhere we can at the moment. And as SPY pops back up, I would love to build back into SPY. So trying to find an area to build back in. Closer to VWAP would be amazing, but I don't think we'll get a pop above VWAP. If we do get a pop above VWAP, right back to 392s, trust me, I am smashing that short again on the SPYs. So just waiting for some opportunities over here. I am taking my profits. I'm currently up 4 times my shutdown on the equities, but I'm shut down on futures. So basically, I'm up 3 times my shutdown today.
Well, that's a big boy move, Brad. Guys, HPCO holding that VWAP super tight. We're debating kind of a pop-off VWAP there. There was a huge candle wick down right from, just as we say that, breaks VWAP. Right from that 974 right down to VWAP at 930. Currently breaking VWAP, looking towards that $9 level or that 200 EMA, which is at that $8.88 level. This might be off our radar for a little while in terms of a long. Bit of a head and shoulders pattern there on the 1-minute chart too. You can see that left shoulder, right shoulder, neckline, break of the neckline here for the short. So HPCO off our watch for a long for the moment. Pratt, I want to ask you, when you're trading the SPY or you're trading UVXY, how are you setting up your levels? Do you do
Didn't
that?
You see my prep?
No.
I literally said punch and pray. Like right now, watch. I'll show you exactly what my setup is. It's called punch and pray to God that it doesn't stop you out. So now we just wait. All right, whatever God's out there listening to me, he maybe wants me to take more shares. So he wants me to punch more and pray more. So I'm gonna try doing that. But look, now he's running away from me. Now they don't want me to take that trade anymore. So now the prayer is obviously working. So I wish I punched more.
Okay.
So it's as easy as that. The setup's not that hard, man. It's pretty easy. You look for your levels and then you just do this. You punch. And then you pray again.
Oh, and he's taking profits there, guys. You know, I don't know about the punch and pray philosophy, but he's definitely taking profits. I can see those triangles popping up on the screen. Just want to say a shout out to Chain Reaction, who just joined as a new member to Trader TV Live. What's up? Love to have you. I hope you attend every day because there's a lot of knowledge being dropped daily between the four of us here on the show, in the pre-show or the earlier show and now the midday show. Always dropping knowledge for you, always trying to help out. Let's see what we got. GCT above, VWAP, liking it, loving it. It just bounced off that 21 level. Keeping an eye on that. It could go parabolic anytime. It halted already today. I want to say, let's see how many times. Was it just? No, it was twice. It halted twice, both to the upside. And then, kind of pulled back down, held VWAP, broke VWAP for a little bit. Now it's above. So, oh, there we go. Broke that 21 level. Let's see if we can flip the GCT here. Yeah, there we go. The spread, tightening up a little bit. It's only 30 cents now. That's a joke, obviously. Yeah, this one's still scary for me, man. I don't want to get caught up in the slippage on this one, but it's just so attractive in that it's moving really well to the upside and holding above VWAP. Let's see. We're gonna take a quick entry here. Perhaps perhaps we should have got in that 2050 level, but if we had done that, we'd be in the money. We're gonna go ahead. We're gonna take half the size we usually take because we don't get blown out. And we're gonna hit that buy button now. Let's see if we get triggered in. Let's go, get triggered. Why aren't we getting filled? Why aren't we getting filled? Fill. Ooh, looks going without us, just like we thought. It's going without us. We didn't get filled there for some reason because the spread was so wide. The liquidity on this one, it's done 7.64 million shares, but the liquidity on it is, the slippage. Oh, geez. So looks like here we're not going to get filled despite the fact that it's coming down below our buy level. The spread between the buy and the ask is so wide. We'll wait for this one to fill. If it triggers, we'll take profits going into that 22 level.
This market's rocketing right now to the upside.
Yeah, go ahead, Brad.
This market actually ripped into the upside. We gave back a little bit, but not enough to really upset me or anything.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, look at this move. Not only down 0.5% on the S&P-wise, and NASDAQ only down 1.5%. So pretty clean move to the north side coming in for most positions over here. I wanted to be short here anyway, so let's try one more attempt over here, and if we start giving back more money, then we just run away from these trades and not even think about coming back. We want to protect our money today. Yesterday was kind of a boring day. I absolutely didn't lose any money, nor did I make any money. We were waiting for that end of the day trade to be maybe a little bit more oomph behind it, but it absolutely was resident sleeper. But today, we're enjoying that the market is giving us some opportunities, but still little kangarooing on us a little bit on the market. Now that I'm in the money, I don't have to worry about this as much, so let's send it to Brendo for the European update.
Hey guys, European markets just closed for the day. Unfortunately, pretty ugly numbers here coming through as we get the final prints. England now 1.9 to the downside, 1.5% for both Germany and France. Top to bottom here, pretty ugly numbers. Sweden even 2.3%, 1.6, 1.5 there at the bottom. But following U.S. equities, obviously, to the downside. Let's go this way, show you this. The big board, a lot of red on this board. A lot of names in the resource sector and manufacturing sector. There's Rolls-Royce. You can trade that on the OTC markets in North America. But topping the list here as far as decliners over in London, along with BHP. 8%, 7% for both to the downside. A lot of names in London, EasyJet, AAL, Rio Tinto, to name a few. They're all 3.5 through 5.5%. So pretty ugly day, guys. At the end of the European session, back over to you.
Punch and pray, guys. Punch and pray. I might have to start doing a little bit of that here because we didn't get the entry we wanted like we told you on GCT. So we got filled at, I think, 21.37. We're a few pennies out of the money now. The spread's still about 10 to 15 cents, give or take a few pennies. Our out on this one is definitely going to be the break of 21. And here we go. I think we're going to break it. No, we held 21 there. If it breaks 21, we're out. We may get back in if it shows us more strength. But we got to have an exit plan on this one, especially with the volatility and with the slippage. We topped wick there at 21.82 before we started doing a little bit of a pullback. What I like about it is that 21 level also happens to be the 7 EMA, which I use for scalping. So we'll see if it breaks that 21 or that 7 EMA, and then we'll decide accordingly. My first profit target on this one will definitely be that 21.90 level, should it get up there, which is the peak of this area right here. You can see a bit of a triple top. that formed, even though the wicks go a little bit higher to that almost 23 level, the closes are around that $22 level. So definitely looking for profit ahead of that $22 level. And we have, like we said, 21.37 entry.
Mike Crahan with the super chat. Platinum Prads punch and pray. Oh my God, funny. Yeah, that was just a little joke, guys. Listen, don't actually adopt that methodology. Punch and pray is not a strategy, okay? It's not a strategy. It's just a joke. I'm looking for, tops and bottoms. I'm looking for supports and resistances. The key things everyone talks about, that every textbook has talked about, every experienced trader has talked about. I'm not doing something special here that the market hasn't seen for ever since existence. Right? So I'm not doing anything special here. The fact that even I'm sitting here and being able to do this is an example that you can do it too, right? You can do it too. I'm no special than you. We're cut from the same cloth at the end of the day. The only difference is I'm a god gamer and you're not. So that's the only real difference that comes out of it. But you can do it too, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, appreciate that the viewers are enjoying the jokes and the trades that we're making, and hit that like button, please, because we see that you guys are enjoying every single bit of Trader TV Live.
Guys, we got out of the GCT trade. It broke 21, so we're out for now. We're definitely looking to get back in. It's definitely not off our radar. Perhaps that break of the 2150, we'll put an order actually right now, 2151, and we'll give it room to 21 because the spread is so wide. We'll give it to 2160. And we'll take half the shares we usually do. There we go. Wow, it bounced right back up. Look at that spread, man. It was like a 30-cent spread there. Okay, I may have to lay off this one if the spreads keep opening up worse than they already are. Like, look, 2095, then 2024. That's big boy spread. We'll leave that order in for now, and we'll continue to watch out on the side screen. HPCO holding that VWAP like a glove, that $9.40 level, $9.30 level, continuing to consolidate around there. Let's see if it makes newer lows or wants to break back to the upside, Brad.
Dollar in the money on the SPY trade now, baby. Let's go. We punched out of all of our shorts just because the market was popping up. I mean, could have been a wrong call. Let's head back to some of these trades. Zoom, actually right call because Zoom popped right back to VWAP too. We could have reloaded at VWAP maybe. AMD had a tiny pop in it. Dash, we were in Dash also. The Dash pop, Dash didn't really do anything. It's actually forming a range over here, so maybe we could try reloading our shorts around these ranges, but a dollar in the money on our SPY Amex trade right now, and I can't wait for the retest of the low a day. Something that I'm once again going to reiterate. I think the market might be able to find a bottom at 12K flat on the NASDAQ. Sorry, not S&P 500. So if the NASDAQ goes to 12K, I don't know what the number it will be on the S&P 500, but whatever number it's going to be on the S&P 500, you can expect a bottom to come in around that place. So I'm looking at NASDAQ when I'm trading SPYs. I'm looking at, my market is always NASDAQ. I'm a NASDAQ guy. I'm the tech guy. So I'm looking at the tech basket at all times. But if you want a better barometer of what the market's doing, then obviously you're looking at the basket of stocks that are larger. For example, NASDAQ 100 means 100 stocks in it, obviously, duh. So what does the SPY 500 mean then?
S&P 500?
Yeah, so that means 500 stocks.
Yeah. Well, there's a bunch. There's an S&P 600, 400.
Yeah.
And they all do rebalancing a lot.
The better one people usually say is Russell 2000. It's like the small cap one,
Mid-cap,
and a better basket of stocks to see exactly where the market is.
Right. Yeah, definitely. That's stuff that we deal here with at the firm. Anytime there's a rebalance or an addition or deletion, we're always on top of that. That's one of the proprietary trades that they teach here at the firm. So if you're definitely interested in that, what do they have to do in the chat, Brad, in case they're interested in applying? What do they do? Exclamation point?
I think apply, but I think I took it down.
Okay.
I think I took it down so that it's not there anymore.
Okay. So well, it's down for now. What are we doing here? Okay, so HPCO, we're continuing to watch that.
I don't want someone to come fight for my job, so I took it down.
There we go. GCT starting to break back to the upside. We're going to get triggered here if it breaks above this level. For some reason, we're not getting triggered, guys. I don't know why. Maybe it's not printing above that. Yeah, I mean, I had an order there. I know for a fact that I put a stop order there. It didn't trigger. Maybe I'm doing something wrong, but this is the level that I wanted. It's breaking through 22. It's flying here. Flying. Why am I not getting filled? It's so weird. Okay, so now we're actually about, if we close above this level, it'll be the first time we close above 22 on the day. So a lot of strength here in GCT. Super peeved that we didn't get filled. Trading a little bit below now, holding 22. You know, the spread's still about 10-15 cents. Let's see what we can get here on this one. Can we get a good fill that won't trigger down? I don't feel like chasing it. You know, because it did break through the area that I wanted. I don't want to be the one buying it and then having to stop out. And as I say that, it continues to move up, Brad.
I'm looking at 3M. People in chat were talking about 3M, so I was like, probably down another day. You know, we saw that we saw Sean actually trade it on this day where the catalyst came out. Brendo announced the catalyst. Sean punched short, but made a bunch of money off of that short. The next day it kept dropping. Yesterday it kept dropping. So today I was like, the only logical idea would be it's gonna drop more, but it's on the other side of the range today. 3M up almost 1%. Actually is up 1% with 16 million shares traded. I want to go see what the relative volume is on 3M. 5 times, man. Sheesh. A stock bringing 5 times relative volume to the north side when the markets are absolutely bleeding is a big question as to why MMM is doing this today. Maybe a bit of it is short covering. Maybe it's buying the stock at a decent levels or something. You know, value buying coming in. MMM. Let's go look at it on the daily chart. Oh, I like this. I like this. Looks like we have some possible lows on MMM for us to look for trades on in the near future. Around 120, around the $115, $110 area. If we were to pull back a little bit more on this chart, how far do we go? We go all the way back to IPOs of God knows when. This company is pretty old, right? So we don't have to go anything further than, I would say, 2019, honestly. The COVID era dips. So the height of COVID dips is right here. This is the COVID dip. I think that dip might come into play eventually, and then we'll be able to look for longs or a short off that break off to the bottom, and then we can look at other levels. Right now, we're looking at this level right here, 135, which will be a resistance. We'll also have a resistance around 130, $126. Today heading towards, look at that. Today heading towards 126. The stock is finding resistance, not able to go any higher from there, and now looking to nosedive right back down a little bit, and can't wait for this opportunity near $120 and then $110.
Guys, we got back into GCT. Our price is $22.26. We took a bit of a piece off there at that $22.60 level, so we scalped a little bit out, making up for our earlier exit off that. You know, definitely want to be in before that 22 level, but hey, that's how she wrote it. We're small in here, guys. We didn't take that big of a piece, so we'll be able to average down if it goes against us, because it is making higher highs and higher lows, so definitely looks strong. And we are closing in on that high of day, being that 22.88 level. Definitely, and we've closed higher than we've ever closed. So each 1 minute candle here closed below that $22 level. We're closing way above it now, so a lot of strength on this name. Definitely watching for that. Looking to scalp a little piece out here. I think my next out on it will be in that 22.75 level. So let's go ahead and put 22.74, and we'll take a little bit out there. So that one's ready, so we don't have to monitor that. There we go, breaking through that 70 into that 60s level. 69, it's printing. Oh, the big size on 70 on there, getting eaten up on the level 2. So let's see if we can break through that 70 level. It looks like there's some selling coming in, or some shorting at that level. There we go, break right through. We touch 23, break through 23. We'll take another piece out here. Boom, there we go. Come on, up. There we go. We got top wick on that one. Boom, that was beautiful, beautiful. And it just touched 24, guys. This one's going parabolic. So big trade on that one. Love that one. Would have loved to had an earlier entry. I don't know why that stop didn't trigger. But the fact of the matter is we got it in at 22.26. We got a first piece out here at 22.57. Another piece out, 22.75. And then we got top wick at that 23.33 level. So pumped about that. Our P&L is lighting up. Happy with that one. Let's see what else is going on. HPC. Doing poopy, holding that VWAP, so makes us still interested in it. We'll continue to watch that for more moves.
Yeah, I love it that you know, we have Sharif who's trading these low cap, low float stocks. We have
Crappers.
Sean. What is it?
Crappers.
Crappers.
Yeah.
We have Sean who trades your Microsofts and Apples, something that I like to do too. And then I've been, you know, also looking at your earnings plays. Then we have Luca, the main man himself, who's an absolute Apple demon, just loves trading Apple. And that's the point of the show. Introduce you guys.
Spro god.
He's a Spro guy. Introduce
God.
you guys to God.
Spro
Yeah, that's
god.
for sure.
Yeah.
Introduce you guys to as many setups and methodologies as we can to show you that there is no real one answer. There's more than one way to make money. At the end of the day, whatever helps you put food on the table and bring in those winning trades, go for it. Nothing to stop you on that side. I want to head over to this news catalyst that I saw a couple days ago. But just now, I'm finding out that the company responsible is not the one who I thought it was. It was the grounding of the Chinook flights all over America. All of the U.S. fleet got grounded completely. I thought the company at fault would be LMT. Why is MNMD here? I thought it would be LMT who would be at fault for this, and it would go down a little bit off of that catalyst, but it's not Lockheed Martin who makes these Chinooks. It's actually Boeing who makes these Chinooks. So let's head over to BA. What is Boeing today on a day like today? Most likely heading to the downside. So let's, yeah, there we go, heading to the downside. Not only is the catalyst affecting it, but also the market environment today also affecting a little bit. Now Boeing heading very close to $150, which I believe it will do so today. Are you sure this one's Sector Watch, or are you lying to me this time? It's Sector Watch. We're going to go to Sector Watch with Brendo.
Okay. I got it to.
Nailed it. Yeah, here we go. Let's have a look at the NASDAQ today. Once again, 2 days in a row, leading to the downside, obviously. A very red board, to say the least. 1.9% right now for the NDX, under a lot of pressure, and it's all coming from the tech group inside the NASDAQ. This is the software sector, the biggest box here, followed by the semiconductor group. So there's one, and it's Fiserv, FISV, in positive territory. The rest of them, though, getting crushed. OKTA, wow, 32% now. Datadog's down 9.9% on that. Zscaler, 9% as well. What a day for software names, though, because of that earnings report, 6.8%. 6% and 6% for DocuCrowd and Team as well. There's NVIDIA, not much better, 11% to the downside. It's getting ugly. AMD, 6.6% to the downside. So semiconductors, again, software names among the leaders. There are pockets of positivity to mention here. Coming from the healthcare group, so some of the pharmaceutical names, biotech stocks as well, a few of them in positive territory. Nothing to write home about, though. Some of the retail names as well in positive territory, DLTR and Ross stores, both up a full percent. Utility stocks down there showing a little bit of green, but nowhere near enough to offset a pretty ugly board, guys. Back over to you.
Yeah, so I'm just going to punch this Boeing short over here, new position update, but I think Sharif has something for you guys.
Yeah, guys, we want to address some super chats here.
I thought you were going to talk to Chinook.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And then you can go super chat.
Guys, I was just coincidentally, like, I didn't even know that they grounded the Chinooks, but I was watching a documentary on the Chinook, like, a couple of days ago, actually, on Smithsonian Channel. And, guys, this helicopter has been in service since the early 1960s, and they were saying that it could be the first aircraft to actually see a century of service, because they don't have any plans to retire it. Maybe that's changed now ever since it's been grounded, but this thing can do it all, man. This thing can float. It can carry Hummers and tanks. That initially it was just a transport helicopter, and then they added a whole plethora of guns and cannons onto it, and basically they would bait in the Vietnamese. I don't want to take politics into the discussion. I'm just stating some facts, because the Vietnamese thought that it was, you know, a transport helicopter, so they'd fire at it thinking, you know, it's defenseless, and then they had all these weapons on it, and they would bait them in so that they could fire at it, know their positions, and then they, you know, attack them. So this helicopter has seen it all. It's done it all. I'm surprised that it, you know, it's been grounded at the moment.
I think it will go back. I think it's just like a fire hazard or something in the aircrafts.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's not too big of a deal, honestly.
Addressing some super chats now. Chris L, who's been a member for a year. actually 18 months, says any levels on coin you'd be looking at, Prad. You want to have a look at coin, or should I?
Should go for it. Go for it.
Okay, let's pull up coin. Coin is it's NASDAQ, right? Yeah, there we go. Let's switch to the daily chart because we're not going to get much on the 1 minute chart here. There we go. Coin's kind of been a disaster a little bit, but you know, let's maximize this bad boy here. Our lowest of the low here, we got bottom wick at that 41 level. You remember, Chris, back going to the May 12th level when I don't know what that was. Maybe that was off earnings, or was that when Bitcoin started tapping out? I don't really remember what happened there in May, but we have a low on that one of 41, and it really hasn't been all that strong, save and except for, you know, a brief moment in early August when it popped up to that 116 level. Other than that, it's kind of making newer lows, continuing to make newer lows daily. Bitcoin's been weak. You know, I know Ethereum kind of closed the gap on Bitcoin there because of the update coming up, but yeah, I don't see much in the way of a promising look on Bitcoin. It was above the 50 EMA temporarily here, and you know, holding above it. Now it's kind of broken below that, and it's you know, below VWAP as well. So not much in the way of coin. I hope you're not bag holding from that 280 or that 300 level. Let's see where it was. What was top wick there on Coinbase? Top wick was that 369 level, going back to last November when Papa Powell dropped the bomb on everyone and said inflation was out of control. And we all know what happened after that. It became one big sell fest. So it's tough. I'm sorry. I don't really have much to say that's good about coin at the moment, not from a technical perspective anyway. Not really addressing any of the fundamentals on this one, Brad.
I think Coinbase will be good when Bitcoin hits 13 or 10K, and then it starts rallying, and then that's when you blindly just go long Coinbase. And then you watch and the profits come in. Obviously, a little bit of a punch and pray setup over there, but that's just using using Bitcoin as your key tool of entry and exit on Coinbase. That's what I would suggest. Keeping it with the super chat realm. These are super chats from the morning for anyone who thinks that we're just making up super chats over here. $20 super chats from morning. Jose,
Jeez,
can you
GCT.
tell? Can you tell which one to buy, SHPH or HPCO? Sorry, Jose, that's something we cannot do. We're not financial advisors. We cannot tell you what to buy, what not to buy. We cannot advise you like on what companies to hold onto your portfolio and stuff. So sorry for that. I do apologize. But in terms of HPCO and SHPH, my opinions about HPCO, you guys already know about that. Another weed company, most likely going back to the downside, like all other weed companies of Tilray, CGC, and XYZ are not at $500 that everyone thought it would be, even though Tilray did hit 500 for like a brief second.
Tilray?
I think was it CGC or Tilray?
Tilray hit like 70 something back in 2020.
What stock hit 500? It was like
I'm not
CGC
sure.
maybe.
I'm not
It was one of those
sure.
weed stocks that squeezed all the way up to $500 if I remember. Maybe 100, maybe not 500. I'm just getting it wrong. You know what? Instead of guessing Pratty Daddy, what about we go over here? Yeah, look at that, 320, baby.
On Tilray?
On Tilray. I remember.
be kidding
I remember
me, bro.
watching it live, and this is when I just started trading too.
Oh, that's
I just-
before my time.
Yeah,
That's
I
before my
just started trading. I watched it squeeze up to 300. I was losing my
That's what I'm
mind on
talking
this.
about right
You
there.
watched this squeeze
Yeah.
there up to
Yeah,
70. Yeah, so you know, I was losing my mind on this one, and I couldn't believe that happened. But you know, if Tilray did those kind of things and is now hanging out at the bottom, chilling, relaxing, shooting some b-ball and whatnot, I can't see HPCO doing good things either. And SHPH, what is SHPH? SHPH is Shuttle Pharmaceutical Holdings. I have no clue what they do, nor what the story is for that stock. So once again, I hope you know, you're able to do your own due diligence on that side. Coming back to my stock, Boeing, I showed you that punch. I'm in 30 cents in the money. It broke 151 and is now trying to hold 151 on the bids. I believe we see 150 today. It is only logical that the stock heads towards 150, breaks 150 maybe, or starts bouncing in front of 150. But right now with the fail break of 151, only a 20-cent break by 151, let's see if we can get an extended move past that to the downside.
Guys, GCT is flying. It moved up to 73% on the day. You'll recall our last piece out was at 23.34 level. We feel kind of silly now having that out because it broke 26, guys. top wick is 26.26, and it really doesn't show much signs of slowing down. The tape's lighting up, volume's increasing. Let's look at that volume bar here. If we draw a trend line, look at that. The volume is definitely increasing on that one. So keep an eye, which is very unusual going into that lunchtime hour. But hey, I guess program buying doesn't take lunch, So yeah, we'll definitely have our eye on that. It's popping right back down to that 7 EMA on the 1 minute chart, 24.50 or so. It's definitely on our radar. We're keeping it on the corner of our eye.
Tell me it's an algo on there?
God, there's a lot of buying here, man. And the spreads are super wild still on this one. The spreads, even though the volume's increasing, the spreads are not tightening up. They're 10, 15 cents, 20 cents at times. Another one, kind of the opposite thing, Okta continues to make new lows. We broke that $61 level. We bottom wicked at 60.80, and something tells me we may test 60 today. Pardon me?
Still short 64.70.
Sean says he's still short 64.70, so he is almost $4 and change in the money here, guys. That's big boy money. I took that short on Okta. I definitely didn't hold it for as long as Sean did. I definitely didn't have as much size as Sean did. Maybe one of the reasons I wasn't able to hold it that long. But yeah, definitely Okta is still on the radar. If you recall, Okta was, at some points it's come down from $78, guys. This morning at about 7 a.m. when some of the retail traders come in was at $78.25. It's currently about to test $60. So it's been a hell of a move down. It's an earnings loser like we talked about from yesterday. So that's that. Let's have a look at what else is popping off here. Actually, maybe we'll address some super chats. Jose Mercado sent $20. Can you tell which one to buy? SHPA. Oh, you already talked about that. Okay,
if there's a thumbs up mark on it,
you got it. Got it. Daddy Trader, $5 super chat. SHPH. Yeah, that's that monster from this morning on that halted I think half a dozen times, maybe more. Let's pull that up. SHPH.
Is that a new IPO?
It was a new IPO, yeah.
Yeah, I don't even see the float information
This
on
was just scary. I was watching it this morning, getting tons of FOMO on this one, because you see it moving up $5, $10, $15 at a time. You're like, I want in. But then you look at the spread. The spread's like $2. So, it's terrifying. We opened up, I don't know what we opened up at, but I see the first print here at $50 or so. Maybe correct me if I'm wrong, Brad.
What does it say?
SHPH. What was
it was supposed to open actually at $8. So it opened up in pre-market around 51.
50,
I
right?
see.
Yeah. Okay. 51, guys.
How does it open up in pre-market though? It's because it's an Asian stock.
I have no idea. To be honest with you, this one went up to 126.36. What's the high on this one? That was what time? Was that was at 9:40. I was watching this in the pre-market. Look at this move, guys. From the 74 break here, it consolidated sideways a little bit after making top wick at 90 in that $74, $75 range. And then, boom, right at that 910 mark, a whole bunch of volume came in, and it bounced from 74 all the way up to 110. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, Daddy Trader. It's, it's one of those ones where I'd stay away from it. Currently, there's barely any volume being done. The spread is 90 cents. So, a lot of slippage on that. Obviously, if you're set on entering it, size in accordingly so that if it goes against you, whether to the upside or the downside, you don't get burned too much. Just as we say that, it broke, look at this, 61.90, 58.48 on the bid. So over $2 spread on that one. I can't really tell you more than that.
Target is popping up on my scanners, so I'm looking at it. It's about to take out the high a day apparently. So pulling up this bad boy, 161.50 high a day, and Walmart. Obviously, if Target's popping up on the scanners, that means Walmart's continuing to go higher without me. So that's a little bit of a sadness, a little bit of a wah 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 type of music playing in the background right now for Walmart because I'm not involved in it. But for anyone who took the high a day breakout, your stop was literally 20 pennies. You had no reason to exit that trade ever, and now giving you more profits is that very same trade. So congratulations to anyone who is continuing to trade it and hold it actually trade it better than the way I did. That's the point I'm trying to get to. Boeing did pop back up to my average price, but didn't stop me out, so that's a good thing. But it looks like we might just be able to find some buyers on Boeing before we go down to that 150 area, as the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ are moving north side one more time. I know the NASDAQ's down 1.8%, so I can't really be sitting here screaming kangaroo market, but you know, the S&P 500 has been having some nasty pops in it and doesn't really push as low as the NASDAQ did. So a little bit worried about the short side today. We could get a random pop today, building into a free fall Friday for tomorrow. So got to be ready for any of these moves that could come up. Still bearish, don't get me wrong, still bearish, but I would like to keep that in the back of my mind over there, just in case we get a crazy pop. I'm not sitting there fighting these pops every single moment, giving back all the money that I've already made today, all because I want to be right on the market. There's no reason for me to ever head into that type of mentality. So always be ready to you know, cut your losses and walk away from the trade if the market variables are changing and showing you that you are no longer correct. You might have been correct for a good period of time, but you are no longer correct. Market Crash Dummies. I know that username. Member for 6 months, member for 8 months. Trader TV Live. Oh yeah, why am I reading all that? HPCO halting. GGII OTC owns 79% of Hempco. Yeah, you did mention that last time to me, and thank you for coming back to the Trader TV Live member family. Nicholas Gibao with the $5 super chat. Held on to the Netflix short a little early, but made my money. Thanks, guys, and a great show as always. Let's go, Nicholas. Let's go check out Netflix real quick to see what type of moves you were talking about. So Netflix, most likely to the downside. Did you hear about Disney wanting to dive into the Amazon Prime methodology?
Yes, sir.
Whereas Netflix wants to dive into the Disney methodology. So it looks like everyone's changing their methodologies a little bit. They wanna go for the king, Amazon now. I wouldn't call Amazon the king. Let me just be correct, because there's nothing good on Amazon to watch. Nothing good on Amazon to watch. But the king Amazon, apparently, in terms of you know what it is? Amazon coders. I've complained about this on Twitter recently. These coders are absolute machines. Like, how is it possible? I'll be honest about it. If I'm watching a movie on Netflix, sometimes, you know, you're sitting on Discord with your mates, or you're like, you know, you're talking to a girl or something, and you're playing a movie on Discord, and then you're watching the movie together. That you can do that with Netflix. Okay. But you do that with Amazon Prime. They somehow get the API from Discord that you're watching Prime Video, and they black out your Prime Video screen on the stream, but you're still watching Prime Video on your own screen. Oh. So these coders are so insane that they have figured out a workaround, like you not being able to stream your calls and everything. And then even on the Twitch side, their advertisement blocking, ad blockers, you cannot get past ad blockers on Twitch. They will still hit you with ads. Imagine YouTube figure that out. Imagine Disney Plus or Netflix figured out how people are not Skype streaming their movies anymore.
Well, here's the thing too. Like my setup at home, I have like the 4 monitors, and then I have like an HD TV that I put you guys on before I started working here. You guys would be on that one. And sometimes I'd want to watch Amazon Prime on that, like a couple of shows here and there. I won't mention which ones because I'll probably get like made fun of in the chat. But if I didn't use a particular cable, it would tell me, no, you can't use this cable to broadcast, because I think that they were thinking that I was trying to reproduce it. Yeah. So to play on your point, they're quite sensitive with how they
insane with their coding. So I think I can understand why Disney wants to go the Prime route. More money, the Prime route, obviously.
Oh, no question.
And Netflix wants to go the Disney route. So eventually, maybe Netflix goes the Prime route too. But it sucks because that means, you know, we're going back the cable route. Yeah. You sign up for Prime, but realistically, through Prime, you have to sign up for Crave. You have to sign up for Netflix. You have to sign up for NFL and NBA. You have to still sign up for them.
I was complaining to you about that yesterday. Yeah. Brad was making fun of me because I was watching my Arsenal take another dub yesterday.
That's because I told you I can find you a free stream.
And then he tried to find it.
I can still find you a free stream. Don't test me.
You can't find free streams. Don't say that. We don't bootleg anything. Everything's legit. Everything's legit around here. So then I was complaining I had to have DAZN for Champions League and NFL. I had to have Fubo for the Prem. I got to have this. I got to have that. So yeah, money adds up at the end of the day. But an interesting tidbit here, and I know it doesn't really have anything to do with what we're talking about. Did you know that Tesla is filing a lawsuit against the government of Louisiana?
I heard about that.
Because Louisiana does not allow car manufacturers to sell cars
Their own
directly.
cars to dealers and shit?
They
Yeah, I heard
actually
about
want
that.
the dealers. Apparently, it made sense going back in the day because these dealerships were circumventing something. I don't know. It made sense apparently for Ford and GM not to be able to do it, but didn't really make sense in 2022. And so apparently, they're not the only state that does that. So Tesla's having some issues.
You know what it is? Lobbyers.
Gotta be.
There's probably Ford and GM lobbies in Louisiana, and they're just funding the crap out of it, and they're trying to block Tesla.
I figured it was like another way to make jobs because in New Jersey you can't pump gas. Everything is has to be full serve.
Yeah, but
It's
do
kinda
you
to
really
employ
want to be a
people.
scummy, salesman
want
trying to upsell people on cars like that?
We're not offending any car salesmen
That's
in
true.
the chat,
not
guys.
all of them are like that. Not
No,
all of them
not
are
at
like
all.
that.
But yeah, the way that Tesla does it is they have a showroom.
Yeah.
They show you how they do, and then they tell you to buy it online.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So they've been getting around that. Guys, GCT making another move here, bounced off that, I want to say 23.10 level, and it's making a move back into 24, pushing 25. Lots of volume coming in here, guys. It dropped off a little bit on the decline. This is what we were talking about. Look at the volume increase on the move up, and then the move down, volume is not as high. You don't need as much volume for the stock to come down, but you need more volume for the stock to go up. I'm going to keep repeating that because that's something you guys have to have your eye on. So looking to break that $25 level, we're still super interested in this. If we can take that high of 26.28, this definitely back in play, Brad.
I don't know what I do with my SPY here. It's back at VWAP. You saw me punch and pray a bunch of times already, but you know that Neil methodology of if a level comes into play 3 or 4 times, maybe the 5th time it's not as good. Also, a higher low on the S&P 500 and on the SPY futures also. NASDAQ not really trying to go break the lows just yet and go down to that 12K area. So I don't know if this market wants to go down, and if it wants to, I don't think we're going to get too much of a big move. So leave it alone, says Mike Curran. That's exactly what I'm planning to do. Just leave it alone a little bit. Boeing not pushing too much further to the downside, but I think I'm gonna stick to my rules. I'm gonna stick to my setup. I'm gonna stick to my plan. I almost punched out of the straight a couple times for a tiny loser, but then it instantly comes back down and shows me some profits. So I'm just gonna hold on to it. My idea, my thesis is we're going down to 150, and it will slowly trickle its way down there. I have enough patience, I have enough size to capture that move, and I also have the right stop. According to me, I have the right stop because it hasn't stopped me out yet, and it's been like 15, 20, 30 minutes already. So as long as that doesn't trigger, and it keeps on flirting with the break even for me, I'm okay with it. Let Boeing ride out in the sunset to the downside, not to the upside, okay? David Mawisa coming in with the super chat, or a new member. Just wanted to say I love you guys. Hey, we love you too, baby.
You too, man.
Every single one of you, even those little people, those few people, not little. I meant to say the few percentage of people who did not hit the like button today. We like you too, okay? But we would have liked you even more if you smashed that like button.
Yeah.
So that small percentage of people who didn't hit that, and those subscribe buttons and those notification bells. So do us a favor, help us out with the YouTube algorithm and smash all those buttons. I'm gonna be right back.
Guys, we got into an octa short here. We're hoping to scalp, like 50, 60 cents or so. We're thinking it's going to test that $60 level. Hopefully, we'll give it some room. We took small size here, so we can give it, up to 61, maybe even an average in. It won't really affect our P&L too much. Our entry is at 60.53 level. Currently trading, at 60.55. So we're a couple of pennies out of the money on that one. GCT holding a little bit below that $25 level. This makes me a bit weary because, the peak here is at that 26, 28 level. I don't want it to start making lower highs. If it starts making lower highs, then it gives you the idea that the trend is changing, especially since the volume is dropping off. Look at the volume here. It's quite a bit higher than the volume we've gotten up here on this up move. So yeah, still, holding 20, 25 bucks or so. Big spread as usual. And we'll continue to watch this one. This one's definitely on our radar. going into the afternoon hour. Let's go back to our, yeah, there we go. Now we're well in the money here on Octa. We're going to take our profit target. What we'll do is we'll put a stop for $60.07, lucky number 7. And that will be, we'll have to cover there, $6 and say 5 cents. And that will be, did it trigger? Did I get that fill? I don't know, to be honest with you. I don't see it right there, so I'll have to actually go back to it or do it manually. I'm not 100% sure. I don't see the yellow line on my screen. Moving back to GCT, I am more inclined to take this break here through that 25 level, especially if it holds 25. My only concern is I just don't want to get wicked in by, a rogue candle that breaks through that level and then wicks right back down. It's holding above the 7 EMA. I like it, very strong. Maybe even a dip trade on here would be a good idea. I see some support around that $24 and $24 level. We're about 75 cents a bit high from that. And with this one, maybe I'm speaking out loud. I'm thinking out loud here. The $24 level may not be a good idea because if it does dip down to that level, it may indicate a trend change rather than perhaps taking the breakout and trying to take out those highs. So I'm keeping this on watch. I don't think I'm going to take the dip trade after thinking that one through at that $24 level. I'd rather take that 25.50 break or that 25.40 break, give or take a few pennies. We're still, flat on our Octa trade. It's consolidating sideways for now. Let's see what the market's doing. The market's starting to make a move back up here, guys. Testing that VWAP level. Looks like we made low of day at 39.03, and ever since then, we've kind of been making higher lows. Save and except for these two. These two are kind of the same level here. If we can break through that VWAP level and perhaps at 39.30 level, it may indicate a trend change. But, careful if you're going long today on the market because it definitely is a red day, Brad.
Yeah, I'm just looking at my messages because my mom messages and she goes, the first and the last message since I caught the flight was from my sister or my sister-in-law, which is her daughter-in-law. She's like, I like how my 2 sons don't even say flight or happy journey or anything. It's just my daughter-in-law who wishes all this to me. You sons suck. I'm by the way messaging from Heathrow, so that's London Heathrow, right? Of course, yeah. So London Heathrow. So that obviously means she's gonna be home very soon. So not a good thing for me, but also
Why?
a good thing to me because that means I have to do chores now. I have to do all the work at home again. Look, I got like the last 2 months to like just chill out, do absolutely nothing, and do it when I wanted to do it, right? I hear you. But now it's like do it now or get out of the house. So it's like okay, now I gotta do it, right? But no, welcome back, Mom. Mom's gonna be back, and I'm excited for that. Super chat time again, baby. Let's head over to a couple more super chats. Oop, clicking on the wrong buttons, Prad. Come on, what are you doing? Here we go. Greg Trail, $5 super chat. Made some money on AMD options and got out. Thanks for the idea, Sean. Have a successful day, guys. Yes, sir. That's what we're talking about. AMD has been clean to the downside today. I took a $2 short on $2 per share short on AMD. I think I got out at the bottom wick. I like painting charts, you know me. So I took that breakout trade short and then perfect exit. I hope it's a perfect exit, and by that I mean the market doesn't go too far to the downside anymore. But look at that. Here's the market actually moving to the upside, man. S&P 500 well above VWAP now, trying to push towards the 100-period EMA. NASDAQ also pushing above its previous consolidation range, NQ/U22CM. And look at that. It's trying to push towards that consolidation range high. Maybe we see a rejection of 12.1K again, like we did earlier. That is very much a possibility. So look for another 30-point run up on the north side for this NASDAQ market, which will bring the S&P 500 maybe a little bit more to the north side also, right back into this range consolidation up to 39.30. And then maybe we see rejection, but you can also see rejection at the 100-period EMA on the 5-minute chart most likely, which we're pushing towards right now. And that makes me, itches my fingers, honestly, to try and look for short on SPYs here one more time. So let's give SPY some time to push up a little bit, and then maybe we can take some fills around 392.50 for a third attempt short.
Awesome. Yes, I do like that. Looks as if we averaged in at the right time here into Octa. We'll tell you a little bit about that after we come back from Brendo at the big board for volume leaders.
Hey guys, yeah, busy day. Let's get you up to date on what is happening as far as what's trading the most volume so far. 10,903 today listings on this board so far. Pretty one-sided, unfortunately. I was talking yesterday, if you joined us this time, about how evenly split it was, about a 50-50 breakdown of what was higher, what was lower. Definitely not the case here today. 1,709 in positive territory, about 1,100 and change here, dead flat on the day. And then we're pushing 8,000 to the downside right now. So very one-sided, 793 versus 44, new lows, new highs currently. Top of the volume list right now, this AVCT, it's been here all week long, back to 25 cents, down significantly, you can see today, but 154 million shares. Worth noting, across the board, volume a little bit lower today, which is to be expected. Brand new month. We're heading into a long weekend as well. Should be even worse on the volume side tomorrow. TQs, SQs here as well, 98 and 80 million. This is NVIDIA, AMD, obviously the chips in play because of this China story. I was just reading a note from another analyst that was saying there might be a workaround for NVIDIA when it comes to these exports of this AI chip to China and what this is going to mean going forward for NVIDIA. But remember, it's next September, not this September, but next September when that ban will come into effect. But there they are, NVIDIA, AMD on this list, UVXY, GFAI, Shift Pixie down here, top of the gainers board, and Hempaco, guys. All about that hemp today. Back to you.
Yeah. Hemp taco? I like a hemp taco. Hemp tacos. It's not even Taco Tuesday, but hemp. I know, I was just trolling. But the hemp taco also sounds pretty good right now. I haven't eaten anything all day, so I could go for a hemp taco real quick. Here's SPYs, man, pulling back. Like I said, they might off of the 100-period EMA rebound on the futures. So SPY futures 100-period EMA on the 5-minute chart, that is rebounding. So SPY, I was a little late to pull the trigger. I could have had the fill of 392.10, and I was sitting there. The tape was like, "Take me now. You have 5 seconds, or I'm running away. This is the train, choo-choo, all aboard, or we're leaving." And I said, you know what, I'll wait for to see if my date comes. If it doesn't, then I'll catch the next train. And this train said, all right, buddy, you're last. And it left without me. The train is now departing again, back to the downside. But at least we have some trades on the board, which is Boeing shorts. The Boeing now pushing right back to the downside again. 20 cents in the money on that short. Let's see if we can actually get that move to 150. I want that dollar per share profit. Well, actually, my price is 151.42, so I don't even need it to go to 150. If it just drops down to 150.42, I'll be more than happy by taking that dollar per share profit. Currently 24 cents in the money. Markets are pulling back. Here comes the down move yet again. And real quick before we send it to our main man, Sharif, the sheriff's in town. Yeah, before we send it back to the sheriff himself, I'd like to go to Greg Trail, another super chat coming in. Go Packers, go! Glad to see Sean is a fellow fan. Yeah, he just came back from his meeting, so I wanted to say that out loud, but he did not listen to me at all, so forget it.
Yeah, actually, speaking of the Packers, as you guys know, I'm a Cowboys fan, but my best friend, he's a Packers fan, and I was telling Sean about this. We're actually planning on making the drive, the 11-hour and 15-minute drive in mid-November. Just to watch your team lose? Yeah, I know. Imagine? I don't expect too much from Dallas this year, I'll tell you the truth, so that's just putting that out there. But I'm going definitely to cheer for my team and for the experience. Being at Lambeau Field, it's going to be definitely an interesting experience, and I put that very emphatically because it is cold as hell. Anybody familiar with Green Bay knows about the weather, especially in super windy in that stadium as well.
The only thing I know about Dallas Cowboys is how much Stephen A. Smith hates them.
Oh, he despises. You know what? He doesn't even hate the Cowboys. He says he hates Cowboys fans.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Okay.
So, and that's his caveat in there. And I stopped following Stephen A. a long time ago because he would aggravate me about how much he hated Dallas. So I had to let that one go, despite the fact that he's a really good analysis on other stuff. There we go. Come on, take some out. Guys, we're big. We're huge on Okta. We're big. Look what we got in. Our initial entry was at 60.54. And then we averaged in because we knew that this was going to pop back down at 60.81. We took our first piece here at 60.45. We took our second piece here at 60.32, and then we kind of got bottom wick. We're at that 60.21. We sized in nicely on this one. Now we're testing that $60 level. So we're definitely looking to take the remaining, I want to say, 15% at that $60 level. We're waiting. It's, only a 4-cent spread on this bad boy. So let's go ahead and try to cover everything here by going 60.04, and we're going to cover the remaining portion of our shares. There we go. Now we got the indication on our chart that we do have that covering order there at that 60.04 level. We'll wait for that one to come down. If it pops back up to 60, what's our average on this one? 60.81. No, that was our last entry. So that's not the average price that we have. Actually, it is. That's weird. No, that's incorrect. So our average price is in between, probably around that $60, 67 cent level. If it comes to around that level, we'll break even on the remaining, 15% or so. But our P&L is lighting up from Okta, guys, and we're learning a little bit from Sean, who's holding it from 64 and change.
Beauty short, May. Here's another shenanigan stock coming on board today. BIAF, brand new IPO, yet another low flow IPO opening right into a halt. So halted at $9.74. What? Oh, I was brushing my beard, so I'm muting my mic. That's my fault. But that's what I was saying. BIAF, another shenanigan stock coming into play, opening up right into a halt here, halting at $9.74, and the indicated opening price is $10.42. So clearly a little bit of a volume coming in for this position. Let's see if we can see what the actual indicated opening range price is for this IPO. BIAF on September. Here we go. Bioaffinity Technology is supposed to be from 6 to 6.25, and it opened at 8. That's actually not a bad thing compared to these stocks that were supposed to open at 5 and they open at 50. So BIAF a little bit on the tamer side, but clearly volume coming in. It traded almost its full float rotation in the first 5-minute candle, or let's say like 1 minute probably. Traded the whole rotation in 1 minute of the open itself, halting at $9.74 now and trying to open higher than $10. So let's see where this one will run off to when it opens back up. And another stock that just now halted apparently is Pixie. Pixie is also halting. Yeah, halting with the 1 million shares traded today, halted to the downside currently at $30.16, and looks like it will open back at $30.
Just taking a sip of our tea here, guys. Okta gave us what we wanted. We got that out, that final piece at $60.04, but it blew by that. Look at that. It's continuing to make new lows. Now at 59.56. I was going to say 61, but as I said that, it continued to drop. Makes us feel silly. We never seem to be able to time these correctly. We were like, oh yeah, it's going to bounce off 60, so we're going to put our take profit right above that 60 level to cover. You know what? Probably a lot of other people had that idea. That's why it's continuing to go down. So, now we're going to even test 59. It looks like we're breaking that 59.50 level. So Okta continues to be super weak, very profitable for anybody short-minded on this one. Spreads are good, especially for a $60 stock. It's quite decent, unlike GCT. And we missed it. I knew it. There we go, guys. Now we made new highs, 26.50 on GCT. I wanted to take this break here at that 25.30 above this peak right here, and then I would have covered probably into 26 for a little bit. Yeah, it looks like we missed this one, but it definitely is continuing. Higher lows, higher highs, still very strong. I don't see a change in the trend on this one. So if you're long-minded, stay long-minded until you see otherwise. Holding above every possible moving average or other indicator that you're looking at. Volume is starting to increase again. Look at that volume chart down here, guys. Keeps popping up, loving it. I'm definitely looking for a long, but I'm going to take it on a retracement. I'm not going to chase this one, Prad.
Yes, sir. Rolando Vergara, how do you know what price a stock will open after it halts? So we actually have a thing that says theoretical auction price. It comes directly from the servers of the floor, and they update you constantly based on the imbalance locator, how many buyers are there, how many sellers are there. They're constantly pairing that information, and most brokerages have that, so our brokerage has it, and we look at that info right here. As you can see, TAP, tells you exactly how much it might be opening up at. Probably hard for you to see on YouTube though, but you know, we're here to talk about it. Walmart just now stopping me out. Sorry, not Walmart. Boeing just now stopping me out, and is finally pushing to the upside. So that's going to be a failed trade. Looks like Boeing held up that 151 bottom by only breaking by 19 cents to the downside. Oh well, we lose about how many pennies did I even lose on it? Let me quickly make sure here. Boeing, we lost 22 pennies on it. So not a big deal at all. Not crying, not upset, but maybe I should have had an order to flip me long on the breakout of that range. Now watch Boeing most likely rocket up to 153, 152.50 and Prasadamas strikes again, right?
Love that Prasadamas reference. Yeah, we're still watching GCT, guys. We're trying to decide where we're going to take this long. Our initial one was at that 25 break, 25 break here above this peak. That came and went. So now we gotta regroup and we gotta figure out where we're going to get this one next, because we're not going to let it off the hook. Why would you? I mean, it's continued to giving you money as long as the move is directional and you can get shares. Hey, that's what we do here, and that's how you make money. That's how you take profit. So we're looking for a new trend to develop on this one and give us some signs of where the entry should be. Last time, let's analyze this a little bit. Last time I posited that maybe that 24 dip would be good. It did definitely break below that 24. It went down bottom wick here to 23.57. So looking into hindsight, is that how much room I would give it? Because I don't know if I'd give this one, 30, 40 cents of room, and maybe I should. So that kind of gives me an idea of the amount of room I need to give it if I'm looking at a dip trade. The dip trade here would be that $25 level, because there's a clear level of support around there. So how much room should I give this? Should I give it down at 24.50, maybe 24.60? Currently it's about that, it's right at that 24.60, 24.70 level. So yeah, let's initiate a long here, and we're gonna get out. We're going to be completely out, and we'll take a small position because we don't want to lose any of the money we made on this one. We're going to completely out at 24.50. So let's go ahead. Wow, the spread's opening up on this one here. Let's go ahead and take that long. Let's see if we can get filled. There we go. Did we get long? Did it trigger us? No, it didn't. That's weird. What's going on with this thing today? GCT. Oh, yeah. Well, you know why? Because we got a partial fill, and I don't have the partial fill showing up on my chart there. I can fix that. So we're definitely long in this one. Our average price is $24.85. So we're break even at the moment. We're looking for that above that 25 break. There we go. We got filled the remaining portion. Anything below 24.50, I'll be out. I'm small size here. I'm thinking about even adding. Like, I want to be that person that adds to their winners so that I can be like that pro, because I can definitely never do that in real life. So we're going to add to this one. Since we took small size, we'll add above that 25.30 level. So let's get that order ready in case. We're going to go 25.30, and we're going to add another small piece here, and we're going to be ready for that one. In case it comes to that level, we're going to add. And we want to hold for that 26 or even a new high. Volume dropping off, which is fine a little bit because it is pulling back a little bit here. And then, yeah, basically that's it. That's our plan on that one. Our out, to reiterate, is at 24.50, and our add is at 25.30, and we're looking for 26 or 26.50 for take profit, Brad.
Yeah, someone, or not someone, it was a super chat. Dude Devin, $2 super chat, bounced back to 18.50 on TPL in 2 days. So specific question, I can't even answer this. I don't know what's going to happen in the next 30 seconds, so I can't tell you what's going to happen in 2 days. Actually, in 2 days, it will for sure not bounce back there because it's a Saturday in 2 days, and the market's closed, right? Yeah. So I'm not sure what's going to happen. Look, I've never seen the stock trade. Only 16,000 shares traded on a day today, and somehow the relative volume for the stock is 2.70.
Wow.
With 15,000 shares traded.
Bizarre.
You're telling me that's tons of relative volume for this stock? I guess the price is ridiculous, right? The price is ridiculous. What is that other ridiculous price stock? CMG, Chipotle Mexican Grill. Yeah, even this stock, almost the same price or more. Yeah, same price. trades way more volume than the other stock TPL. So I can't predict levels on a stock that does no volume. I'm a day trader. I'm not a fund manager. I'm not a hedge fund manager or anything. So I'm not like your analytic type of guy. I'm your technical analysis. I'm not your fundamental guy. That's what I'm looking to say. So maybe if you do your fundamentals in there, but and help you form a thesis to get into a trade, awesome. But no reason for me to jump into a trade that's doing absolutely no volume on the day trading side for myself, and nor am I putting my buying power all into one trade. But I do appreciate the super chat. I just can't help you on TPL. I apologize. Thank you, Pride. I'm going to send you super chats on the other thread. Oh, I don't have to read that. Okay, so moving on from that, we can move on from that one. All right, now let's go see what stocks are doing. I'm going to be honest, guys. It's 12:30 Eastern Standard Time. I'm at that point where I've already banked enough money on the day today. I'm not trying to give back my money to JP Morgan algorithms. I'm already their best friend. I don't want to be more friends with them.
Yeah,
the JP Morgan and the Goldman Sachs algorithms know me by first name basis. All right, they come over to my house every weekend, so I don't gotta dance with them more.
Yeah, he's not telling the truth there, guys. He banks, and they're not taking his money. Don't listen to him. He's just trying to be humble. There we go. We're breaking through the 25 level on GCT. We came close to stopping out there, but here comes the volume again. Spread is really annoying on this one, guys. I'm going to keep complaining about it because it should not be 20-cent spread on a $25 stock that's done 12.5 million shares of volume. Like, why? Why is it so spready? There's got to be a technical reason. I just don't know it. I'll need to look into it. But we got an out here at that 24.41 area. We're gonna give it a little bit of room. It's flirted with that 20. There we go, and we should be out coming up here. It's gonna break our level. Is it printing? Let's see. We're gonna have to do this manually if it doesn't. It pops right back up. Let's see what it continues to do. We're super small size on this one, so we're not giving back too much money if it goes against us. It's holding that 24.50 level quite well. It wicked up above 25, kind of gave us the impression that it was going to continue to go, but this one you can just never be sure. Some buying coming in, some good support at that, some good size on the level 2 in the 40s at 24.40, 24.41. It's all got size, but it's flirting with that area now, and we got stopped out here. We're not really too sure. Let's have a quick look at the other trade here. HPCO still holding, it's below VWAP now, holding the 200 EMA. So that one's kind of out of our interest there. We're not gonna play with that one unless it breaks above the VWAP and holds above it. Our concentration now is focused on this GCT. We want to make this trade work. We kind of took the dip trade. We weren't really convinced about the dip trade, but we did some analysis and we gave it a little bit of room. And so we're going to follow through with that. If it breaks that 24.40 level, I'm hitting the flatten key and I'm out, Brad.
Yeah, what do you think about it?
Stocks making the biggest moves pre-market.
Oh, no, I'll ask you the question later. Screw it.
What's up?
Forget it. It'll talk
Let me
later.
know. Now I want to know.
It'll talk later. It's okay.
Is that Seema Modi?
No, that's not Seema
okay.
Modi.
All right.
No, don't be talking to my wife like that. What the heck's wrong with you? Don't be mentioning my wife's name. Are you crazy?
Brad's called dibs on Seema Modi, guys.
Sean's been knowing this. Ever since I joined, I saw Seema Modi on the TV. I was like, yo, that's wifey right there.
I was getting
That's
the business
wifey
from
right
this
there.
guy because I mentioned Seema Modi, and then I got the business from Sean when I mentioned Morgan Brennan, right? So, who just happens to be on mat leave right now. So that's why she hasn't been on TV, but I'm sure she'll be back, right?
Yeah, let's go for some stocks with actual catalysts in them today. Earnings catalysts or downgrades and so on. You've already heard a lot about Okta from Sean and our boy Sharif over here. A couple other positions that were on there today. MongoDB shares slumped by 16% after issuing a wider than expected loss for the second half. MongoDB also reported a smaller loss and anticipated revenue, so they're basically also guiding to the downside. So all things for MDB. Sorry, I thought I had the chart up. All things for MDB pointing to the downside today. I was waiting for a move to 250 here. I honestly thought I had MongoDB on my second screen, so I was waiting for a move to 250 for a possible chance to get short. But looks like I'm not gonna have that chance to go short near 250 as the stock starts pulling back again from 247, 248 areas right right back to the lower days we go. The S&P 500 is now pulling right back after VWAP, and the NASDAQ is also pulling back down to the low of days. The question is, though, does the NASDAQ actually take out the lower day? Does it hold up at the lower day again and pounce right back? Or do we actually go right down to the 12K level that I was talking about? Once we go to the 12K level, does it hold the 12K level? Does it break the 12K level? And a bunch of other variables in there. You know, look for your support areas, your resistance areas in the market, and then maybe map out if it breaks 12K, what is the possible range it will head towards next? And maybe that could be your profit target in this trade setup and so on. Boeing did stop me out, but pushing right back to the lower range areas is the same stock. So it looks like we did have the right trade, the right side, but we just didn't give it the wiggle room that the stock deserved, and now we're watching it push back down without us. So that's fine. Sometimes you're involved in it and you have fun. Sometimes you're involved in it, you don't have fun. Sometimes you're not involved in it and you're still having fun, and that's going to be me right now.
Guys, we went against this a little bit, GCT. Not really sure why the stops are not triggering today, but we're going to take this opportunity to average in at that 50 EMA. So here we go. We're adding another piece in. Did that fill? What's going on? Not sure why that didn't fill. Let's do that again. There we go. Oh, okay. Oh, it's really going against us, guys. We may actually have to get out of this one. 2350 will be our out there. We're going to average into this area here. Wow, the spread is really opening up on this guy. Dun, dun, dun. Can we do this? Let's see. The spread's opening up. Okay. We see the order on the chart hasn't triggered. It needs to go up a little bit or come down. Wow. Okay, I'm not really sure what's going on. That'll be our only average in because we took a super small piece on it and we got partially filled there. Yep. I think, wow, hold on. Did we get, oh, that's interesting. Okay, that's not what I wanted to do, but okay. We'll get back to this trade in a second, but I believe currently, maybe I won't send it off.
I'm trying to see if Sean has his phone holding things stand there that he doesn't
Brad,
use
Mike.
Yeah. Muted again because I was brushing my beard. I gotta stop brushing my beard. But it's time for us to most likely send it to your favorite person in the world. It's Brendo at the big screen.
Hey guys, quick update for you on how sentiment is shaping up this afternoon. We are seeing a little bit more green coming back in, but pretty tough afternoon here shaping up so far. PIXY, HPCO, a couple of those low float crazy runners back on this board once again. This one has flipped from red to green today. GCT, another one, SHPH being discussed on social media as well in a positive fashion. If you're seeing this board for the first time, directionally speaking, pretty self-explanatory, red up or red down, obviously green up. The size of these boxes, you can see AMC and SPY, indicates the frequency of the mentions coming through on social media. So the more comments coming through on social media, the bigger the box ends up being. And as I said, directionally speaking, pretty self-explanatory. GFAI and that BIAF, both neutral for now, but yeah, another crazy low float runner, it would appear, for BIAF. Guys, back over to you.
Yeah, so I didn't even know that BIAF had warrants on it. So if you are afraid of halting, which I was earlier in my beginning journey of trading, I was very, very scared of halts, right? They would move way too drastically, and sometimes they would fake halt on you, trap you up, and then pull back to the downside, and then now you're stuck with a ton of size, and you can't exit because everyone's exiting quicker than you, and the algos are exiting quicker than you. The spreads open up, and the rugs are getting pulled. So if you do have that fear, you can head over to BIAFW. These are the warrants for BIAF, and they will not halt. But I don't really know how they move when the stock is halted. You know, it's like maybe traders move BIAFW around a little bit when the stock is halted, and when the stock opens up from its halt, they kind of leech the move from BIAFW a little bit, or maybe algos come in and they what's that word I'm looking for? They synchronize the two stocks together and they pair it up with options or whatever it is. I don't really know how that happens, but There's a setup over here that you can take advantage of every time BIAF is halted, which it looks like it just now reopened from another halt at 12:41 Eastern Standard Time, and we're at 12:43. Wow, we're already at 12:43 today. Insane. Lots of time running by. We're halting again on this stock at $13.75, and looks like it wants to open at $15. So now these halt ranges are getting a little bit accentuated. Is that the right word?
Extended?
Extended? What does
Extended,
extenuated mean? I've heard that word
That's
before.
not a word.
Yeah, it's a word, bro.
Extenuating.
That's what I said.
You said extenuated.
Oh, my bad. It's
all good.
How do you say it?
Which one?
The word, you just said it.
Extended or accentuated?
Accentuate.
There you go.
Is that the word? Can you use that in this sentence,
I'm
though?
not 100% sure,
No?
to be honest
All
with
right,
you.
well, we'll pull that back. I tried to pull a big word out of my butt
Bratty
there.
Daddy, he can create his own vocab if he wants. It's his show. He's on it. So
It's our show, baby. It's our show.
Yes, sir. We averaged down, guys, into GCT. Now we're definitely positive again. So we're looking for that 24.50 break. We'll take a piece of profit here at that 24.80 level if it reaches there, which is our initial entry. Let's just go back and double check something here. Yeah, so we're definitely profitable on that one. Choo, come on, let's go. Give me more. Give me more. Okay. As we let this one there we go. We'll take a little piece right there. So a little piece been taken out. We'll take another piece at that 24.80 level. Let's go. Let's move. You guys, you can move faster than that. Volume starting to come in again on this stock. You know, it doesn't look like the longs are out on this one. The volume keeps finding its way in. You know, it dips back to key levels, predictable levels like we've been giving you. Maybe you may not get them accurate every time, and that's the whole idea of taking smaller size and averaging in, especially into a long position. You're never really going to time it perfectly. You know, unless maybe you get lucky or you're really good. I definitely can't, so I definitely give myself that option of averaging into a stock that's trending upward, right? Especially if I'm going long. So watching that one, looking to take more profit into that 24.80 level. We'll give it time to make its way up there. Since the stops are kind of bugging us a little bit today, let's address a super chat. SG sends a $2 super chat, but no question. No comment. So SG, thank you for that. I appreciate you. Any money is always appreciated, especially from people that watch us every day. And I hope that you're one of those people. Let's go back to GCT, still flirting with that 24.40 level. We want that 24.80 level, or maybe even that 24.70 level to take a little bit of profit on that one. We were a little worried that it was going to go against us, especially having to average down, and it broke the area that we took, that we averaged down. It broke it by about 30 cents, but it held 23.50 quite well, and that's what kind of gave us confidence that this was going to bounce back up. So, Prad, we're going to continue to watch this while you watch AAAP.
Yeah, SG, the super chat that you sent, I think he missed out on putting his question in the super chat. The question is, better brokers for shorts for Canada, please. Missing these opportunities because of IB. IB, I'm guessing, is Interactive Brokers.
Don't get me started, man.
They're bad shorters?
Horrible, man. It's not about the fact that the execution is bad, but like on these daily gappers, let me show you. Here's what I'm gonna explain to you. So let me bring down the screen so you guys can follow along with me as well, and you know what I'm talking about. Here's the chart, the screen that I have up above. Right here, this is my scanner, guys, okay? And then under this column is shortable. If it's dark green, means there's no shorts. If it's light green, meaning there are shorts. Anytime there is like a fast mover or stock they're all not light green. It's just useless. Like, I don't want to short these stocks that have done 58,000 shares a day. You know what I'm saying? I want to short the stocks that are moving at the time, and they never seem to have available for these small cappers. Granted, and I'll give them credit, they always have shorts available for the big tech and for the main names are always available. But anytime it's one of these small cappers, no. And so I can completely sympathize with PG on that one.
Well, you know, the first thing I got to do is obviously sell our brand, right? Because by far, hands down, I've used 3 or 4 brokers. I've used Questrade. I've used IB. I still use IB, but I use it for investment purposes, so I don't really need to short anything on there. I've used Questrade. I've used IB, and Daytrade the World is my 3rd or 4th. Well, Wealthsimple too, and Daytrade the World. And by far, no one as good as Daytrade the World, hands down.
Good, I agree.
Our software, our execution speeds, our locates for our fees, our commissions for entering and exiting a trade. For example, I traded 92 trades today, and the fees that I paid for are $6.
Jeez.
That's nothing.
Oh God,
That's
no.
absolutely nothing.
Oh, and let me talk a little bit about this. I want to mention something on. I was watching Squawk Box on CNBS this morning, and this university professor from the University of California, Irvine, did a test on 6 different brokerages, and he analyzed them from 2 perspectives. One, if they had a payment for order flow system, he analyzed their executions for that, and then if they also had a pay system, he analyzed their executions for that. And IBKR, and I want to make this very point, was last for payment for order flow, and even the one where you actually have to pay to get in, they were 5th, so second last. So they're not good on executions, whether you're paying for commissions or whether it's payment for order flow. So get on Daytrade the World, set that up, because you're definitely going to get better fills on that, and that's technical knowledge. If you want to Google a study, it's done by a professor on, like I said, from University of California, Irvine. Sorry to interrupt you, Brad.
No, you're good. I appreciate all those little tidbits, because I learn something new every time you say something that I haven't heard about. So that's actually pretty cool. University of Irvine. But yeah, coming back to what were we talking about a little bit?
You were talking about the super chat.
Oh yeah, the super chat about brokerages
yeah.
and so on. So if you're in Canada, I would urge you to do ! sponsor, because a lot of us in our chat, we have about 70% Americans in our community. So sadly, 70% of you will not be able to take advantage of Daytrade the World, but you, since you're in Canada, you'll be able to do so. And in terms of all their brokerages, I think you got to do your own due diligence on that. Put some time in, put some effort in. Start Googling, start looking at their locates, start reading about them on Reddit. See how short sellers on Reddit are talking about X broker or Y broker or Z broker, and then you'll start to come up with a thesis, and maybe you'll finally find the right broker for yourself. But hey, if you're in Canada, trust me on this. Do ! sponsor, ! software. Go check us out at Daytrade the World and thank me later. Maybe we see you opening up a new office with us, and maybe one day we see you in the back over here trading with us too. So would be awesome. Beyond Jesus, apparently that's is being talked about as Beyond Meat. So let's go check out what Beyond Meat is doing. It's forming a W shape. It's rejecting the 100 period EMA. This was the Pizza Hut rumor, and I was like, yeah, that's nonsense. How many rumors does Beyond Meat come up with? It's more like a rumor factory than actually making meats. Like the McDonald's rumor, the Kardashian gonna be their taste tester rumor. Like they make more rumors than they actually make products in this factory. So I don't buy any of it from Beyond Meat. A nice little W formation coming, but they're not gonna catch the W. They're not gonna West Side. They're not gonna catch the W at all. They're gonna get clapped right back to the downside here.
Guys, we had to get out of that GCT trade because it did break below that 23.50. So we took off a piece here, which was profitable for us, about half the position at 24.30, and we got out the other half for a small loss here at 23.50. So that one, yeah, we gave back a little bit of profits, especially after this awesome trade over here. Yeah, a tricky one, definitely a tricky one. Tried to play it off levels. Sometimes these small cappers, they don't respect the levels that you identify on their chart, and that's part of the nature of the beast. So we're still definitely watching this one because it's strong. It's above VWAP. It's holding, a decent level here above VWAP. VWAP's at 21.75 or so, and it's trading at 22.77. So definitely on our radar. We're going to keep this on watch the entire time, and we're going to go long if it gives us the opportunity again to make some back of that money. But as I say that, HPCO now making a move off that where was it? $88.85 level, breaking that $9.20 level, pulling back a bit. It's below VWAP. Definitely not interested yet for a long until it can break above VWAP and even break above these recent highs here at that $9.70 level. We'll take it long. It's on our side screen. We'll continue to watch that. What are the futures doing? Because we want to look at some big tech guys. We're at that 39.11, and we bottom wicked here at 39.03, so we're still near day's lows, guys. I mean, we're a throw stone away from day's lows. We could be at day's lows any minute. I'm interested in that 39 bounce because we didn't really even get an opportunity to test 39. We got to 39.03, and if you took that a couple of points ahead 39, you could have made a great 20-point or almost a 30-point move up to that 39.29 level, you know, minus a few points here and there. So I'm definitely looking for that 39 dip if we can get it with a super tight stop because the futures can go against you in a hurry. So that's my plan going into the afternoon. There's about an hour left on the show before we send you back to Luca and Sean. And what are you doing with BYND? Why do you still have that up there?
I'm actually looking at my second. Look, I don't trade using the screen at all. This screen is for the show. This screen is useless for me. Honestly, it's if I could redesign the screen to actually show you how I trade, it would not be looking like this. You would not see as many charts. You'd see more level 2s, more time of sales, other useless tools that I like to use instead of having 3 charts that I barely even use to trade. But, you know, for the show, we like to have the 15-minute, the 1 day, the 5-minute, and then the time of sales and so on. So most of the time I'm looking at this screen. Whatever stock is up here, it was up here for the show and so on. But yeah, let me talk about the stock that I'm actually looking at on my second screen. It's going to be Dash. Dash pulled back to VWAP, which is around the first few exits that I took. I wish I had this on my radar. The only reason I pulled up Dash is because I want to take screenshots to post on Twitter right now. And I'm pretty upset that I didn't have an order to maybe get more shares short around this 58, 57, 80s, $58, which would have given you a beauty fill short once again to ride it back to the downside. So DoorDash hitting VWAP, rejecting VWAP, pulling back down the exact same way S&P 500 futures did and the SPY ETF did. So markets pulling back down here. NASDAQ now down 2%. S&P 500 down once again 1.17%. BIAF still popping up on the scanners. That's because it's still halting to the north side. Jeez. Now halted at $14.89. Indicated open price this time, though, is only $15. So it doesn't want to open up much higher like it wanted to last time. Last time it halted here, opened up at $13 or something. Now it only wants to open up an 11-cent point move higher than the halt price. HPCO also popping up. That's because this stock is now 80% to the north side. Hemp Taco clearly high off of its own supply.
That's so funny. Never get high off your own supply, especially if you're Hemp Taco.
Who said that? Was that Al Pacino?
Yeah, hold on. Never get high. That was, yes, in Scarface.
Al Pacino, right? Yeah.
Good call on that, Brad. Yeah, that's one of those movies that's for the ages, guys. Jeez, I mean, if you can get aside, can't watch it with kids because there's so much violence on there. But yeah, anyway, we tried to get into GCT quickly here off that 2350 hold. It broke. We're out. We lost a few pennies on that. No biggie. Yeah, this has been a tough one to trade. I'm going to have to lay off this one for a while until I can definitely see a trend change. I thought maybe that 2350 level held quite well on 3 occasions there, and so I initiated another long. That was a mistake. I lost about 15 cents or so per share. So we're definitely going to leave that one off here. And let's have a look at HPCO. It's moving off. Those bottoms there are starting to claim VWAP. I want to break that $9.60 level, and then we're definitely going to take a long. That's about 30 cents or so from here. You know, there is a trade that I used to take back in 2020 and 2021, and it was successful during those times. Not sure about now. Is that VWAP break? I mean, once it breaks through VWAP, a lot of people are more bound to look at it because it's in that buy zone, and more people generally, I don't have the stats, but generally more people go long than they go short. As we get some yelling in the background there. I don't know if you guys heard that. Looks like the floor manager, Greg's taking some profits there, which is good on him, right? Maybe we'll take a small, tiny long here on HPCO for that break of VWAP. And then, as we say that, it dips right back 10 cents below VWAP. So maybe that was not a good idea. We'll lay our hands off this one. It's a slow time of day right now on these small cappers, guys. So, geez, we're looking for something to form here, and looks like we're getting a move down in the futures. We were talking about being close to low of day. Now we're 3 points above low of day. 39.0325 is low of day, and we're currently at 306.50. So we're 3 points away from low of day. I'm definitely looking for that 39 bounce. But make sure it's a super tight stop. Something's going on with Pratt. I'm going to send it to him.
What just happened to Zoom?
Zoom's flying, guys. What's going on here?
What? I just pulled it up to once again take pictures for Twitter, screenshots and whatnot. And next thing you know, this stock is well above 79, going from breaking out the 52-week low to a complete new range high. Is there any news for Zoom, Brendo, that you can find maybe? Zoom is absolutely ripping right now. Zoom into the north side, taking out the pre-market high, breaking above 80. Now we're about 85 cents above 80. Like, what? Didn't the stock just miss earnings a couple days ago?
Pretty sure,
And got whacked down to the downside? We were waiting for the 79 trade yesterday. It never showed up. And now, when it did show up, we took advantage of it. I'll be honest, I did not believe the stock had this move in it today. Insane long coming in. Look at that volume increase too on ZM. CNN saying buyout rumors circulating.
What? Really? For Zoom? CNN saying buyout?
Didn't I call this too? I said, yo, Zoom is going to get bought out and probably get run down the same way Skype did. The same way Skype did.
Yeah, yeah.
Who's the buyout rumor coming from? Microsoft? Are they trying to put this one in the dirt too? Like, they already buried Skype 10 years ago. They're going to try and bury Zoom over here. We got a news article coming over here real quick. Let's go check it out. New York, the work, Who's trying to buy these guys out is what I'm trying to find for. Microsoft operates. Did I not say Microsoft?
What?
It's going to be either Microsoft, Cisco, or Google, right? That's where it looks like, or Apple. So Apple wouldn't make sense as a Zoom buyer. Microsoft operates Teams and Skype. Cisco has WebEx. We already know all this information. CRM could come into there. Zoom could go private. Oh, man.
Jeez.
I don't know if that's a good catalyst if they're talking about Zoom going private. Funding secured 420 going private.
While Prado was shaking the desk there from his segment, we got into Zoom and we already scalped a little bit out. We went with some serious size here, guys. We took profits up. We're looking for that break of 90. We're going to take our next piece there. We're long at 74. Yeah, we're long at 74s. So we're in the money. A couple of pennies still. We already took a little bit of profit. Let's see how much size we have left. Yeah, just a little bit above 50%. We'll leave it at that break-even level. If it breaks below that, we'll be out, and we have already scalped a little bit. There it dips below. Should I get out here or should I average in? That's always the question, especially since it's so strong. Let's go ahead and average in with like a little bit of shares, not too much here. Let's see what we got. When will it stop? When will it stop? We got support at this level here. I like it. Let's go long a little bit there. There we go. We got bottom wick. Let's see if it bounces up. We're going to give it to that 20 level. If it goes by that 20 level, we'll get out. And for a little bit of a loser on this one, we'll give it some time, especially since the news just came in. Actually, it looks like the news came in right near that 12 o'clock hour. That's where it started bouncing up. Probably a little bit of profit taking here. Probably a lot of bag holders in this, since it was like a $400 stock not too long ago, Brad.
Yeah, I'm just, let me look at that bottom wick exit. Call me Mr. Perfect, baby. Look at that bottom wick exit. Volume coming in, we're out. I was wondering why Zoom wasn't flushing down with the market when all my other stocks I was short was flushing down. So I punched out of this trade. I said it's not doing what I want to see it do.
Yeah.
So I jumped out and look at this nasty move to the north side.
Really bad.
Congratulations to anyone who actually took the 52-week bounce play on Zoom, because you had that play before the catalyst even came out. So you smoked that trade, multiple dollars to the upside. Congratulations to Zoom turning positive for a second, but now going back to red side is ZM. It's going to be time for another favorite segment of the show, Energy Update with Brando at the big screen.
Hey guys, I threw up a 5-minute chart here for crude oil so you can see. 1, 2, and now 3 days in a row. Significant down days for crude oil once again. We just hit 3% for crude on the day. We're back to $86 coming into play here as support for oil. So another slide as we head towards the weekend here. It has been pretty ugly all week long. 3.07% for Brent crude. You just saw it's a little delayed here, but 2.89 there for NYMEX light sweet crude. You can see a number of other commodities on this board, including Bitcoin, the Euro, the 10-year Treasury, all in negative territory. Still positive on the year, however. Down here is a yearly chart of Brent, 19.2%, 15.6% to the upside still on the year for crude oil. It's been so strong all year long versus 13.8. So the Dow back to 13.8 to the downside after it being back above 12% as early as yesterday. Here we go, some headlines for you. Oil, yeah, down 3% as China's lockdowns once again raised demand concerns. So if you missed it this morning, multiple cities in China being locked down again for COVID. So that has pressured oil markets once again. There's some OPEC talk in here as well. The slide continues not only for equities, guys, but energy as well. Back over to you.
Yeah, XLE, energy sector. What is that looking like today, real quick? XLE is currently at down 2.8%. I can't speak, 2.8%. And that probably means your Oxys and your plugs and your CVXs are all hurt today. CVX yesterday was actually on the rebalance and probably was the best trade on the rebalance. Missed it out, honestly. Let's go see what it did a little bit. Look at that move into the close. Dropped down quite a bit over there. Big volume candle, man. They rebalance about almost, is that 52 million shares? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's either 5 million or 52 million. And if it's 52 million, I'm surprised that they rebalance 52 million shares of CVX. That's crazy. But lots of rebalance happening yesterday for the Morgan Stanley. For the most part, it was boring. It was nothing happening. But we did miss out a couple trades over there, and CVX was one of them. Sending to you on a super chat, I guess?
Oh, yes. Adham Abu Sahel says, sent a $1.99 super chat. He says, thoughts on NIO. I know Sean was trading NIO this morning. Let's have a look. By the way, I just wanted to update you guys on Sean's position on Okta. If it breaks 59, he's out. Currently, it's at 58.61, kind of in a consolidation pattern here after making a longer move down, a sustained longer move down. So just to repeat, $59, Sean's out on Okta, in case you're following that trade. Let's move into NIO here. NIO's New York or NASDAQ?
NY.
New York. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we pop up NIO. Not going to get much looking at the 1 minute chart, even though there's a sustained uptrend here. Let's go back and let's go to the daily. What do we got? Okay, so let's load up and double click this bad boy. Let's wait for it to load. So definitely a sustained downturn on NIO. You know where NIO was going back into that November time of last year. It wasn't even at highs at that point. You know, it had already made highs back in January of 2021. I think it got to like 66 bucks. Yeah, there we go, $66 or so. You know, if you were drawing a trend line, where do you think this daily chart is going? I mean, it's very clearly on the downturn here. It's below most of the 200 EMA. It's barely above the 50 EMA. If you were to draw a trend line from these peaks over here to lower, where I'm seeing lower highs, lower highs, lower highs, lower lows, lower lows, lower lows. So yeah, you know, it's just one of those things where I think EVs have had their time, and unless they can start producing vehicles en masse, rather than these trickling out 15, 20,000 vehicles per quarter, it's not really going to blow up. And we know what's holding them back. It's the battery production, it's the microchips, it's the supply issues from all their distributors and suppliers. So it's a tricky one, guys. It's an absolute tricky one on this one, and you know, it may have some of its perks. Like I know NIO in China is kind of catering to a little bit of the elite. You know, when you go into that station and change your battery, there's like a whole nice salon area. You sit down, you have a drink, and you know, you socialize with other owners. You talk a little bit of business, and it's supposed to be like a whole social scene thing over there. That's all well and good, but if they can't produce vehicles and make some money, well then, you know, it doesn't really help. A lot, and you're welcome for that, Adham. He sent another $1.99. He says thanks for the coverage. Always willing to help. You know, anybody in the chat, you have any questions, send that super chat over. We'll definitely help you out. But NIO's a bit of a tricky one. You know, you could make the argument they are good around these levels. I'm not a fundamental analyst, so I'm not gonna make any suggestions in that regard. Let's have a look at the ZM trade. It is going against us here, guys. It's going to break that $80 level. We got in at 80.73 with small size. We added some more size here at 80.41, and it's going to break 80. It looks like we're going to have to get out of this one for a loser. Thankfully, it was a smaller size trade. We're waiting for that 80 break, and then there we go. So we're out of that one. A bit of an L on that. That sucks. It brings down our P&L. We were pumped to be big on the P&L today, but we have to give a little bit of back. That's trading, and that's how she works, Brad.
I think Mohammed, or I remember Mohammed asking this question. Mohammed was saying, what happened to NVIDIA? Why has it been so weak recently? Most likely, the recent selling into NVIDIA has just come from the overall market, but a part of it is also with the catalyst that came out today. The selling could have been from people who knew that information was dropping and have been offloading before that, right? So part of that selling is coming from that, but the catalyst dropped yesterday at 6 p.m. that NVIDIA and other chip makers from United States will be restricted from selling their newer AI-based chips to China and so on. Actually, I was talking to Greg about this yesterday after 2 o'clock. We went for a nice little walk around and we were having a chat about AI. Right, and in that chat,
C3 AI?
No, not C3 AI,
Oh,
just the AI in general. So I saw this video from Elon Musk in a I think it was an interview of some sort, but I just saw those little YouTube shorts, Instagram short clips, and that he explains it pretty cleanly, man. You know, humans have a task. They had a task of building a road, right? And when we wanted to build a road, there was an anthill in the way, or if there's an anthill in the way, we don't hate ants.
No.
We just say goodbye anthill, right?
Okay, yeah.
We just say goodbye anthill. We don't have animosity for ants. We don't hate them or anything. We just say goodbye anthill. So when you create AI and algos and robots and everything, and you give it one goal, which is make life better for humans.
Yeah.
But if humans are in way for that life goal, AI doesn't have to hate humans.
No.
They will just say goodbye humans. They just move the humans and just pave the road over them because they're trying to pave a better road. So that's just a fun little AI conversation that I'm pretty sure everyone's going to. No, not really.
I mean, I don't want to be like terminated.
If it's for the better for humanity, sign me up.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I don't care. I don't want to be terminated, guys. Like, God, iRobot.
Is that the fear of death talking?
Look, I got a lot I want to do and a lot I want to see, so I don't want to be terminated. I want to see the first men land on Mars. I want to see them to like cure cancer, so I want to stick around. That's why I hit the gym, so that I can stick around, hopefully. But I could get hit by a car, who knows,
That's
right?
true, that's true. Hopefully that doesn't happen. We do like you over here. We love you. It's a great team with you and I myself. Enjoy the past few weeks now. How many of you?
Yes, sir.
2 weeks?
This is our third week.
Third week now. So we've been enjoying these 3 weeks, and I'm sure chat has enjoyed every single moment of you calling me the before and calling you the after picture and whatnot. So they've had a good chuckle off of all that, and lots of knowledge base for me to leech off you too. That's just the trader mentality. You know, if you're not leeching off your peers who are better than you, then you are not going anywhere, man. You're not gonna go forward. Actually, yesterday there was a brand new trader who was holding a meeting in the meeting room, right?
Yeah.
And part of me at some times was like, okay, I've already heard this.
Yeah.
I don't need to hear it. But then as soon as my mind went into that mode where like, oh, I've already heard this, I don't need to hear it, I was like, Brad, shut up. Like, your ego is kicking in. Go back, sit down,
true,
listen
man.
to it again, and maybe you'll see some new things coming up from that conversation.
Yeah.
And I actually picked up some new things near the end of the convo, and I was like, okay, I'm glad I stayed. But then, you know, it's sometimes your ego kicks in, and you don't want to talk to your peers because you think you're better than them,
I hear you.
or so on. So put that ego aside and just start learning. Pick up the books, because if you're not learning from your peers, the market will teach you. And trust me, those lessons are way more expensive.
Oh, way more.
Yeah.
I couldn't agree more with that. BIAF was open temporarily, and it just halted back down. And this one can't seem to stay open. Ironically, it's done 4.04 million shares of volume and has halted less times than Pixie, which is halted probably a dozen times now, I don't even know, and has done only 1.41 million shares. So a bit of an odd one there. We're looking for GCT here. We're looking for that 2450 break to initiate a new long. We're definitely interested in that one. We're going to continue to watch that, you know, but right now is not really the time for it. to enter any particular longs on these small cap stocks. Zoom, we took a bit of a hit on. We averaged in again at that $80 level with a super small size, so it doesn't go against us. And if it continues to break and pass the $80, we'll continue to add to that. We want to add to these positions. We know it's strong on the day, and we're just trying to find the right levels by entering in with small size and perhaps building onto that. The chat was lighting up here when we were talking about living and whatever, and said Prad's a droid. Like, I guess they feel that
the AI topic.
Yeah, because you're on the side of the droids. I guess I don't know. No,
hey, I'm team. What's the Skynet? Was it Skynet?
Mark Wagner says Prad over Bill Gates. I gotta agree with that. Because Gates is definitely on my S list. You know what I mean? So. As someone says here, you are terminated. Yeah, we're joking about the Terminator thing, but you know what I mean by that, right? Like, obviously, Skynet was supposed to, take over, and humans were in the way. So, have you watched the latest Terminator movie, by the way?
I mean, that's the Matrix too, right? In Matrix, the humans are the virus, and the virus that the humankind thinks is the virus are actually the antivirus software running around trying to kill the virus, right? Yeah. So if you think about it, if you think you're in the Matrix, and if you ever like the whole Matrix analogy, then there might be a little problem with humanity. But no, I love humans, man. I love humans. That's probably not a true statement, but I love humans. I love dogs. I love living in general. Let's get back to the market.
Let's absolutely do it. We're still holding hope that this Zoom is going to hold 80. We took a tiny little piece. If it breaks below 80 here by like any significant amount, 5-10 cents or so, we're going to be out. We're not a big L on this one. We're just trying to time this one. Feel it's kind of consolidating above that 80 level, holding the 50 EMA. 80 psychological level could initiate some buy. And there we go, breaking above 80 a little bit with no sustained force. So we need the volume to kick in on this one. Maybe profit taking wise, we'll get some out at that 840 level. Seems to be an interesting zone at that level. So we're looking for some profits on Zoom here. We don't want to give back any of the money we've made. So that's our plan going ahead at the 80.40, then maybe even holding into that high of day around a little bit below 81, I think. What did it wake up to here? Let's see. The 91 level, that 80.91 level. There we go. We're getting some sustained move to the upward side here. We're a few cents in the money on Zoom. Looking for more. We definitely want that 40 level to start taking some profits, Brad.
My boy Mikey, or was it Mikey? Who was it? Maybe it was it was JD. JD asking us to take a look at CRM. Let's head over to CRM. Salesforce down 2.5%. Did make a good move back up north, though. That's because the QQQ and the NASDAQ are both moving north once again. NASDAQ might have just bottomed out for today, and same with the SPYs, or maybe not today, but bottomed out for now. Maybe later on when we go into power hour, which most likely will be sour hour, we might see the market moving a little bit more to the downside, going and breaking that 12K level. But keep in mind, I do believe that the market is preparing itself today for tomorrow. So tomorrow will give us that good free fall Friday. If we're above 12K today or anywhere close to 12K, I think we're setting up for that free fall Friday. So CRM over here moving back up north along with both of the markets a little bit, but I'm expecting rejection of VWAP around $152.50. Let's head over to a larger time scale real quick, CRM, and see if we can find any levels. Is this the 52-week low that we just broke? Yeah, so we just now created a new 52-week low today on CRM, and tomorrow most likely we go even more to the downside based on how the market trades. That's just my theory. But if the market goes back up, then we have some good trades to the long side that are around the 52-week low. For example, CRM. Another one was Zoom. That's today. Meta Platforms, I was expecting this one to go towards the 52-week low, but it's still higher than the 52-week low, and I'm honestly shocked at the fact that Meta is all for the past 2 days now on the opposite side of the market. Market's going up, Meta's down. Meta's going down, market's up. So it was a little up and down. But looks like today, though, we're actually in line with it a little bit. In line with the market a little bit. Earlier on, Meta was up on the day and the market was down. Maybe I was looking at a different stock. I gotta think about that a little bit. But either way, Meta Platforms at the moment down 0.8% on the day. NASDAQ down 1.6. S&P 500 also down 0.8. Brad, would really appreciate your insight on AMD. So my insight on AMD as it's pushing back to VWAP, I think a short near VWAP still sounds good to me because NASDAQ cannot seem to get above 12,100. 12,100 has put in another barrier on the NASDAQ just now on this move up. So if that's going to be the story for the tech basket, I'm expecting more weakness to come in for the later on in the day. If we are anywhere near VWAP or even the 100-period EMA, I think if we do get a chance to go to the 100-period EMA, that's going to be the best perfect short opportunity. But if that doesn't happen, you got the chance at the 50-period / VWAP right now, which also happens to be the nice even dollar $80 level. A nice I don't know if it's significant, but nice even dollar level for us to use.
Definitely. Still watching that Zoom trade here, guys, as it flirts with 80. Let's just check it quickly. Oh, I'm good, thank you. Yeah, still holding that 80. It's been holding it really well, actually, to be honest with you, right above that 50 EMA. So, you know, we're going to give this one time. We're going to give it, if it breaks below that 79.95, 79.90, we'll be out. Bit of a tricky one here, guys. We got triggered into a long on HPCO at that 925 level. Went all the way to 975. We didn't take any profits on this one. A bit of a mistake. That's a trading mismanagement on my part. I should have been more aware that had triggered, but I was ensconced in the long on Zoom, to be honest with you. So I didn't pay enough attention to this one. We could have made quite a bit on this one, at least 50 cents up there. Thankfully, we've got small size on this one. So we'll continue to watch that. I think we're about break even on this one here. It's about approaching our buy level, which was at 928. Yeah, now we're break even on it, printing 928s, 929s on the ask and the bid. It looks like Zoom is going to break that $80 level. So yeah, we're going to have to get out of this one if it holds below that. It's still above the 50 EMA. I think that this may be time to flip short and to basically give back the profits that or the accumulation that it made there. I think top wick is almost at the $81 level at the 80.90. So it may be time to change our bias on this one and just admit that it's not going in our direction and to take it short. And quite frankly, we have a good profit-taking area here for a short, which is around that 78.50 level. But you know, it's still fighting with that $80 level. It's going below it a little bit. You know, holding that 50 EMA, bouncing back above. So I haven't made my mind up about what bias I have going into the afternoon with this particular stock. If it stops us out, we have that 79.90. We have a stop there. So if it triggers, and then we'll perhaps start analyzing from a short position. But right now, it continues to show strength, holding above 80. We'll keep that one on watch as HPCO now is about 10 cents in the money. Happy about that since we made a trading error here and definitely didn't take profits at the appropriate level. We want to add to this one if it breaks above that $90.40. We're going to add to it. Let's add that now. 90, 40, 40, and then we'll add a little bit 90, sorry, 9, not 90. 90.41, and we'll add a little bit of size right there. There we go. That one's ready. Let's go back to Zoom. Zoom still holding that $80 level. It's holding it well, and I got to tell you, this could be a flat bottom breakdown because there was a big dip down, then it consolidates sideways, and it's holding basically the $80 bottom. So it could violently break through that, and that would be, you know, the definition or the image of a flat bottom breakdown. That's what I'm worried about. But you know, it's holding it. I don't like. I'm not too confident on it at the moment, but hey, we're gonna work out this trade, whether it goes to the north side or the south side, Brad.
Yeah, that's something we got to do. No matter what direction it goes, we got to work on it, baby. Work. Start doing the little Rihanna dance with it a little bit. Maybe it'll help that trade out. But don't do the Drake, that's for sure. I'm going to go over to HPQ. This was a stock from yesterday, earnings play, and it's actually back to VWAP. And we know, I can't type for the life of me. And we know that there was weakness in the stock yesterday. There's weakness in the stock today. So let's punch that short right here, give it that risk until that high, or we can even give it that even dollar break risk. That's only 10 cents risk, so we can give it that risk of 10 cents and see where this one goes. I think we'll give it up to here, actually, 28.05, up to this candle high, which is slightly above VWAP and also slightly above the pre-market low. So let's just do that real quick. Bang, 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 and bang, bang. Our stop is now sent out. We don't have to worry about this trade anymore. We are now short HPQ. S&P 500 did pull back above VWAP once again, so maybe an attempt to short the SPYs if you're still bearish about the market. Opportunity showing up one more time to keep on scalping this ranges in the futures or on the SPY ETF. And QQQ also pulling back up to that 12.1K level, sorry, QQQ on NASDAQ, also pulling up to that 12.1K level, which happens to be around 295 on the ETF side. So let's see if NASDAQ can reject VWAP, bringing down the S&P 500 back below VWAP too.
Yeah, definitely keeping an eye on the, especially for those big tech stocks. Yeah, looks like we broke through that $9.40 level on HPCO, but then there's that huge red candle. So we're about 5 cents out of the money on that one right now. But, it's flirting with that VWAP. It broke VWAP, but it's a little bit below it. I don't like that, to be honest with you. I'm going to be out completely if it breaks that $9.05 level. That'll be a 20-cent loss with small size, no biggie. Still watching that Zoom trade. Not a lot of volume. Volume's dropped off completely. We need volume to come in for it to go up. Plain and simple. So we're looking for anything here to break that 80-20 level. That'll give us the indication that, the volume's coming back in, and we'll add to that position because we have super small size at the moment. We want to size up to make a little bit of profit for the loss that we had earlier on that one. It's still holding that. It makes me really feel like this is going to be a flat bottom breakdown. That's my instinct, and my instinct is to get out at the moment. But I really need to see a sustained close below $80 in order to kind of believe that. We had bottom wick here below the 50 EMA. We only had one wick below the 50 EMA. That was at 79.93 level, and it bounced right back above it. No candles have actually closed below the 50 EMA. So is that a positive sign? Maybe. There we go. Now we're getting some sustained buying coming in. We're busting back into the 20 levels, but we need this to continue, guys. It's not going to be enough for it just to show, pop here and there. We need volume to come in. We need it to break through that 840 level. We have a profit taker right at that 840 level. So we're waiting on that one. Let's go and nurse our HPCO trade. That just made top wick at 955. So just like that, we're 20 cents in the money on this one. We're looking to add a little bit. Definitely if it breaks through that 975, we'll know there's a trend change. It's above VWAP again, flirting with VWAP, up and down, up and down. This one's a tricky one as well. Thankfully, we have a lower cost basis on this one at that 928 level, so we'll continue to watch that.
I was just quoting Leon Rocky Edwards' winning sentences in our trainee chat, and Bruce Wayne right behind me apparently lost $400 off of some sentences. Hey man, this is why you always trade your own book, Wayne. And not other people's book. But at least you're rich enough to fund Gotham City, so you're good on that side, right? Couple levels I want to call out. On the way up, 39.2750 had some size on there. That level got taken out. Then 39.31 had some size up there. Not sure if that size got taken out. And we came back down, and then some size got put on 39.20. These are the MES. Obviously, size on MES is not as important as size on the ES, in my opinion. So size on the ES is where? As you can see right here, 39.31, 39.33. We're churning through these levels, though. Holy market. Really pushing the north side right now. We're taking out size on the north side, but I want to see some selling coming in. Look at the buying pressure. 25 contracts of the ES. You maniac. Take it easy. Leave some money for the rest of us too. Come on. But look at the size on the ask over here. There's also size on the bids too. So it's not like we're talking about gigantic size that's blocking the stock from going up. There's size on either side of the levels, but clearly market pushing up a little bit, trying to shake out the short sellers, trying to burn their stops, and then most likely push back down. There's no reason for this market to turn green today, and we're at the 50-period EMA. We got to try a short. We got to try a short. We're at the 100-period EMA, on the day chart here, on the 5-minute chart here, and also around the pre-market highs. So let's take a short attempt, give it that risk of 20 cents, 30 cents on the SPY ETF, and as Luca says, we'll see where this one goes.
Yeah, we just took a little piece out here on Zoom, guys. Right, top wick there at that 835 level. That was a good one. No, 830, 830 level. We're looking for more definitely on this one. We're continuing to hold. We like the fact that we waited for 8, but we'll talk a little bit more about that once we get back from Sector Watch with Brendo at the big board.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll give you an update here on what is leading us now back to the north side, which is good to see. I pulled up the S&P 500 here specifically so we can see a few areas of green that seem to be spreading and growing at this point this afternoon. This is the healthcare group. First of all, a lot of the pharmaceutical names not only back in positive territory, but now seeing 1.5%, 2%, 2.5% moves back to the upside, including Pfizer. Bristol Myers back up 2% on the day after being red at one point. COO 2.5% to the upside. GNRC, JCI, DOV down here in the industrials group, offsetting Boeing 4% to the downside and then some. There are still a lot of red names in the industrials group, but more green coming through. These are all the airlines still in negative territory. UAL and AAL among the leaders. Still a lot of pressure coming from energy as well with the move in crude oil today. Obviously back to the downside for all of the producers. Utility stocks also more green coming through. There's only one left now in negative territory. This was basically all red when the day started. Same story for some of the banks and insurance companies specifically trying to get back to the upside. Over on this side of the board, still unfortunately a pretty red day for tech stocks, consumer discretionary names. Retail specifically seeing a little more green coming back in. There are a few more green names now in the software group of the tech sector, IBM, IT, and DXC. Everything else, though, ugly. Only 10% at this point for NVIDIA. Guys, back over to you.
Yeah, market's clearly pushing the north side over here. SPYs are trying to stay above the 393s. QQQ also is trying to stay above 295s. Well, I mean, not trying. They're doing so successfully. Out of the money on both of them by 30 pennies right now, but letting them move around a little bit. Look, no risk, no worry, right? So I'm willing to lose some money on this setup a little bit in order to see if we can get some more gains in the near future, in the next 5 to 10 minutes over here. Seeing some selling coming in on both the ETFs around these levels. So expecting a drop to come in, but not looking good so far. The markets are trying to turn green, at least not trying to turn green, but moving back to the north side. S&P 500 could turn green faster than NASDAQ because it's only down 0.5%, and NASDAQ is down 1.3% overall. So both of them pushing back up, trying to see if we can take advantage on the direction that we have been all day, but you know, don't want to hold QQQ all the way up to 296s. If it keeps on burning me, I might just jump out of this, come back in later around 296.50s, 296s, around the 100-period EMA on the 5-minute chart, and if that's the story for QQQs, then you can expect the SPYs to even pull back a little bit higher, and I don't want to get burned on that either. So watching both of these stocks like a hawk at the moment, making sure I'm not giving back too much, but currently out of the money on both.
Guys, we took 2 pieces of profit here on Zoom, the first being that 828 level, and then we took another piece at that 841 level. There does seem to be a lot of selling coming in at that 850 level. I don't know if it's a reserve. There we go. We broke right through it. So now we're testing the high 50s here on the ask. We're looking for the break of 80-80. Yeah, 80-80 on that. Before we take our next profit target, we're holding about half of our position. So we're about out of half. Our average, our cost basis is 80.14. So we're well on the money on this one, guys. Very good trade so far to make up for that earlier L that we had on it. Speaking of L's, yeah, we're break even still on our HPCO trade. It's kind of just zigzagging up and down around that VWAP. It breaks above it, it breaks below it, kind of really not respecting that level at all. So yeah, we might have to cut this one. We already said our out was going to be that $9.10 level. If it breaks below that, we'll lose 15 cents on that bad boy.
Come on.
But as we talk, Zoom continues to make highs as the market continues to make newer highs. And now we're at that $80.60 level, and we're really itching to hit the profit-taking button here, but we really want to hold out for 80.80 because 80.80 there is the profit target. There's a good level around that. Top wick being that $80.90 level. We're not going to wait for that one, in case it doesn't make new highs. There we go. Now we're touching the 870s level, and I think this might be an area to hit the profit button. And we
nice
just
long,
did.
bud.
We took that long nicely. There you go. There it is. There's our final out there. We top wicked right at that $80.67 level. So that's a good little win for us as we continue
I'll be
to
honest
watch
with you, I
HPCO.
thought that level was not going to hold when you were talking about it. I just didn't want to shake you out of your trade, so I kept my mouth shut.
Yeah.
And boy, am I wrong, and I love being wrong sometimes because it teaches you new things, right? Well, I was actually, Sean didn't give me a shout out. Sean was talking about MJ's missing 9,000 shots yesterday, but I'm pretty sure you got that from watching my Instagram reels. So where's my shout out at? Right? So he was watching my Instagram reels and there I post a lot of stuff in there. But in there he was talking about, how he's failed a lot and through failures comes his biggest success and so on. So every single loss is a failure and through every single failure comes a lesson. And I'm glad I'm learning something right now about this $80 level on Zoom because tomorrow we might find some fun levels to trade out of. We got the 79/78 52-week low. We got this $80 level that it's holding up. Also happens to be the pre-market highs that's now holding to turning into support areas. The market did pull back and it looked like it was going to start paying me for the shorts, but now it pulled back to the upside again. It's looking a little bad. So obviously we're giving it that wiggle room. We're letting that pain come in a little bit. Hopefully we get to drive a Rari back home.
Hey.
But if that's not the case, we still got the Brampton Transit always without fail.
Brampton Transit is Zoom, they call it, right? The ZUME.
Hey, you know it, baby. Now you know why I hate Zoom all day.
Yeah, that's funny. That's a nice little coincidence there. We've got the futures chart up on our screen here, and the reason we're looking at this one is it really gave you a couple of opportunities here to, right above that 3,900 level to take a long. We initially got the lowest peak here. Like the close was around that 3,904. It bottom wick though. It was just a wick at 3,903, and then it rocketed back up to that 3,929. You got that another opportunity near the low of day, which was around that 3,905 bottom wick here, and then now you're like golden in the money if you took that long. 3,935 was top wick right there, and we're not that far away from it, 3,932. So the market showing that it's got some resilience, some buying coming in at that 3,900 level. That will be good to know. Whether it's going into the afternoon or for tomorrow, that's going to be an interesting level. We, as Prad was saying, a trader on the floor here was giving us basically a lecture yesterday, a nice tutorial in how to approach trading the futures and how to find buy and sell zones and like that. So, and it's going to be a continuing thing. So as we learn more, we'll teach you more, guys. We're always expanding our horizons. And I also just started reading an interesting book today. Trading in the Zone.
Oh, I've read that before.
I haven't.
Yeah, it's Alexander, Dr. Alexander.
Yes.
What's his last name?
I forget. It's on my phone. I read it on the subway on my phone like a muggle. But
I forget his name. Dr. Alexander something.
It's
yeah,
not
pretty
much
good book.
not much in the way of TA, but a lot more psychology.
Yeah, he's a psychologist. He's a doctor in psychology.
And that's, I think, a lot of traders, they'll tell you that they have an edge, but, can they pull the trigger on the edge every time? And
it's Mark Douglas. Never mind.
That's it. Okay. That's been my problem. Psychology is definitely, I would say, the patience and the psychological aspect of trading has been super tough for me. And, I'm going into my third year of trading. And so definitely that's something that I need to address, and that's kind of why I've taken that
Third year into trading, eh? Damn.
Going into my third year, not third year yet. Guys, Nerve is making a bit of a move here off the bottoms at 1065. We just broke 11. We're approaching VWAP, which is around that 1107 level. So Nerve maybe even play. It's below VWAP at the moment. Definitely needed to be above VWAP if we're going to take a long on this one. But just wanted to put that out there in case anybody's interested in trading Nerve.
Bro, this guy said... Dr. Alexander, Pratsurdam is firing blanks today. Yeah, you know what though? We're not firing blanks on these shorts, baby, because now these shorts are paying. Tell me about firing blanks one more time. I said I'm DJ Khaled today with the shorts, and by that, another one. That's right, another one. More QQQ shorts, more SPY shorts, bring in the money, baby. We did give back a little to start off these short sessions with. Oh, it looks like HPQ actually got stopped out, even though I gave it enough wiggle room. Are you kidding me? Whatever, who cares? We're not gonna be upset about that because we're gonna make back the money that we lost on HPQ on QQQ and SPY shorts over here as they now start to pull back to the downside once again for us. 22 cents in the money money on the SPY shorts and 15 cents in the money on the QQQ shorts. Time to hold these bad boys. I added 3 times on the shorts too. I had enough conviction, but clearly not enough conviction to size up on it.
Yeah.
I added 3 times, but those ads were like, should I do it? I'm scared. But at the end of the day, the fact that we have to trade, no risk, no Rari, no Brampton Transit. Okay, you know, it's still Brampton Transit today because I'm not buying a Lambo or a Ferrari today or anything. So still Brampton Transit today, but Lambo in the near future.
Definitely hoping for that for you. I got my fingers crossed for that. NM in the chat says, check the book, The Disciplined Trader by Mark Douglas. Yes, he actually references that in the preface for his book. He talks about that how that was his first book, and that how he started writing it in 1982, and how he didn't publish until like 9 years later in 1991. That's how long it took him to write that bad boy. So yeah, I'm definitely got that on my hit list for books to read. But this has been like kind of the thing that I want to start with this month. I definitely want to continue my learning. I used to read a lot more before I started trading at the show. Kind of being here 9 to 4 takes up a lot of your time, and then I've got my gym regimen. I got my dogs at home that I have to take care of, and then I got to eat too. So finding the time is always hard, especially if you've got a full-time job. But yeah, that's definitely on my watch list. By the way, trading related, HPCO, we're out. We said we would get out of the small piece that we had if it broke below that 905. We did. Of course, since we did that, it bounced back up right away to 915. But that's just the game. We're at a HPCO. I don't like it anymore. It's been holding below VWAP for far too long. Definitely not my kind of trade. These small cap gappers, they have to be above VWAP for me to take longs. Otherwise, they're more short. And
yeah,
so,
I like your setup, VWAP and RIP.
VWAP and RIP. Well, you know what? If they hold VWAP and they're, these type of stocks, not like something else.
Yeah.
Then I'm more long-oriented.
That actually puts me into a question from the chat earlier on. I was going to address it, but I forgot. Maybe you can address this one too, and then I'll address it the way I use it. The question was, how do you use VWAP for yourself?
It's an interesting question. So it depends on what I'm trading. Like, let's talk about these small cap gappers, because that's what I've been trading for you guys primarily on the show, because they're the more exciting of the bunch. If it's below VWAP, I'm thinking more short. If it's above VWAP, I'm thinking, okay, the long is still in play. And that's just basically how I do that. Now, there was a trade, like I mentioned earlier in the show, back in 2020 and 2021, when these stocks were stronger and showing up more often on the scanner, where I would take the break of VWAP. So it'd be below VWAP, and I would take it long. I would even preempt VWAP. I wouldn't even wait to VWAP. If it was making a move towards VWAP, I'd take it, and a lot of the times there was follow-through. I'm not seeing that as much anymore, so I kind of had to change my philosophy of saying, okay, if it's above VWAP, then I'm more long-oriented. If it's below VWAP, then, I'm either hands-off or I'm thinking more of the short. Now, with other stocks, you may look at them as profit-taking zones. So, for example, if Microsoft on the day or Tesla or whatever all of a sudden gets a news item, or if it's trending up and the volume's coming in, I look at VWAP as a potential area where the move up may stop. And so I'll look at that as a profit-taking zone, and the same thing on the way down. If Tesla's say very strong on the day and then it comes down towards VWAP, I'll look at VWAP as an area to enter my long, right? If I'm long bias on that day. So it really depends on the setup that you're looking at, the stock that you're looking at, and the day in question. Brad, how do you use it?
Yeah, so VWAP is a very, very necessary tool in my opinion as a day trader. If you're a scalper, why is VWAP such a necessary tool? The first thing I would urge you to do is head over to YouTube. I mean, you're already on YouTube. You're watching us on YouTube, duh. But head over to YouTube. Go to our homepage channel, our channel homepage, and then use the search box right here to learn more about VWAP. If you type in VWAP right right there. You'll find a link about VWAP, multiple videos about VWAP and how Neil and Sean use it. And obviously them being the pros, you would probably learn more about it from them talking. But why is VWAP so important? It's because hedge funds use it. They get graded on how far away from VWAP they buy their positions or they sell their positions. And hedge fund being big money, you want to follow big money. You want to understand where they're positioning themselves. That's why a lot of traders have VWAP up there on their charts. When I first started learning about indicators and I learned about VWAP, I actually called it the Lambo indicator because I believe that this indicator is going to help me get a Lambo. So here I am on the pursuit, on the journey, using the Lambo indicator to help me get there. It is now 1:42 Eastern Standard Time, which is going to be sadly the last segment of this show. So let's send it to Brendo at the big screen for Money Talks.
Hey guys, yeah, we are moving our way quickly through the Thursday afternoon edition here. There's the dollar back to 25-year highs today. We got to 110 for the DXY, pulling back ever so slightly right now, 109.6, still a better part of a full percent. You can see 106, 1 full percent, 1.06 to the downside rather. For the euro, 99.5 back below parity. There's the Canadian dollar just right now crawling back above 76 cents versus the US dollar. Was down to about 75.8 early on. A lot of red though, top to bottom here today because of the strength in the US dollar. That's Russia back up 1.2%. But that manufacturing, that ISM manufacturing number we got this morning at 10 a.m., the cause for such a strong dollar today, guys. Back to you.
Let's go, baby. The SPY shorts are now 50
Wayne,
cents in the money.
grab
QQQ
my
shorts are 50
headphones?
cents in the money. And now we're going to ride the shorts all the way back to VWAP and maybe even to the lower days, all the way to power hour, sour hour. So let's go. Can't wait for these moves to come into play for myself. Already taking some profits on these, still holding more than half of my size at the moment. I think I have 60% of my size if I was to do the math off the fly, which I'm pretty bad at. I'm not good at math off the fly. I always use a calculator. But, you know, I'm pretty sure I have more than 50%, that's for sure. T-Mobile popping up on the scanner right now. I'm pretty sure this is AT&T, sorry, not T-Mobile. Yeah, it's AT&T. AT&T popping up on the scanners as it's getting pushed to the downside most likely. So let's see what this is doing. Down today, 0.63% only, but just recently taking out the low of day from pre-market and putting in a new low. Let's see, obviously, where Lucas says, we'll see where this one goes. I'm not sure what the biggest telecom company in America is, but for some reason, all telecom stocks are showing up on the scanners. Even Verizon, VZ is showing up on the scanner for some reason. So let's go check out what VZ is doing. Most likely also doing the same thing as T-Mobile, as AT&T. Barely down on the day, but pushing to the downside slightly. Why are you guys on the scanner if you're not doing anything? And CCEP, that's Coca-Cola apparently. It's got the Coca-Cola logo, but CCEP is also KO, as most of you know it. Let's go check out what this one's doing. CCEP also most likely not doing anything. Is this scanners just lying to me right now? Yeah, these scanners are lying to me.
Why are they telling you that?
They're
That's not very nice.
Hey, this is not cool. Stop lying to me, scanners.
Guys, PSNY, Polestar, continues to make its move down. It's now down 12.25% on the day, 10.5% since the open, and on decent volume. And I really don't know all that. Let's see what the catalyst is here. Polestar Automotive operating loss widens despite revenue surge. Okay, so this is revenue related.
How do you say I suck in million ways?
For 50K deliveries this year. Okay, so 50K is not that bad. I mean, that's what Tesla does like in a couple of days? No, I'm kidding, of course.
That's going to drop to 15.
1.5?
Yes.
Yeah, I could probably
That's going to drop to 15. Yeah. Get out of here.
Yeah, 50, you know, I mean, 50 is, I don't know what Tesla does. I think Tesla's doing 300 a quarter now, right? Give or take. So, yeah, it's, you know, it's up there. Speaking of EVs and missing out, and I was having this conversation with Wayne earlier, and I can't for the life of me understand why BYD is down.
What's BYD?
BYD is like the Chinese EV automaker. It trades on the pink sheets, I think, in North America. So right here, up, there's BYDDY and BYDDF. And I believe they are on the pink sheets. Let me just double check that super quick. Yeah, they are. Pink sheets, and BYDDF is also on the pink sheets. Yeah, they're both on the pink sheets. And this car manufacturer is expanding into Europe. It just had its record sales come out for deliveries in China. It's really much better price than Tesla. It's definitely that mid-size, lower end car, so definitely a lot more available for the masses than say a Tesla is, which is definitely a higher end brand. And I don't know why it's been tanking lately. And I'm trying to think maybe it's related to the Chinese tech stocks and the threat of delisting. But you know, other stocks are holding up better than BYDDY. So just a little bit tidbit out there. If anybody in the chat happens to know or has a thesis on that, yeah, throw that in. And then Nunny BS says Warren Buffett sold a bunch of BYD. Okay, guy in the red don't know BYD. Okay, I think they're talking to you, Brad.
Huh?
The guy in the red don't know BYD. But BYD is Buffett back.
It's like a million stocks. Am I supposed to know every single one of them?
It's the biggest EV maker in the world, bro.
Do I drive cars? I take public transit. Do I know every single public transit company in the world?
They make buses.
Yeah. Do they make buses? Like, come on, ask me the real question, bro.
XL, yeah. I guess.
Look, I care about Bombardier because they make my TTC subways. Okay, Bombardier.
Speaking of Bombardier. Do you guys remember when Bombardier was at 50 cents and now it's like at $30? Have you seen Bombardier?
No, I haven't. What's their ticker?
I don't know. I
What's their
actually
ticker?
don't know. Yeah, we'll Google that.
That's a Canadian stock
In
too,
case
right?
you guys don't know what Bombardier is, it makes airplanes like short haul.
EBD? BBD.B.
BBD.B, guys.
Got
in
it,
case
got
you want
it.
to follow along, BBD.B. It makes subways, it makes airplanes. Its main competitor for airplanes is Embraer, the the Brazilian airliner. And I remember there was beef between Canada and Brazil for a while because Brazil was subsidizing Embraer, and Canada said, well, that's not fair. So then they started doing the same thing. You know, Canada, the federal government in Canada will never let Bombardier go under. It's it's a national treasure. And but I recall the stock trading at 50 cents. I recall watching it on CP24 and seeing 50 cents. Now it's in the $30 range, which is a hell of a move if you had that back at 50, guys.
Yeah, I'm just having a war with this kid behind me because he's up more money than I am right now. So we're just having an internal war in our group chats. He's up like what? How much more are you up by? Like $40 more? Yeah, I'll beat you right now. Let me just keystroke 1,000 shares of Apple short, and we'll see where that one goes. But good job for you, man. Good job, Aaron. Aaron, you've been killing it recently, and keep that up. Keep that up. Just don't give it back. Listen. Make the money, keep the money, drink the beers. The third rule is the most important rule, Aaron, okay? The third rule is the most important rule. So good job on that, my friend. And trust me, I'm coming for that profit as number one on the board today.
Oh, sorry. I was just actually looking in the group chat here to see what was up. Oh, Aaron's killing it.
Jeez.
Attaboy, Aaron, you're up way more than me. Let's see what we got. What do we got on the scanners here? GCT pulling back to VWAP, not doing much, holding that 22 level. Zoom breaking below that low that we had with the $80 low. It's back up to back above 80, but it did close at that 79.80 level. So continuing to watch that. Not much to report there.
This kid,
the small kid over there, yeah. He's
the platinum Aaron, you know?
Platinum.
Platinum Aaron. Doesn't have the same ring as Platinum Brad, but that's because he has his hair blonded out a little bit. Yeah. What's that? He might take my job? Sheesh. Oh, Aaron, you're fired.
Pixie basically doing nothing. It's halted again. Surprise, surprise, up 60% on the day or so. Done 1.64 million shares. Not much to report in small cap world. Let's have a look at the futures, see what they're up to. Let's bring the futures chart up in here. Yeah, bouncing off VWAP again, 39.22, moving into that 39.25 that made top wick at 39.35. So futures looking like it may be a little bit on the longer side going into the afternoon. I'm definitely not going to take any longs on the futures. Much too dangerous for my blood, to be honest with you, Prad.
It looks like we have a super chat from Kuljit. Missed that a while ago. My bad. From 12:54, so almost an hour ago. That's my fault. Nippy Market printing on sports betting. Let's go. That's what I like to see. Usually it's hard to print on sports betting, at least for myself. That's personal experience. But Kuljit with the €2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. We got a couple other messages over here. Well, have a couple super chats on there. Okay, I already read that. Hey, Hanzo trying to tag Sharif with these questions. Question for you, man. A secret has been revealed about you trading aftermarket. May you please elaborate on why those moments could be more profitable? No, he may not reveal those setups. Those setups are Day Trade the World Classic setups that people are obviously allowed to learn when they're here. And I'm sure Sharif knew these setups back then, but he probably dialed it in more with the Day Trade the World training methodologies and so on.
question.
So some questions we are more than happy to be 100% transparency on, but some questions we got to leave it for the floor. It's a floor strat, and we're gonna leave it for the floor. If you want to learn more, maybe you want to think about opening up a Day Trade the World office, and then when you come here to the headquarters to train, you're able to lead some of those strats for yourself. But I'm sorry, I cannot allow Sharif to even talk about this. I just can't, because that's taking food away from my table. I just can't.
Agree with that. Yeah, nothing more to add to that. Just, if you want to learn more about that, you got to either join Day Trade the World or, join the office here. I'm not sure if the application process is still in effect, but yeah, make some inquiries with respect to. Let's see what the chat is up to. Okay, we get it, Brad. Let's see. On the top here, BIAF restart. Yes, BIAF is back, but you know what? It's a little bit tricky, because it can just halt one way or another. Holding that $11 level, I'm pretty sure, anything above that 12, 15 level may be interesting if it doesn't halt on the way up there, and go into like one of those 20-minute halts. Actually, let's see, this has been 10-minute halts and then a 5-minute halt. So it's had its fair share. It's diversified between 10 and 5-minute halts. BIAF is not on my radar. It's just much too volatile, and the spreads are super wide on that. So I'm pretty much done for the day here, guys. I'm watching GCT. It's holding VWAP. If it breaks above that 23 level, I'll be interested in it. Until then, it may be a play going to the afternoon. Zoom, yeah, still kind of below that $80 level at the moment. Not interested in that. The volume's dropped off significantly on that one, so not much to report on that one. We also had that HPCO trade. Yes, now basically at the same level that we left it at that $9.05 level. It's gonna have to be above VWAP and break that 975 level to be interesting going into the afternoon. So not much on that. Everything is red on my screen for the most part. Futures holding VWAP. Other than that, not much to speak about.
So I'm just looking. Yeah, good point. Not much to speak about. Only 6 minutes left for us on the show. So we're going to go into a little bit of UFC talk over here. Someone said, Brad, who are you picking for UFC? I mean, it's not Friday yet, but, tomorrow's Friday. Tomorrow we also got the Mikey Musumeci fight on One Championship. So One Championship, Mikey Musumeci, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu phenom. That's going to be a sick fight for anyone who's into BJJ. Lots of fights coming up tomorrow. Is this tomorrow? I thought this was tomorrow. I thought One Championship was tomorrow. Maybe I'm wrong. Either way, whenever Mikey Musumeci's fighting or doing the BJJ, that's gonna be a great one to watch. We got Cyril Gane versus Tai Tuivasa. This is supposed to be an interim belt. Like, come on. But whatever, who cares? I think Cyril's gonna win this because he has a way more technical game over there. But Tai Tuivasa, Bam Bam's got that power, baby. Bam Bam's got that. His name is Bam Bam. He's got that power. You know what's sick? This guy actually, after every win, jumps up on top of the cage, cracks open a Happy Dad's seltzer, and then puts it in the shoe and just drinks it straight out of the shoe because he's Australian. They do those shoey things all the time over there.
Does he headbutt people from the top turnbuckle? You don't know about Bam Bam Bigelow? Sean.
That's like a WWE?
Yeah, Bam Bigelow. That's what his finishing
It's all about
move, guys.
Yokozuna, bro. Come on.
He'd get on the top rope and he'd headbutt you from the top rope. Man, the Macho Man elbow, that's another classic. Macho Man is like a whole character in himself. Bam Bam was just terrifying because he had a shaved head with his head hole tattooed. Back in the 80s, that was more scary. Now you see that everywhere you go.
Yeah.
But Bam Bigelow, that's what came to my mind when you said that. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, you're good. So Bam Bam is a great warrior to himself. We got Robert Whittaker, who recently lost to, I believe it was Adesanya, right? And then Marvin Vettori, who also lost to Adesanya. So these are the fights I'm more important. I care about. The rest of the fights, not really sure who's fighting, to be honest. I know a couple names out there, but not too many names that stand out to me. You know what stands out to me, actually, is Anderson Spider Silva and Jake Paul fight is actually going to go through, apparently.
Oh, I heard about that.
I mean, he's already failed like five fights before, right?
Oh,
like,
yeah,
he
yeah.
set up fights and they cancel. He sets it up
But
again
it's
and they
not his
cancel.
fault. Like, that was Tyson Fury's kid who pulled out, right?
That was one of them. That was
Yeah,
one of
yeah.
them. Yes, not kid, brother.
Oh, that's
Younger brother.
Younger brother.
I'm
You're
pretty
right.
sure that
Yeah,
was his
yeah,
younger brother, Tommy Fury. Yeah,
Yeah,
Tommy Fury
yeah,
pulled
yeah.
out, but also Tyson Fury is getting back in there.
I heard
you know
he's
the
gonna fight that
Ukrainian warrior
Yushchek guy, yeah.
Dude, that Ukrainian guy.
That Yushchek guy is not a joke, bro.
He's not a
He's
joke.
not a joke. And
He actually
Anthony
surrendered.
Joshua is not a bad fighter.
Dude, he surrendered his belts to go to war in Ukraine after being a celebrity, and
Hell of
now
a
he's
guy.
coming back to fight for his belts again.
Yeah, I know,
so
you
that
gotta-
guy
he's a
is
warrior,
a
bro.
monster.
Yeah,
he's
he's a
a
warrior.
monster.
Yeah,
and he called out Tyson Fury, and now Tyson Fury's like, yo, you Ukraine blank blank blank. Like he just kept going off in this video. I love Tyson Fury. He's so sick, man. I was watching a documentary about him. That man's been through living hell.
Oh, yeah, yeah. The
That
Gypsy
man's been
King,
through
man.
living
the Gypsy
hell.
King, he's a hell of a guy. And you know what? Looking at him, you wouldn't think that he'd be a prime fighter. He is a prime fighter, man. That guy, he's got everything you need. He's got the speed, the intelligence, and he's got the height, the reach. The reach is huge on that guy. He's given every fighter he's ever had.
I mean, he put Deontay to sleep.
To sleep. To sleep.
To sleep.
Well, to be honest with you, Deontay, I don't want to disrespect anybody, maybe the chat can comment on this. He's a bit of a one-dimensional fighter. He's that 1-2 puncher. He doesn't have a boxing pedigree either. He wasn't an amateur fighter. He took it up, like, I think in his late teens or early 20s. And anybody who knows anything about boxing, you have to box from when you're a kid in order to be, like, you know, at that elite level. And the guys who come in later always have some sort of flaws or some sort of mistakes in their footwork or their body positioning. It's just like soccer. Unless you're dribbling a soccer ball at 4 or 5 years old, you can kiss the pros goodbye. And that's a perfect segue. Bring it to my screen. Bring it to my screen, Fahad. Look at that Premier League table, everybody. Yes, that's number one right there. Arsenal with 15 points,
What's the
5
goal
wins.
scored? 13? Sheesh.
Yeah. City scored like a bunch of goals the last 2 games. That's why they overtook us in goals scored. But Arsenal's up there. Obviously, our North London rivals, Tottenham, in third, and you're not good enough. You're never going to be good enough, Tottenham. Arsenal number 1. Arsenal,
Did
North
you say
London.
the top 2 teams make it to the next league, or this
No.
is the highest league?
So this is the highest league.
Okay,
so
okay.
what I was talking about is the championship.
Right.
And it's the top 3 teams.
Top 3.
The top 2 teams get an automatic pass.
Right.
And then there's another 4 below them that go into a playoff for that last spot.
Okay.
And the winner of those 4 gets to be the 3rd one to move up to the Prem. And then these teams here, Wolverhampton, like if this was the end of the season, it would be Wolverhampton, Villa, and Leicester.
And they
They'd
get
be
demoted?
relegated. They'd go down to
Yeah.
the championship, right? So big up Arsenal. We're playing Manchester United coming up on Sunday, I believe. United is playing right now, or in half an hour. So I definitely need to find out how that game is going to pan out because they're going to be they're our rivals for next week. But I think we got about 1 minute left on the show, guys. So you want to say anything, Brad?
Yeah,
before
just
we send it
gonna-
off to the big kahunas?
Just gonna show it off real quick, wrap up what SPY is doing. So it seems like we're wrapping it up on stocks real quick, right? Yeah. So still down 0.77%. Above VWAP though, I did close my short completely. I'm out of my trade over there. QQQ on NASDAQ also doing something similar, trying to head back up to the north side a little bit. I had a great day today, ladies and gentlemen, but this week has not finished yet. This month just started. We're going to have a great time. Make sure you come back tomorrow, same time at 11 o'clock to see Sharif and I. And please, please, please smash the like button as we are now sending you off to closing show. So see you tomorrow.
Later, guys.
Adios.
Hey guys, welcome back. 2 o'clock. That means there's a couple hours left in a pretty negative afternoon once again, although we are trying ever so valiantly here to get off the lows. That's a look at how the market overall is shaping up here this afternoon, 1.6% for the NASDAQ, still leading the way to the downside. It's been that way most